Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty League, and we made it all the way to the end of the Major 3 online qualifiers where they kick off the day with an amazing matchup. It's going to be Paris Legion versus the Toronto Ultra.
Cammy turns, a 40 bomb hit, and a W in the books. On to tip, round the corner goes Cammy, stays alive. Oh, it's beautiful.
As Cleanex makes his way through the middle of the map, finds the snap onto John, and should be able to pick up the third onto Gravity as well. Cleanex answering into this round.
The Florida Mutineers versus the Seattle Surge.
The Nets, that would have been a good gunfight to win. Awakening will get traded though. 25 seconds, that time is ticking down very, very fast. But Vivid is going to be the first one through the door. Can the rest of the team be here?
They're looking for it, and that's a huge kill from Simp. They're looking for it as well, but Awakening gets gunned.
20 points or so to go. And Florida nowhere near. My God, Pred.
And it is all over. Seattle Surge bury the Mutineers.
It's going to be the Minnesota Røkkr versus the Atlanta FaZe.
Oh, they start to line up. They start to line up for attach as he gets all three. And the two guys to step up in their most recent matchups. We say goodnight to aBeZy, and Havok is instantly on the flank. Thank you for two. Røkkr walk away with this series.
We have one more weekend and 2 more days left of Call of Duty action. We're going to kick off the day with Los Angeles Guerrillas facing off against the Atlanta FaZe.
Already behind. It is a complete breakdown. You can't seem to get anything right. Where is Cellium looking right now?
It hasn't worked for Mr. aBeZy. It's just funny. Coming in from LAG.
This is LAG's pick.
And a FaZe justifiably feeling good about that game.
Toronto versus London.
Recent form is what we're talking about right now. Cammy up close and personal. Cleanex is here looking to find number 5. Gets it. Can he get the second? My God, Cleanex.
Extra tick and burn the glide. So Ravens at least happy for that for the moment. Happier for the fact that they have Afro.
FD lead to start things off with. And sweet as Cleanex. The surface to air Dane. Toronto Ultra. It is a 3-1 in the end.
We have the Boston Breach facing off against the Los Angeles Thieves.
Because he has turned the flip up today.
All year long. I mean, it's a questionable call for the glide bomb. Maybe onward. Okay, never mind. And 2 more to his name. The Dark Prince just causing issue for absolutely everybody.
LA Thieves hitting him with the heat once again. The Thieves are in. They are winning in the kill feed in quite dominant fashion.
But I think Thieves just blew Boston Breach off the map. That was absolutely ridiculous.
We have NYSL versus OpTic Texas, and I can't wait.
As the opening time's gone down, the kills are all going through here. And Kismet, big win on a Prolute. Still trying to keep the play alive, though. Kismet checking the corners. He saw the tip of the head of Dashy. Oh, my God. Kismet finds all 3. How many kills can he get? There's 1. 5v1 right now for Shotzzy. A beamer on a pool. Knows exactly where these players are going to be. And here comes the hit. Scumpy gets brought down again. And there we go. Shotzzy's got to fly. Got to go. The Subliners stun the CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, we made it. The very last play day here for the Stage 3 online qualifiers. We got the Seattle Surge versus the London Royal Ravens.
Pred's already on the prowl inside of Bottom Grannies. And he's going. He's going. Oh, what a start for Pred. 4 in a row. Oh, that's massive. That's 3 now. All on Harry. And he's gone. Oh, my God. Seattle Surge, can you get a kill? They can. Oh, Simp gets both of them. Lordy, that is the map. And it is a swift and deft 3-0 in the series. 3-0 in control.
We have the Boston Breach, who had a really bad time on stream last time we saw them around, facing off against the Florida Mutineers.
Very well could have remained that as they all 4 over toward this A site. However, Nero ready, steady, and prepared. Or maybe having a little bit of a better game than me, at least maybe so far in this series. Have been cutting down the stats as now it's Awakening again. Capsidal off to a great start. He's got TJHaly in his sights, and there you have it. Vivid with 2, and Florida walk away with the W in a crazy series.
Okay, we have OpTic Texas and the red hot Los Angeles Thieves.
Shotzzy at 7 and 2. It's double digits in a row, and he's out. He's still alive and kicking, and he's right in between the spawners now for LA Thieves. This is absurd, man.
They've called him out, and then they have to ignore him because they're losing the hard point time. They are getting demolished. The longest streak, I think, of the entire year.
It's going to be a straight up 1v1 against the window. Wins it. Second one's there. Slides out. Shots are in. Just makes himself the hardest kill imaginable. Again, a little bit of help from his teammates, but he gets the kills nonetheless as Shotzzy 20 and 20 here in the map.
We will have a tiebreaker game between the LA Thieves and the Florida Mutineers.
Big Wake, find kills. He had a nice day today, has to be said. Whoa, nice one, bit. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Last one's up on towards A. Dave Paddy, it's pure magic, baby. It's magic. But there it certainly was. Mutineers, higher seed going into the major.
For all of you beautiful people at home, thank you so much for tuning in. I said it before, now say it again until the day I die. We're nothing without you. Thank you for tuning in. We'll catch you next time for some more Call of Duty action.
The snow has melted, and the summer heat is here. Welcome to our city.
We score high.
Tobias with 4.
We hit hard,
Just have to be careful inside. And it's Winside again.
and we play to win.
And he just guns both of them.
No, that is disgusting.
Time, yeah, my moment is here, yeah.
Watching as well. He's the second one on the bomb. And pulls up the 1v3. The rest of Ultra has to sprint for this as well. Kismet finds the second one. Round the corner goes Candy, stays alive. Beautiful.
Don't get left behind.
It hasn't worked for Mr. aBeZy. It's just coming. He finds the first though.
My God, Brett.
Very well could have remained at his team.
Oh!
4.
Wins it. Second one's there. Slides out. Shots are in. Scumpy.
Havok has read this. Can he find the timing? He finds the second as well.
This has been a massacre.
Oh my God!
He shut down everything. Oh my God, Kismet finds all 3.
That's it. That's it. It's done. It's done.
This is day 1 of Major 3.
Welcome to Toronto, welcome to the 6, but most importantly, welcome to the Call of Duty League, and you already know what time it is. It's day 1 of Major 3, and up here on the desk, we're relaxing at the Miami Athletic Center, and big love to the Toronto Ultra for throwing this event. We've had amazing events so far with all different champions, but this one right here, Toronto Ultra, I guess we'd call it kind of a 2-time, even though it was a kickoff classic. They're trying to win their 2nd ship this year. It'll be beautiful if they can do it in front of their hometown crowd. We've had all different types of champions. Shout out to OpTic, shout out to the Los Angeles Guerrillas, and most importantly, shout out to the New York Subliners for the Pro-Am Classic. Bring on the desk. My name is Felly. We got Joe, we got Ali, and we also got Nameless. And Nameless, man, where we at right now, baby?
We're in Toronto. We're at the Miami, baby, the 6. It's been a great time so far. I had some poutine earlier today. I'm feeling good. I just can't wait for this Call of Duty action, man. We got so many teams that can win this event. It's going to be a special one for sure.
Hey, yo, Ali, how are you nervous right now? Because I don't know about you, but personally, this is my biggest event to date.
I don't know if I'm as much nervous as I am excited to head into it. I mean, just hearing the auditory in here, how loud it is, and the amount of people that I know are going to be showing up, it's going to be incredible.
Yes, Joe, I was talking to you yesterday during rehearsals, man. I have to ask you, when it comes to the competition at this event, I think it's the best we had yet.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think there's a number of teams that can win this event. I would put it at 12 because the last major, a team won with a sub. So I honestly, if you ask me who could win this, you can say whatever you want, and I would believe you. So, yeah, it should be a great tournament.
Anyone's game, right? Let's also take a look at the bracket to see what matchups we have at hand, right? Take a look at the bottom side of the bracket. We have Breach, Legion, Guerrillas, and also Royal Ravens. And yes, Los Angeles Guerrillas are your major 2 champions, but they are starting off in the loser side of the bracket. Take a look at the top side. Nameless, the competition is thicker than ever, man. Look at these matchups.
I mean, these matchups we were just talking about, these are the best day 1 matchups we've had all season long, and we're kicking things off with Surge and Subliners. Those are 2 teams that can win this entire thing. They have looked impeccable throughout this stage 3 qualifying stage, so it's going to be absolutely insane to kick things off with that on a bow cage too. A hardpoint that both these teams are absolutely disgusting at. I can't wait to get it going.
Right, and also I can't wait to see Atlanta FaZe versus Toronto Ultra. We saw what happened out there in Major 2 when the Minnesota Røkkr got on that main stage. The crowd was wild, man. If that could happen here today, I'll be happy.
And you know, and we can talk about the fact that these are the 2 teams that were the top 2 last year, right, heading into this year. And it's been Atlanta FaZe that's consistently back-to-back grand finals, right? But Toronto Ultra at their own home major, who we were a little bit worried about, but heading into this, they have looked incredibly lights out. It looks like a completely new team. So heading into their own major, I think we're seeing an upset.
Let's take it coast to coast for the first matchup of the day, right? The first series. We got the New York Subliners, the Pro-Am Classic champions, right? Shout out to Crimsix, but they're facing off against the Seattle Surge. And when it comes to Seattle, whoo, Ali, Fred, Big Mac, and the boys have been wild this stage.
They have, especially this stage. We were so worried about this team because obviously they opened up the beginning of the year hot on everybody's heels with that win on Atlanta FaZe. Now heading into this stage, we were all a little bit worried about the consistency, right? But you can see it on your screen right now. 4 wins. They went 4-1 this stage. A struggling loss versus the Toronto Ultra, and then lights out across the board. And for me, it's been the stability and accuracy. They found the system that's going to be working, and now heading into this major, I think they're a favorite.
Yeah, you know, with these guys, a lot of times when they were having issues early in the season, there was a lot of individual plays, and Sib was sort of in a slump. Well, he's gotten out of that slump, obviously, and they're 11-2 in respawn overall. These guys have been lighting it up in control, 5-0. It's led them to win so many more matches. Their SD's sitting at about 500 right now, but you can see it right there. Sib with that sniper has been such a difference maker in Search and Destroy, and yeah, this is a team that we've seen before, right? That's been incredible prior to a LAN. And they go to the LAN, and you know, they fumble or they don't have the best performance, right? But this time it just feels different. It feels like they're ready to go. They're talking about their system in these interviews, how they trust accuracy in their captain, and it's paying off because he's starting to perform way better now that they have a consistent play style in this game. So Seattle's a team that I think is a dark horse to win this whole thing.
And I think I just got to give them props, right? Because after, I mean, early on, then stage 1 hits, this team was looking like they were going to compete for titles, but that has not happened yet. And they stuck with this. There were so many people saying this team needs a roster change. Everybody else is caught up. And I got to give them props for sticking through it. And obviously, Major 2, I'm thinking if they have Mack, they're probably thinking they can probably get to a final that Sunday at Major 2. That's where they were playing with that momentum, but they've stuck with it. And yeah, we're starting to see the Seattle Surge we wanted to see earlier in this year.
Absolutely. I mean, heading into Major 2, obviously they talked about it in interviews, right? Like it was an unfortunate situation when they were heading into Major 2. Now heading into Major 3, they look better than they did in Major 2 for me. Accuracy is a 1.08 from the stage heading into this. That is what we needed out of him. Sib is looking so consistent. He has a 1.26 overall. First KD heading into this major. They look crazy across the board. And even though their first matchup is against the New York Subliners that won the Pro-Am, have been lights out and respawn since then, the statistics are favoring in the side of Seattle when it comes to this matchup. Their control percentage right now, they have a 100% offensive win rate in control heading into this, where New York Subliners, I mean, they're trailing right next to them. So I think this is going to be a very close matchup to start the day.
You know what I love about this matchup? It's that Call of Duty is international, baby. The two biggest matchups, the biggest matchup in this series right here is going to be our international stars, right? You got Pred hailing from APAC, but on the side of New York Subliners, yeah, Paco, aka Hydra, the man that comes from France, and he has looked phenomenal in NYSL's run to the top.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's a superstar in our league. I mean, last year he burst onto the scene. He was absolutely super fine with the SMG in his hands, and it's been no different this year, despite the turmoil that they've went through, a couple roster changes. Hydra most recently got MVP at the Pro-Am, and he was lighting it up, right? Like, he needs people around him that are going to play in a system, that are going to be role players, and he has that now. When they picked up Paul, immediately we saw the map freed up a little bit in the respawn. They got way better at hardpoint. Then they picked up Kismet, and we saw the difference in Search and Destroy. Hydra has so much freedom on the map now with these guys being the role players behind him, and that's why his stats are starting to reflect that.
And I just think, though, when you look at this, for this New York team, we are happy that they finally have found this roster, but it has taken time, and time is their biggest enemy right now.
You're right.
When you talk about making top 8 for champs, this squad, they have to win. This winners round 1 to me is huge. They need to get that momentum. Obviously, they're hitting a bit of a peak right now after winning that Pro-Am. Can they keep it up? Everyone has a target on their back.
Yeah, and there's a ton of pressure on New York right now, too, because, like, this is when you need to capitalize, right? Like, 100%. You're good right now, right? Like, you're peaking. You need to make a run. You potentially win this event. Like, it's a loss for this team unless they get top 4 at this tournament. They have to get top 4 because they need points for champs. It's so important.
You know what? They feel the pressure right now because one of their last games before they came over to this event, NYSL were able to get a big win against OpTic Texas. We caught up with Crimsix. Let's see what you have to say.
So we actually have a Mountain Dew Game Fuel victory spotlight with the one and only Crimsix. Hell, let's get him on the screen. Crim, before you bombard the interview, I have to ask you straight up, how much do you like beating Seth?
Beating Seth? Listen, how many words is this? I don't know right now. I'm just pretty happy. So, but the king is dead. The king is dead. And my goodness, it sounds so corny to say, but it is true. The king is in fact dead. You know, Ender, what are you doing? Get your thumb out of your... No. I was about to swear. Right. Get your thumb out of your noose and get back on the roster. What are you doing? You know? Not like that.
Not like that. You can always even up the Crimsix to keep it real, but take a look at the head-to-head between two legends in the scene, Scump and Crimsix.
Well, the head-to-head, it's a little unfair considering the different roles and stuff, and it's always fun to look at. And when I get this taken away from the OpTic Texas series, is we need that Crim here on LAN. We don't need it just against the King. We don't need it just against Scump. I want to see map 128 and 18 Crim when it comes to this series, because that is where they are going to find their most comfortable and most success across the board. Crim can't just show up against Seth. He has to show up against everybody.
You're right. And also, let's talk about a matchup that the crowd will love to see. It's going to be the Atlanta FaZe versus, you already know, the Toronto Ultra. And Joe, heading into this event, you hear the crowd right now, right? They're loving it.
They're getting
It's going to get
already,
even louder when the match starts.
Yeah, no, 100% it is. And this is just a fun matchup because, I mean, these two went to war last year, right? It was just like if one team wasn't winning, the other team was. They met each other in the grand final for the World Championship, in major finals. These two know each other so well, and we're finally starting to see the Toronto Ultra we've wanted to see from the start of the year. The teamwork we saw last year, Cammy's hitting a new level. Cleanex is playing lights out. This is going to be a banger.
Yeah, I'm 100% hopping on the whole Cammy board train because what's interesting is when we talked to him about it, why are you suddenly hitting this stride? He was like, when we brought in Scrapping, he was really aggressive. It kind of forced me to slow down and play my pace a little bit. And then they bring back in Insight, who he said, is a slower AR, allows Cammy to roam free on the map. And it gave him a new perspective, right? So now we see this whole new Toronto Ultra. They got to sit back, see what they were like when they had to put a sub in place. And now they're looking to be better than ever.
Well, they have to be better than ever because right now they're sitting on the bubble. They're in 8th place and nameless. With champs around the corner, just like we said with NYSL, this team can't be called lacking at all.
Yeah, I mean, they refined a lot of things in their gameplay. It was mainly the hardpoint. Like, they got top 4 at the first event, like barely winning hardpoints, right? And they've somehow finally fixed it. Cammy and Cleanex both have stepped it up. Cleanex, for me, has been the MVP of this team throughout their improvement, throughout the stage qualifier. But yeah, I mean, they're tied for #1 in hardpoint in stage 3, #1 in search and destroy. Like, this is the team we were expecting to see when this season began. The problem is they're playing a very tough matchup round #1. They're playing the Atlanta FaZe. I mean, just under a month ago, they played Atlanta FaZe. Did not work out well for them. Lost 2 hard points by about 90+ points. So it's a very tough matchup. Hopefully they prepared for it in this one. But yeah, I'm expecting Cammy and Cleanex to also have a big one if they're going to take that.
Take a look at this graphic right now. Toronto Ultra sitting pretty at 100 points. Well, not really too pretty, right? In 8th place.
They're all right.
So that's kind of ugly, right? But they're going against the Atlanta FaZe, and where they sit at right now, Joe?
#1. Yeah, and it's like the conversation we have around the Atlanta FaZe. It's always a tough one because they have to meet expectations, and the expectation is that they're always going to get to a grand final, and they have done that this year. Obviously, they're 0-2. When we talk about consistency, they've gotten back-to-back finals. No other team has done that. Yeah. Now it's just about, can they execute? Can they get again to a grand final, and can they win a major?
Right, but also when it comes to Atlanta FaZe, they've set such a big precedence for themselves, right? I mean, they put themselves on the pedestal.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about it a lot. It's been like the topic of discussion in the last couple of weeks. Like, is Atlanta FaZe falling off this, that, and the third? Where it's like they're #1 in the league, they're back-to-back finals, and they're battling a different level of expectation, like Joe just mentioned. They're battling against the OpTic Dynasty squad that, won over multiple different titles, which Atlanta FaZe has done, but it's just a different level of pressure that these guys are experiencing. And, I really think the storyline going into this event is like, can they rise above it, win this event, and like cement themselves? That is what people are wanting to see out of FaZe. But when you just look at the facts and you look at the data, like, this is a team that is working on things like every other team, right? Like, they've taken a dip when it comes to hardpoint. They're sitting at 10th in hardpoint. They're just below Paris Legion. That's not great. But what has improved? It's been their search and destroy. What has been bad all season? It's been their search and destroy. But it's 4-1 now in stage 3 qualifiers. This is all a long game for this team. It's champs. And the end goal is champs. They're #1 in the league right now. So by that measure, they're leading all the rest of the teams in the race for champs.
Yeah, no, by that measure, obviously they're incredible across the board. The consistency and being able to put themselves in that position to succeed, even though they're struggling throughout this season. But the issue for me right now is it is Major 3, and I understand the expectation by the community and by us as well is very high for this Atlanta FaZe squad, and even for themselves, I'm sure. But this is a team that I thought, maybe they're just struggling now and they're going to overcome this hump and get even better. And, their struggle bus is being first in the league. Their struggle bus is still smoking teams. But now it's a question of, it's Major 3, right? Like, we're getting further into the season. Is it a wall that they just cannot break through?
I will say though, you know, Nameless just talked about it, the biggest thing that they had to focus on was search and destroy. You know, when you look at the Major 1, Major 2 Grand Final, they really struggled in search and destroy, which when you look at last year, when Ultra beat them in stage 2, it was through search. When they were winning majors, it was through search and destroy. If they can improve the search and keep that trend going,
I would love to see
listen, they're going to win a hardpoint in a control. They just have too much talent. At some point, they're going to win those, but they have to win the searches. That's when they're at their best.
Right, FaZe isn't the only team that's trying to take, you know, the crown when it comes to the Call of Duty League this year, right? There's another team. You guys definitely know the name well. It's going to be OpTic Texas, who's facing off against the Florida Mutineers for the first game in the bracket. And aLy, looking at this OpTic team, you got Prolute still subbing in for the IGL Illy, and I love him.
Listen, the OpTic have been terrifying across the board, right? With all these sub-ins, with General, with Prolute, it's like they just somehow keep getting better. And obviously, we have to give the flowers to Prolute and what we've been able to see from him when it comes to search and destroy and being able to play well, and he's been taking over some maps, but we have to give props to the other 3 players, man.
Yeah,
Dashy has been #1 overall. I mean, just lights out this entire game. Scump and Shotzzy continuously get better. I don't even know how that's possible, but Shotzzy is always on one, and Scump has started to match his pace. Obviously, the best SMG duo in the game. This team is terrifying. Like, you could put anybody in Prolute's spot right now, and OpTic Texas would still give you a run for your money.
But that just shows how strong the core is, ain't that right, Nate?
Yeah, the core is absolutely absurd on this team. And I mean, you know, to Prolute, like, he came into this team, and yeah, a lot of people could plug in and they play well, but he definitely did bring a nice element when it comes to the search and destroys. But yeah, for this OpTic Texas roster, I mean, 4-run record, they've had a couple of big losses from the Pro-Am until now. I think they're just in the mix again. Like it's like them, it's FaZe, Seattle, New York, like all these teams, they can beat each other on any given day. There's some stylistic matchups that are obviously tough. Like OpTic definitely has a big edge when they go up against FaZe, excuse me. But yeah, I think they're just in the mix. I think they've been gassed up just a little bit.
Just a little bit?
Still need a lot. Still need to see
It's
more.
OpTic. They doing the thing with the sub, man.
I mean, they're missing Illy, that's for sure.
Oh,
right?
definitely.
Like, they were looking nasty when Illy was on the squad early in the season. Then obviously, you know, they teetered off a little bit. Scump started to perform way better. So if they had Illy in this team, then they would be my definitive favorite. But, you know, not having Illy here, it's going to be a tough one.
I understand that. Yeah, you know, they look nasty, but you know what looks even nastier is going to be that man Shotzzy. He just seems to get better and better, like aLy said.
No, he does, but I just feel like the way we talk about them is that they're winning everything, and that's just not true. They won the first major. Got to give them props. It was an incredible run. I do think that they have looked like the strongest core throughout the year.
Yeah. Yes.
But the fact is if you look at Major 2, when they had their roster, they had some really rough losses. It wasn't a strong Seattle. It wasn't a strong Florida that they lost to. So that's a tournament where you highlight that, right? That's why we talk about FaZe getting back-to-back finals. It's tough to do what they do. And you talk about matchups, this is a Florida team who is comfortable playing OpTic. They've beaten them on LAN at the last major.
Right, and aLy, you don't feel the same way that I do when it comes to the Florida Mutineers, but you know what? We do have to say the last time these 2 teams faced off in Major 2, it was Florida that did beat OpTic. This is going to be a good matchup, a little rematch.
No, I completely agree with you. This is going to be an incredible rematch, and I think these 2 teams match up fairly well, depending on the map veto set for me, because this is an AR-dominant team, right? We've said that this entire year, and when it comes to Florida, man, they're just so hot and cold. You never know what Florida you're going to get. Well, they lose to OpTic Texas 3-0 when it came to the qualifiers in Major 3. They get the dub over the Major 2 LAGs, and they get the dub over Boston Breach heading into today, but they fall to Minnesota Røkkr and Seattle Surge. So again, a Florida Mutineers that is hot and cold and hot and cold. And for me, it's just going to be about consistency across the board, and it's going to be about the objective play, right? We talk about how many high engagements this team has across the board, but like there was a game where Skies had 2 minutes in hill time, and they still lost the map. Like there can't be that miscommunication on the map. You need to play closer together. You need to force that teamwork to gel, or else I just don't see this Florida Mutineers team going very far.
Yeah, I think if you look at Major 3, the highlight for me is probably around Skies, because Skies didn't have the best major qualifiers, and when you look at when they played OpTic at Major 2, Skies popped off. And I think that that matchup against Dashy is really important for him in Awakening, because if I'm this team, I want to put the pressure on Prolute.
You have
we're talking about Prolute stepping into a position now. You're playing on OpTic. There's OpTic fans in this building that expect OpTic to be in the final. The pressure is on the young man, on the sub, to step up and get them to that position. So if I'm Florida, your main ARs, they have to play at a high level. Dave as well, and you know, put that pressure on Prolute.
I mean, this series, I mean, you can see some of Vivid's stats here. The guy is like, he's so important to this team. But this series comes down to search and destroy for me, straight up. Florida's not been great in search and destroy, and when they did beat OpTic, it was that game 2 S&E put them ahead. So like, if they come prepared in that game mode, Vivid's hitting those rush routes, getting those first bloods, getting behind enemy lines, like that is where they'll find success versus OpTic Texas.
Right, and TJHaly, one of the most impactful members on Florida Mutineers. You saw it on the screen. What's Vivid's record when he goes positive?
Well, they're 19-4 in respawn when Vivid goes positive. I have preached it all year. I think Vivid is the most important, impactful member on this Florida Mutineers squad and the best. And it's not even the fact that, you know, he has high engagements and whatnot. It's he's always doing what he needs to do on the map. His decision-making on what the team needs from him in that moment in game is what is most important when it comes to this Florida Mutineers squad. He's the one making the route for the rotation. He's the one playing like a rat to try and get that odd angle off of breaking a hard point. So if Vivid can find some comfortability on the matches here, they're going to see a scary Florida.
What you gotta say? Yeah, I agree. I mean, I look at this team and it's like it's so much pressure on Vivid. Like the rest of these guys have,
I don't know
great
if he's going positive.
They have great KDs and hard points and controls. Like these guys like to get kills. So for Vivid, yes, if he plays well and he goes positive, like Ali's mentioning, they're going to have a good time, especially in this series. And he's got a tough couple of SMGs on the other side of there. So you have to keep up.
You know, I'm gonna let you guys know now, minute by minute, my adrenaline is just shooting through the roof. I'm ready for this major to start. But one half of our pre-show CDL headquarters is done with. We have one more half to go, and then we're gonna talk about challengers. We'll catch you guys on the other side of the break. And once again, thank you for tuning in to Major 3. We'll catch you in a minute.
Nice job, guys.
Tell me when you had enough. Fuck you one more shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, call give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome when you come around, dog. You thinking you kidding me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything I'm seeing in the vicinity.
When you compete as long as I have, you learn a thing or two. You learn success isn't something you're given, it's something earned. Visit zenny.com/CDL to get a pair of Røkkr Zennies or any of your other favorite CDL teams today.
Welcome back to the 6, welcome back to Major 3, and welcome back to the Call of Duty League.
Is that a juggernaut?
Yeah, that thing looks
loving
sick.
it.
What is that?
About to get me in that
Is that the
suit.
trophy?
I'm gonna jump in that thing. But shout out to the entire Toronto Ultra organization for putting out this beautiful event, right? But let's get into some more matchups that's gonna be on that stage today. Now, the Minnesota Røkkr will be taking on the Los Angeles Thieves, and Merc, when it comes to Minnesota Røkkr, I'm gonna be completely honest, man. I did not expect that 5-0 record.
Oh, no, I mean, what a bounce back, right? You have to give a lot of props to Minnesota Røkkr bringing on Havok and really turning things around. I want to give props to those two, Priestahh and Attach. It feels like they've really found form. I was pumped that Priestahh is running the main AR. But the big thing for me here, and I don't want to be too rude, but that was online. I'm just going to be honest. All right. 5-0 online. Havok we did not see that at the Pro-Am Classic. You know, Havok's obviously been on some great rosters, but there's these moments where he's asked to perform on LAN, and they just have not. They don't have the results that we expect I gotta see something here.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to bring up some stats, you know, to back up my other man on the desk here.
Yeah, back me up.
Pro-Am Havok had a .88 on his debut, and in the qualifiers, he had a 1.08 overall. I will say the only part that there really isn't any margin is S&D. He had a 1.21 in the Pro-Am and in the qualifiers, so at least in that sense, we can definitely solidify the fact that Havok has added something to their search game, which Minnesota Røkkr didn't really need. But I will say this, besides the whole KD thing, besides the presence on the map, he's added a lot in comms, right? He's added a lot in the pace of this Minnesota Røkkr squad. We are seeing completely different versions of the players on this team. There were times where I forgot Priestahh was on the map. Well, not anymore. Ever since they went 5-0, all three players across the board have been more aggressive. They've been more decisive in their decision making, and they've talked about the fact that Havok has become a bit of an IGL. He makes good play calls. He calms everybody down when it comes into games. So I think this Minnesota Røkkr squad, they're definitely better than from Major 2, but I also do have to echo the sentiment of, you know,
can they do it on land? We want to see it here.
Well, like another thing is, you know, for the fans out there, like this is a storyline within like the pro circle as well. Like Havok sometimes has these teams that, you know, are incredible online, then something happens on land, and you know, statistically he might not drop off that much, but they play a little bit slower. So he's going to need to keep up that aggression, because that is what has changed in Minnesota Røkkr is the pace of play. That was the issue they had with Major Maniac. They bring in Havok, move Attach over to main AR, and they've seen so much success. I mean, Attach was the #1 AR this entire stage, #1 main AR. Like he was absolutely popping off. So they're going to need to keep that up, and it's also helped Standy. It's freed up the map for him. Sort of that Hydra situation where we've seen them bring in Kismet. What has happened is now Standy's starting to have more success because he has a duo right next to him who's willing to go in first. And we talked to Standy about it. He feels way more comfortable having Havok give him those calls in search and destroy to make those pushes. It's working out. So if they can keep up that pace of play, they'll find success. And a lot of that pressure is going to be on Havok's shoulders this weekend.
Right, and also there's going to be a lot of pressure on this Minnesota Røkkr to continue that undefeated streak, right? They're facing off against the Los Angeles Thieves, and when it comes to this team, it's kind of like a mood swing, right? They're high and they're low. You don't know which version you're going to get. They could pop off and 3-0 you, or they could get 0-3'd.
I guess just like map 1 is the most important map, right? Like, look at this. 3-0, 0-3, 0-3, 3-0, 0-3. I don't understand. I truly don't get it. Obviously, the big thing for them is still around the role changes, right? Putting Drazah into that second AR, Kenny back on the sub. And yeah, they have the individual players who can pop off and just carry the game. We've seen it from Octane. We've seen it from Drazah. You've seen it from Envoy. It's just, can they put it all together across a weekend and show us a good tournament? That's just the question. I don't know what to get from these guys. Flip a coin.
No, seriously, though, like when we talk about inconsistent teams, you know, we bring up names like Florida, we bring up names like Boston Breach, but like Thieves are probably the most, actually they are the most inconsistent team in my eyes. You can see it throughout, especially throughout stage 3. I think when they were having success early in the season, it was heavily reliant on hardpoint. They were the best hardpoint team for a couple of weeks there, and then now like it's just 50-50 in that game.
Right, and take a look at the Los Angeles Thieves right now, the stats from the qualifiers and also prior to that. Ali, you weren't a big fan of some of the changes in the performances we saw in this roster. I know you want to talk about Kenny.
Obviously a large discrepancy there, so I'm just waiting for his comfortability.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to get more comfortable myself once this major starts. We're going to head over to one more break, and we'll catch you guys on the other side to talk more about this Major 3 and amazing things yet to come. We'll see you guys soon.
One minute to game start.
Oh my, 1 minute, gentlemen. Let's go. Come on.
Talk, aBeZy?
Yo.
Okay, that's better.
One shot.
Yo. One shot.
Yeah, that's fine. I need Tyler to talk. Tyler, talk.
Hello.
All right, you're good.
Are you guys game ready?
Yeah, we're game ready. We're game ready.
Yes, game ready.
Yeah, I'm game ready.
Whoa. Not game ready. Not game ready.
Yeah.
What mission? Immigrant. Game ready.
You're still game ready.
Can I get muted this time?
You want to be muted?
Last series.
It's not right now, Alex.
How do you mute your mic?
There's a
button next to the scroll wheel.
The little small one.
On top of the scroll wheel.
Right here?
Put your thumb on the scroll wheel.
It's a little.
And
like,
just
little.
push your thumb up.
Hello? I don't know, bro.
Bro, you good? MC, like this. There's more above it. Don't just scroll the wheel.
Oh, I found it.
Dude.
Just keep playing how we've been playing. Just keep the comms flowing. The comms flowing, bro. What about comms, bro?
Keep the comms flowing, yo. It's all good, man.
No, it's what is a king to a god, and then what is a god to a non-believer?
What is a goon to a goblin?
I prefer goblin.
Who's Coach?
Coach.
DC was the IP.
Oh, don't know him. That's the president right there, brother. So I don't know.
President? Bro, hand one was not charged.
And you chew and it pops. Like the
Cameras are
earbuds
too
pop
bad
in
in
your ear. Yeah, but that's because your ear canal is actually smaller than what the earbud squishy bit is. And you're meant to buy different ones.
Bro, that stinks, bro. Kick up.
We had to wake up early to get a haircut this morning.
Oh man, a haircut. How you feeling?
That's alright. Yeah, if you want, I'll bring you to my barber. You sure, man?
Actually, no one here could have the same barber issue, bro.
Yo, play with some intensity, yeah? Intensity out the get-go, my boys.
He's like, oh, baby, go, dude. Oh, that's a 4v2. Ryan, you're looking wham in that t-shirt.
Looking massive.
Is it still bulking season? Yeah, that's why you got nuggets yesterday. You
for game day.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League, and of course, it is Major 3. I'm Velly. We got Joe, Ali, and also Nameless on the desk, but what we also have is the first series of the day, the New York Subliners, the Pro-Am Classic champions versus the Seattle Surge. And when it comes to these two teams, Joe, I really hope that Mack, Accuracy, and everybody brings it for this match.
Oh, I think they're going to bring it, right? I think both of these teams know the impact of this winners round one. Both of them could, be in the finals of this tournament. And yeah, there's a lot of superstars. On one side, yeah, Pred and Sib, what they've been able to do and accomplish. And then for NYSL, Hydra, Kismet, that SMG duo putting so much pressure on the map.
Right, and when it comes to the Seattle keys of victory, listen, this team has been on a streak lately, and they're definitely going to have to keep it up. They're going to have to continue breaking hills, and they've outscored opponents on 39% of the hills when they lost rotation first. They have to stay hot in control, only lost one round during the Major 3 qualifiers. Check out this record. 15-1 when it comes to round count. They're blowing everybody out. Last but not least, they're going to have to dominate the AR battle. Sib is rocking a 1.25 during Major 3 quals, which is second in accuracy. Has stepped it up big time, rocking a 1.08 KD. And you know what, Merc, man? They're going to have to really bring it because going against NYSL, this team, they're surging to the top.
No, they are. I mean, that round count in control is just ridiculous. 15-1.
That's insane.
I mean, that is just, Surge are one of the best, if not now, the best control team in the game. But yeah, for the Subliners, we've talked about it, right? It's about qualifying for champs, hitting top 8. It starts with this winners round one, getting that momentum off the Pro-Am Classic.
Right, and when it comes to the keys to victory, the game field keys to victory for NYSL, they have to stay together and slay together. They're ranked first in non-traded death percentage during the qualifiers. They have to set up Hydra for success. Rightfully so, right? He's a superstar, rocking a 1.11 and third amongst all SMGs throughout all of Major 3 calls. Last but not least, they got to be prepared for Seattle's fast A attacks on Berlin S&D. This is going to be a test to see if they've been on rockin' VA.
Just number one, right? What that stat says to me is they played with speed, right? I mean, you talk about Crim, Paul as an AR duo. They know exactly what they have to do to play with pressure, to play with their submachine guns. They are trying to make the game as chaotic as possible.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to get Major 3 underway with the first series of the day. We have NYSL versus Seattle Surge. Let's go ahead and get this started.
Still looking for more. My people, they got a soar. I'm putting that on the Lord. Ain't accepting, ignore. Just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids. It's kids, that's wealth, years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big. Jobs, that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big. The only way that I can live.
Players off the point. Mack staying alive as long as he can. what a beautiful flank this could be. The second, oh God, the round's gone.
They are. Brent has an opportunity. There's the first. There's the second. Turns on.
And Dill, hip fire works out. You get any more? Yeah, that is 5. The Young Guns in round 11. And they go back and come out the corner in time. And you bet we will. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time! We have been oh so patient. We are finally back on land and ready to go. And I've got to say, Toronto, beautiful city, beautiful crowd. I can already see you a little bit hyped up in the arena today. How are we feeling? Oh, that makes my heart sing, it really does. But we have a game to get underway. It is time on the main stage for 2 teams to throw down. Introducing first, here's the Seattle Surge. Simp, Mack, Accuracy, and Pred.
And hopefully nobody is sick this time, but you can see it is all game faces across the board for the Seattle Surge, who have been surging through Major 3 qualifiers and looking to get their first W against the hot New York Subliners.
There's no fluke game this event right here. Take a look at him. Pred, Mack, Accuracy, and Simp. But my eyes are going to be all on Pred. The man is coming from APAC, and he plays like he has a chip on his shoulder. But Bryce, I'm picking for New York, man. Let's go ahead and bring the Subliners out.
Well, you're very right there, Belly. You can't have a game with just one side. So, let's find out who they're playing against. A team in the ascendance, ready to try and upset the rest of the league. Their opponents, the New York Subliners!
That's amazing.
Crim, Paulehx, Hydra, and Kismet.
Take a look at him. Crim is welcomed by his sons in the crowd, and they're absolutely loving it. But I'm also loving it. This team has been on a tear lately, winning the Pro Am Classic and beating great teams in the qualifier. But my eyes, just like I said, it was going to be on Pred. It's going to be all on Paulehx. Once he joined his roster, they've looked entirely new. But New York Subliners, they want to get a big win. I'm really looking at this first hardpoint game. Bryce, enough talking, man. Let's get this game underway.
Yes, it is time. Land is upon us. The game is ready. Seattle Surge and New York Subliners over to our casters, Lando and Standy.
Thank you so much, Bryce. Oh my goodness. Let me just say, for the folks who are watching at home, this venue is absolutely unreal. Toronto have gone and done everything right when it comes down to this Major 3. Jay, we have got a great game on our hands to kick this major off. Seattle Surge, New York Subliners. You're rocking the yellow today? Maybe in honor of
don't worry about it. No,
right.
no, I'm not biased. Don't worry about it. This match is going to be insane. Seattle, so far throughout stage 3, they were dominant in respawn, 6-2 in hardpoint, and then 5-0 in control. And then the opposite side for NYSL, for me, I think that NYSL are the best hardpoint team in the game. The control kind of lacked off. They go 3-2 throughout the qualifiers, but you got to keep in mind, they lose to OpTic and they lose to Atlanta. So when you take a look at our maps and modes, the biggest thing for me on the side of NYSL has to be this map number 1. Like I said, best hardpoint team in the game. You have to come out and show it on a boat case because it's not like Seattle are going to be scared. They were able to take down Atlanta FaZe on this map, and it was Atlanta FaZe's best map. So this is going to be an absolute battle. I feel like whoever walks away with that map number 2 should be able to walk away with the series.
Yeah, and more specifically, right, in regards to the vetoes, we were talking about it coming into this. Like, are we going to see both of these teams just square up to kick off this major, right? Are they going to be able to really both choose that bocage? And it is indeed true. These teams, they're squaring up, Jay. They've got all the confidence in the world, and they have the right to feel that way. Both of these teams have been on the rise as of lately, but it's about that time. Toronto, make some noise. It is our first match of the weekend. And it's about to be a legendary one at that. As we kick things off on the cage, it feels like the best way to do it. Seattle Surge, New York Subliners, you see the records there. But Jay, both of these teams have been on a tear as of late on this very map.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Seattle, throughout stage 3 qualifiers, they were able to win this map 3 times. The 3 times they played it, they go undefeated on this map. On the opposite side for NYSL, ever since they added Kismet to this lineup, they have just been playing at a totally different pace. So let's just get into it. One thing that NYSL really do great on this map is break hardpoints. They're #1 in break percentage on this map. Seattle Surge needs to make sure that they're holding now their hardpoints.
Yeah, and one guy that really the New York Subliners got to be aware of is the man that we just saw for a moment on the screen. Pred has been a man on a mission, most recently for Seattle. And Jay, the one thing too is that it's been the dynamic duo. You got like the #2 and the #8 KDs overall throughout this qualifier on that Seattle side with the Rooks.
That's massive for them because you got to keep in mind Seattle Surge throughout stage 2 went kind of down. But when you have your young SMG players, both of these guys are up for Rookie of the Year. They have just been stepping up ever since stage 3. But early on into this game, NYSL do a great job of getting a good amount of time off of this P1 hardpoint. Now you're going to force the rotation from the Seattle Surge. They do have the spawns, but with NYSL gaining that much time off P1, they can challenge this from the front.
They definitely can. As Accuracy is able to shut down Crimsix to kick off this hill. A solid start for the NYSL side, but Seattle, they've thinking about the long game. They've prepared themselves for the rotation. As Accuracy looks to soak up all of these seconds, he's really relying upon the young guns to do the damage around the map, and so far, they've been doing exactly that. Mack right now at 4-4, hunting, searching, lingering, as we actually do see a teammate come through for New York. Back and forth we go, but it looks as if the Subliners do prefer to go for the spawns, and now they've got that to look forward to.
Yeah, the only thing that gets scary is if Seattle are going to be able to at least gain good time off of this P2 hardpoint. Now with NYSL spawning out towards back 10, they have to try to get this remaining time, and that's a way to do it with 3 kills down in the feed. Kismet's just going to push his way right on through the tools, finds that first kill. He's trying to flip these spawns for his teammates. Crim finds a second as well. All of Seattle spawning close towards that back window, but it should be NYSL coming out on top for these spawns.
And that's the scary part, right? If you're Seattle, you just never know where Kismet is going to linger. Jay, like we said, ever since he has joined this team, this roster has seen, a number of different improvements in every single category of the game. Makes the play right there, the unselfish one at that, and now he's got his teammates in the more preferred position. Crim off to a hot start on this Bocage, eventually drops as Mack looks to apply the pressure. Nice little double there for him.
Oh, and a huge double followed up by Kismet as well to secure the spawns and the hill for NYSL. Now with 30 seconds left, all Seattle trying to break this from the front. Kismet does push out, finds one before he does get traded. And now with 25 seconds left, if you're Seattle Surge, you want to try to contest this. You don't want to give up this much time on this P3 hardpoint, but you need to make sure that you're controlling the map, keeping those spawns for that barn hill.
See what they can do with it. Trades back and forth. Final 10 seconds. Look to tick away. Oh my goodness, and Hydra with an excellent gunfight victory there versus Mack. Has had an excellent performance so far throughout the Major 3 qualifiers. Kismet trying to make the play once again. But as we said, Jay, there's been a number of different players stepping up for the Subliners, and really off of these new additions, Hydra has only elevated his game that much more.
Now off the rotation, just look at the positioning of Hydra. He's going to be able to sneak his way into the back of barn, break on into the hill, and flip the spawns for NYSL. Massive plays coming in from Hydra to get that early break on towards P4. Now NYSL can continuously grow this lead. So they have to make sure they're watching every single cunt. Paulehx and Hydra are able to find 3 kills in the feed. Last player up is going to be Mack towards the backside. Crim does a great job of taking down Simp, but so far New York are coming out on top of these trades. 25 seconds left.
And you see, they're just getting rewarded for making the smart plays, for making the long routes. Constant SMG presence, not just in the front of the hill, but also in the back. Seattle somewhat struggling with that through our first set of rotations, but we've still got one more hard point left throughout our first 5 as we get ready to rock over toward the river. Kismet again trying to apply that pressure towards Seattle's spawn. Well, it doesn't work out. It is still a battle in the backside. Great work from the ARs there of New York. Paul and Porter, good work at least to shut down one, but still Hill lays vacant for the time. Both teams still battling for position.
Yeah, Crim has to try to go massive towards the back end because his teammates are going to be able to soak this time up. You have one player from Seattle who's going to start spawning out towards 10, so Crim staying alive is doing everything he needs to do for his team secure these spawns. Now up by 50 points, 35 seconds remaining on this P5. You're gonna see Seattle trying to attack this from bottom grandmas. They're trying to flip these spawns. Mack and Sib and Accuracy combined for 4 in a row. NYSL now spawned all the way across this map to 25 seconds. Should go in the hand of Surge.
Yeah, I know often sometimes players aren't looking at that scorecard, but right now for Seattle, they gotta take a look at that and realize, hey, we've gotta get this time, and we've also gotta, I guess you could say, perform a little bit better, turn up, because Subliners have come to play on this Bocage. As we said, both teams love this map for the opening. It would be a huge damper on either side if they were to drop this opening HP. But Jay, as we fly in now for the second set of rotations, what do you like more so far for the Subliners, and what does Seattle need to do to get back in this game and maybe take the lead for themselves?
Like you said, New York, they're just doing the dirty work. They're doing the fundamentals, having 2 players off the rotation, and then like I said before the map even started, they are #1 in break percentage. So the SMGs are coming to play. You have Hydra sitting at 12 and 10, but then on the opposite side, Kismet 18 and 19, already at 30 engagements for that SMG player. So for them to just continue playing the way that they are, hold down your spawns, make sure you're executing your breaks. For Seattle, this where it has to be controlling these spawns, not allowing a lot of time off P1, and so far they're answering the call. They've been able to get at least 20 to 25 seconds off this P1, and they're controlling the spawns. This is the way that Seattle get back in the game.
Yeah, this is the way that they do it. Everybody trying to be prepared. Everybody focused on what the game plan is right now for the Surge. Let's step aside and see how the comms sound mid-Bocage.
I'm going to house. You could go back. Gonna get there right. Two dead. I'm trying time. Hold right. We have to hold right. Yeah, guys, hold right. I will. I'll let you know when I spawn. He's in tools. Two tools. One bottom mouse and tools, okay? Big heal here, guys. AG, I'm feeling bottom mouse. You have to clear the raid, okay?
I got naded. I'm staying down, guys.
One top barn, dead. Clear the raid, AG. I'm
on the barn.
One's water tank. I think he's running up T1. I don't see him.
Oh, one shot hole, absolute.
Jump forward. Trip. Close time. T2. One more time.
T2.
Yeah, T2 in front.
I'm staying down.
He's staying down. He's not moving. He's peeked me. He's telling you.
Tree.
On the tree. Nice. Stay left. Could be bomb. Get in his bomb. Big kill. I'm going bottom mouse. Yeah, I'm jumping out. I went tools. All day bomb. One shot, E-pipe. All day bomb. Oh, what are you bomb? Two front.
One's water tank weak, okay?
He's gonna get bomb on you. I'm trying to go over 10. I'm trying to help you.
Nice.
Water tank.
Stay down.
I'm going top barn. It could be inside barn.
I'm looking for water tank.
Water tank. One shot. Absolutely.
Nice. Go.
Running across the barn ledge. Somewhere. I think top house. I went tools.
I'll tell you what, Jay, I mean, we came into that listening. Seattle was down like 60, 70 points, and then, we end the listening, and now they've got the advantage coming into this next hill.
It's just been great work from Seattle Surge to basically push out the spawns every single time they were gaining time off of that P1, and then they were able to chain it to that P2. NYSL, who are such a great breaking team, could not break into that P2 hardpoint. Now they're able to get all 4 dead in the feed. Seattle Surge have turned up on this second half of the rotation, controlling spawns, and Simp is not missing. Finds that 2-piece. Accuracy finds the 3rd, but look at the spawns. The spawns actually do flip for NYSL, with them putting so much pressure on towards the middle of the map. Does not matter. Accuracy, the Iceman on a 5 spree, cuts down 2 of those players and secures those spawns for the Surge.
And he's not far away from the glide bomb either. Something New York, throughout the midst of all this chaos, has got to be prepared for, and thankfully, the Frenchman is there to deliver a huge kill there for the Subliners in. Well, they get awarded with the final 5 seconds. Again, because of that flipping of spawns, it now puts Seattle in the more preferred position. At times, Jay, teams have figured out the method of the madness. They've been able to lock down this barn hardpoint for quite a few seconds, mine it for all of its resources, and now the Subliners are going to have to break in from the front. We'll see if Hydra, we'll see if Kismet can help lead the way to that.
And when I take a look at the scores and the stats of both of these teams, you see the SMGs on the side of NYSL, 17 and 19 for Hydra, 24 and 32 for Kismet. But then you see Pred and Mack, 32 and 22, 27 and 25. They have turned up in the second half of this game. NYSL are trying to break into this P4, but they're just making it so difficult for them to do so. Simp going to be the last man up. He gets taken down, so NYSL successfully break in, but there's only 20 seconds left. If you're Seattle, your main focus on flipping these spawns.
Got to be on flipping. Kismet, nice little time with him as he'll really send Mack to the Shadow Realm. Great work there from Kismet for the time, final 8 seconds, but again, it's all about that rotation, as you said. A very mixy one indeed coming up over at Grandma's. Not a ton of square footage to work with, but Grandma does what she can. We'll see if the Subliners can do the same and try to lock down this hard point the best way possible, down by 50, as they look to try to extend this the best way possible, but will it be just another matter of the rookies breaking, the rookies causing problems, issues? Mack getting the information and delivering once more. Great work so far from Seattle as they work their way into Grandma's, and now they've done the work toward the front. Mack continues to deliver, taken down by the nade, but Seattle, they can feel a W coming.
They have just been turning up this entire second half of the rotations. The SMGs are stepping up, 221 to 160. NYSL, even with the better spawns towards the back, cannot find a single second off P5. Just way too much pressure from the Surge, from the front side. Seattle able to get right back on it. 15 seconds remaining on this P5. New York need to get in. And from this point on, New York needs to play perfect hardpoint to get back in this one.
It's going to take that and a whole lot more. And just like that, Seattle, they get the favorable trades and they will walk away with the final few points. Now going to put them at 240. 10 more points. The Subliners have got to dig deep and at least make this as close as possible. Get some momentum, at the very least, coming into this search and destroy. But Mack trying to bury them, trying to put them in the dirt again as Hydra and Crim thankfully combined for 2. But his accuracy continues to play the long game and spreads out the Subliners for the time. And really, you can see the Seattle boys just trying to group up and trying to find that last bit of team push, that last bit of pressure as 3 fall. Paul manages to hold off the Surge boys for the moment.
And Surge is just doing a great job. Just trading the kills when they need to. They can still win off of this hard point. Mack finds a 2-piece, and I think Seattle are going to be able to get it done on P1.
It looks like they could. Seattle, a few long rounds, still battling for those final 3 seconds. Back and forth we go. Sib not able to win that gunfight, but again, it is about the rotation. Seattle thought about P1, but they had somebody go for the long route, and just like that, the game is done. The battle on Bocage between the Titans on this very map, and it will belong to the Surge side.
Surge just came out to play man. First rotation, they came out slow. But then the second rotation, the beautiful chain from P1 to P2 to get themselves back into this game and to take a 15-point lead. And then at that point, NYSL, they're thinking we can bounce back on this P3 hard point. We have everyone towards the backside. We are going to secure these spawns. But what Surge were able to do so well is find every single kill before that hill popped. So they flipped those spawns, and they were able to just take 3 hills back to back to back. Great work from Seattle to answer early into this series. And for me, that's exactly what they needed to do, because NYSL, like I said, best hardpoint team in the game, kind of 50-50 in search and destroy. Yeah. If you're Seattle Surge winning your first hardpoint versus a team like this, now you're going into a search and destroy where they're sitting at 3-3 overall on stage 3, and then they have the control where they were undefeated throughout stage 3. So this is massive, massive first map for Seattle.
Yeah, that's what we said coming into the series. You talked about how the game 1 very much tells the story of what likely will be a very interesting first series to kick off this major. A back and forth affair, but as you said, buddy, it was Seattle Surge coming out hot toward the stretch. I'm not sure the run that they win on, but as you said, man, it was like 3-4 hills. How often do we see that on Bocage go one team's direction?
Never, because it's usually such a mixy map, especially for both of these teams. But the only thing that Seattle were able to do a lot better than NYSL was simply slay. Everyone on the side of NYSL was negative in that map number 1, and playing a map like Bocage, you're not going to see results if you can't get the kills. Mack and Brett really stepped up. I'm pretty sure they both dropped 39 kills in that map number 1. The SMGs came to play today. So far, NYSL started off slow. They need a strong bounce back in the search and destroy.
And that's one thing too, right? Seattle feel like last time that they were at a major, was the Major 2 tournament, right? Where they were able to come through. They start their tournament off beating OpTic Texas. They go to that crazy Game 5 round 11 versus Atlanta FaZe, and they weren't at full strength. And you and I had the cast. It was Mack on the flu game, and then they run into LAG, weren't able to play with Mack. They felt like they had that tournament in the bag, and like you said, man, it is a great sign if you are a Surge fan, not just to see the team walk away with W's, but to see players like Mack, see those rookies really start to get in form versus a very, very talented New York team on arguably their very best hardpoint map as well.
And the crazy thing is, like when you take a look at the Seattle roster, Pred and Simp are usually the guys. Like throughout stage 3, number 1 and number 2 in the overall KD department, and Mack was sitting at like a 0.8, but Mack on land is a completely different animal. Like I said, almost drops 40 kills in that map number 1 to secure that map for his team. And I feel like for him, with that roster, he is the X factor. When Mack is going above and beyond, they're going to see a lot of success.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Now, I guess it's time to turn our attentions toward this Berlin Search Destroy. We knew Bocage was going to have it all, and really, it absolutely did. A very, very intense battle back and forth. It's like we said, Seattle do claim that. Now coming into this next Search Destroy, I mean, lately it hasn't been, I guess, if we're talking about the New York Subliners it's been a lot about hardpoint, not a ton about Search Destroy. They have really not seen a ton of success, and when they did, but it was like all in round 11s at the Pro-Am.
I'm pretty sure when we watched them in that round 11, on this match specifically, it was when Kismet drops that 3-piece versus OpTic, flanks back alley, gets the most beautiful timing ever. But then you're going up against a Seattle team who don't really find, you find this mode really strong for them as well. Both of these teams are sitting at 50-50 on S&D. But when you take a look at our S&D top performers, obviously the Iceman sitting at a 1.03 for the Seattle Surge. He has tremendous clutch genes in Search and Destroy rounds. 1v2 and 1v3, him and Insight are just up in the air for me of who's the most clutch player. And on the opposite side for Kismet, just joining the NYSL team, he's been having some crazy Search and Destroys. Overall KD sitting at a 1.10. This is going to be an absolute battle between both of these guys because they play two different roles. Like Accuracy, he's going to hold down one lane, give the information to his team, and then have them rotate. Kismet's going to be the guy with the SMG in his hand, being super aggressive, giving the information to his team, and potentially always finding that first blood.
And it's funny too, because we go back and forth, right? Accuracy, as you said, known as the Iceman. And I think lately, like for Kismet, you could really put him in, and it's not the same category as players like Accuracy and Insight, but he's right there. I mean, he's been the guy who's been delivering New York these W's in these round 11s. And obviously you see the Search Destroy stats there, leading the team right now along with Paul. It feels like in that department. And as we said, Jay, he really has been the difference maker for this team. And a lot of that comes down to, as you've told me a ton of times, the communication. The communication that this guy has is well beyond his years.
Every time we go into a listen and win NYSL, doesn't matter the mode, I feel like Kismet is leading in the vocals because he's such a calm, cool, collected kind of player, especially when you have Hydra and Crim who are just absolutely frantic. Hydra's playing at a fast pace. We know what Crim is all about. But with Kismet is leading this team in the comms, you can just tell how confident he is because he's sitting next to a 3-time world champion, the GOAT in Call of Duty. And the fact that he's leading in those comms are massive for him. He steps up in his gameplay, steps up in the comms, and even maps before picking up that player in Kismet, they were not seeing a lot of success on the majority of these maps. They pick him up, they start winning maps that they never won before, like Tuscan Hardpoint.
And that's interesting too that you talk about it because like how many people will Crim allow to take over the comms Search Destroy, or really just in general? I mean, how many players are that in the CDL, or rather are there in Call of Duty history that the GOAT is willing to listen to and allow for him really to be instructed on where to go, where to roam throughout the map? Just a credit to what has been a great stretch most recently for the New York Subliners, as we said, our Pro-Am champions. And something to think about as well, I know we've been talking a lot about Kismet, and for good reason. This is also, I think, his first official major since he's joined the Subliners, since he's actually been back in the CDL. Because it was the Pro-Am that he was back at, not in front of a crowd. Ever since then, right, it was at MW for Paris Legion. This is the first time this guy's been playing in front of a crowd in a very long time.
And he's looking good doing it. Even though he is down 0-1 in this series.
Fair enough.
This is where he needs to lead the way for his team in this Search and Destroy. We know Seattle on their offenses are sitting at 48%. For New York, they're sitting at 46%. But the biggest thing for me is Seattle on defense are 47%, New York are 38%. So that's massive for me on a map like Berlin because you know, if they're attacking B fast, it comes down to a 44 retake. Pretty sure Seattle are 55% in that category. But here we go. Berlin Search and Destroy. Seattle up 1-0 in the series. This needs to be the bounce back for NYSL.
Yeah, you almost feel like it has to be, considering that very scary record for Seattle in those controls. As we said, a 15-1 round count so far throughout Major 3. As we get into the depths of this SD, it is New York starting things off well. Unfortunately, Hydra hits the deck, but that bomb is down over at A. Up to Seattle in the 4v3 retake now.
They find that first blood. You have a player who's going all the way around through backside warehouse. So Mack is going to be the player to watch. He's going to give the information to his team. He spots Paulehx. Unfortunately, does not pick up the kill. So now this might force Crimsix to wrap back and potentially save his teammate's life. And at the same time, Kismet beats down Sib. And what goes from a 4v3 is now a 2v2. Make it a 2v1 all on Mack, and his position is going to be known. 10 seconds left. NYSL in the 3v4. Doesn't matter if he picks up that kill. They are able to secure the first round. Just a lot of time wasted right there from Seattle. They had the flank. They had every single angle cut off. Yeah, it was massive. But then Kismet goes massive to find that first blood onto Sib. And in fact, that Paulehx stays alive. It was huge because he picks up a kill and it eventually allows Crim to get into the play to close out the round. Massive round win from NYSL in the 3v4.
Yeah, good stuff from New York. And again, it was really all about when Mack was going to strike. Thankfully for the Subliners, but the time that he did, they at least had the numbers. More importantly, they had the time. Plant that objective down nice and early, and from there, Seattle not successful in the retake. But now they'll take a look at their first attacking round here at the Toronto Major. Here's they've got B maybe in their line of sight when it comes down to this opener, as it is an early trade back and forth. Sib and Kismet out to kick off this round number 2. And it very well could be that bomb making a rotation as well, Jay.
Bomb is slowly trying to approach towards A. They're going to be able to get this down. Paulehx has no idea that Mack is going to be planning. So now in the 3v3, 45 seconds to work with. Hydra does spot Pred towards top 3. He was trying to work for that kill for about 20 seconds, but eventually Pred comes out on top. Finds that kill on the Crim, potentially finds 2, but no. Hydra with the trade. Now in a 2v2 with 30 seconds left. Mack takes down Paul. Hydra left versus Accuracy and Mack.
The French Phenom, 1v2, still also has to defuse that bomb. So many things to do, so many things to think about. Accuracy from one side, Mack from the other, and as the time continues to tick away, feels like so often players are going to know exactly where Accuracy is hiding, over toward the train yard, but the veteran manages to stay alive. A great little round in response there out of Seattle. Keeping things in mind, Mack still on that spree.
Even though Seattle gets first blooded right there, I think it was just great patience for them to just slow down their game, try to potentially play for a pick, or eventually sneak that bomb plant onto A, because that was a massive play for Mack to get that bomb down, because now it's all on NYSL to try to execute the break. But then Pred goes massive from top 3 to at least even up the numbers. And Mack through the flank. On mid steps turns it into a 2v1. So tied 1-1, Mack on a 3 spree. NYSL looking like they're going to take this bomb over towards B. You have one player in Hydra who's going to be the island player. First gunfight's going to come in, but Mack not able to find that kill. Kismet gets out with his life.
I don't know how Kismet's able to stay alive despite all of the bullets that Mack put in with the automaton, but still, massive props to him, and it very well could net a first blood in his team's favor. After some heroics, some acrobatics toward the bomb site, as Pred able to strike early, and boy, does he want to get aggressive. Instantly goes for the flank, spots somebody just to his right that he went too quickly. Well, time to find out. Brings Accuracy now into a 1 versus 2. Iceman early on in this S&D. Can he go big? 28 seconds.
And Hydra, he spots him. It's only a matter of time before Hydra finds that kill. Massive, massive round from NYSL, especially on Hydra, because he was the player who finds that first blood. He sits on the island towards that A side. Eventually, when they get that bomb down is when Hydra's time to strike. Finds that first kill into fire, even though Pred sneaks his way into bottom P2, and eventually evens up the numbers. NYSL just came out on top in the trades, and then in the 2v1, Hydra still roaming around, is able to spot Accuracy on the flank. NYSL now up 2-1.
Yeah, the strategy is plant the bomb down as fast as you can. Yeah, that seems to be the way that this Berlin has started off. We'll see if Seattle will keep up that same strategy, that same blueprint. He's looked through the eyes of Kismet, as he'll like to make his way into P2. Very well could be involved in these early engagements. Stuns and nades very well could be distracting the Subliner side, but decent presence inside of middle. As they look to cut from one side to the next. Pred not going to get spotted while that plant is not going to go down just yet. Over at the A site, Mack hesitates, and well, that could be an opportunity for Kismet. Slides to the back. All 4 players, I was going to say, alive for the moment, but just like that, 2 fall instantly.
Kismet absolutely finesses, but look at the positioning of Pred. Pred is going to be that player flanking through backside plat. And he finds the kill onto Kiss, so now you have a free A bomb plant, but you want to stay alive from Hydra. Dipping and dodging, sliding and gliding. Able to get out of that position, so now it's all on Crim. They know that he has to potentially be flanking in the 1v3. Simp spots him. Simp's going to go for the challenge, not fully commit. It's going to allow for his teammates to at least assist him a little bit. Because eventually they collapse on the Crim and Seattle surge. So far, have been dominant on their air attacks on offense.
They have indeed. Mack off to a great start throughout these first few rounds, 4-1, and also finds the big one there on the Crimsix. As we said, it's just about, like you said, getting the bomb down quick. Saw for a moment Seattle looked to hesitate, but to get that one down, and really from there, New York not able to establish the retake in time. As we talked about, for New York, this search destroy means a lot for them. Really, this series in general means a lot for them, Jay. Just in regards to points, they still sit right now at an 11th in the standings. A W here puts them in good position to really tie for that 9th place position. Same thing for Seattle, a huge match in regards to points, but Pred on the flank despite his teammates dropping. Pred will reply absolutely perfectly. Oh, he turns around, but at least sets up Sib. Now makes it a 1v1. Sib versus Paul, and plenty of time on the clock.
Such a massive round for both of these squads. Paulehx is on the attack, so he has to pick up that bomb and play for that objective. But Sib just gonna walk around backside train and is at least able to spot him towards back out. So now both of these players know their positioning. Paulehx still has not picked up that bomb. So if you're Sib, you wanna just play this calm, cool, and collected. You still get the indication of when he is going to pick that up. The time is starting to tick. Paulehx able to spot him, but Sid comes out on top. Massive, massive round from Seattle. 2v4. Pred finds that two-piece. He gets taken down, and then Sib finds that trade, turns it into a 1v1 and plays it super confident. Great angle from that train station to come out on top in that round.
And again, it's the rookies. It's the rookies who make the play. Obviously, like I said, they storm into the site, do New York, but Pred quickly stops that plant from going down and obviously gives the comm there over to Sib. He goes big in the 1v1. I mean, we talked about a number of different matchups, whether it's vets, whether it's sensational SMGs. You've also got to think about Paul versus Sib throughout this series. And right there in that duel, the rookie comes out on top. Thankfully gets out of dodge, sitting on that force spree, does not want to give away his life easy.
And you just see what Seattle did right there. They're playing off the information that aBeZy just gave to him. Only one player crosses towards A, so let's start off with the early push towards B, but wrap this back. They should put themselves in a man advantage, but NYSL, they did a great job of just not slowing down, taking control of the middle of the map. Kismet finds that first blood. Sib should be able to even up and make it a 3v3 now. NYSL are going to be all stacked towards this top backfire area.
Oh, great shot coming through from Hydra. Taking the head off of Sib. Is it the shoulder spotted from Pred? Kismet somehow able to stay alive once more. The acrobatics from this man is unbelievable and keeps his team in the more favorable spot. But how about the rotation from Pred? Goes for the crossover, takes down Kiz, and now brings it to what is a 1v2 once more for accuracy. 2 players to deal with, 20 seconds on the clock. If he plants this one down fast, he's going to have a free plant, and really, Jay, a great angle really from Warehouse.
aBeZy now in the 1v2. Those players from NYSL are going to decide to split. Hate 2v1s like this. You always want to play the buddy system, so at least you come out on top in the trades. Not want to give one-on-one gunfights. But they're just playing this really slow. Time is starting to tick. 30 seconds left. They're trying to think aBeZy is going to play for a rewrap, potentially put himself in a position to just simply find one kill. No one's going to be close to that bomb either, so it's only 15 seconds left.
Where
playing
is
from
he?
sight.
Oh, the timing! The timing works out perfectly for accuracy, and he can just play the time. Iceman coming out clutch to give Seattle their 4th round of the game. Jay, it was picture perfect. He knew the exact timing, and they were going to hop on that bomb. And you can see for New York, they didn't know what hit him. They didn't know where Lamar was hiding.
And that 2v1 right there, if you're NYSL, you need to play that a lot faster.
Yeah, they got to the bomb at 20 seconds.
20 seconds. You barely have any time to work with. At that point, if you're aBeZy, all you have to do is get one kill, especially if you're towards that warehouse side, and then just play your life, because you know the guy is not going to fully commit towards the defuse. But that's definitely a frustrating round for NYSL in a 3v2 advantage once again, and lose the round. So now Seattle 2 rounds away from putting themselves up 2-0 in this series. Look at the aggression from Red. Right in the bottom, P2 finds that first blood onto Hydra, already in the man advantage.
Tosses the nade, gets out of dodge, very well done. They're out of the Aussie to give Seattle once more the numbers. When you want to see NYSL punch, Seattle are right there to meet you blow for blow. A current 3 versus 2, NYSL again working from the back foot as Mack has got some visuals toward the docks. Kismet looks to get down that objective, and thankfully for him, he's got Paul in the back lines. Great work from accuracy. They've singled out Paulehx. Pred rounding the corner. Great work from him. Kismet now in the 1v3. Makes the 1v2. Bomb is down, but he does not have a whole lot of room to work with.
And he knows that accuracy is going to be behind him. He actually spots him. He's going to be able to finesse his way into bottom P2 with his life.
No way.
aBeZy's just going to go right to bomb. And as Mack, who doesn't spot him, and aBeZy goes massive. Huge one-on-one to secure the round for the Surge. Right there, Seattle, their game plan was beautiful. They find that early first blood. Then even in the 3v2 advantage, you see aBeZy's taking his time on that flank, knowing that one player has to be playing towards that top warehouse. Once Paulehx drops, he tells Pred, you can commit towards this gunfight. He finds that kill, and then in the 2v1, even though it got kind of scary there with Kismet sliding his way into bottom B2, aBeZy able to get the job done, now puts them at game point.
He should have died like 3 times earlier throughout this search and destroy. The man has taken a ton of damage, but unfortunately, it has not led to many S&D round victories. The total sits at 5 rounds to 2. Advantage Seattle. Can they go up 2-0 to kick this bad boy off once again? Or will New York come through with the reply, Jay?
Off the comms, once again, aBeZy is telling them that one player is consistently crossing towards A, so they're just hitting the audible and wrapping it back. Now Paulehx is gonna get some information. The players are on this side of the map, but Mack finds that first blood. Pred with the second, now in a 4v2 are gonna be Seattle.
Up to the ARs of the Subliners just to keep this one going. Paul and Crim, one toward the street and one over at Cabo. Crim taking a decent amount of bullets, a decent amount of pressure in Seattle. Great teamwork to now bring it to a 4v1 advantage. Now make it a 3v1 and you can light the S&D off. Seattle with a dominant Berlin W off of what was some heroics early out of the rookies, and overall solid W across the board. A consistent effort out of Seattle now to put themselves up 2-0 in the series, Jay.
Seattle just had tremendous ice in their veins. It didn't matter what player was on the screen. Accuracy in the 1v2, 2v3 situations, 4v2 out of the rookies. Pred and Sib go massive in such a big round in that 2v4 situation to put themselves up 3-2. Then the following round, NYSL put themselves in a 3v2 advantage, and they still do not win the round. Seattle Surge, they were just coming out on top with their play calls. You see in their offenses, it was beautiful. Just basically playing off of the information that aBeZy was given to them. We see one player cross towards A, we're committing towards B, we're just gonna wrap it right back.
It wasn't anything crazy.
No,
like he's just looking at the cross. It was just working off the information that Berlin provides you with. While it's not a wowing stat line out of accuracy, like you said, Jay, he knew exactly where everybody was at on the opposite end. It felt like a majority of the time, Seattle, when they have those numbers, they can be incredibly lethal, doing a great job when it comes down to the first blood department as well. Now, elevating themselves to a 2-0 start, and this, Jay, is now very scary.
Yes,
if you're a New York fan.
Yes,
why? Because they have got a Berlin control. And how many times have they played it?
0.
Not one.
Big donut.
Not one. That is, that's not fun. Whenever you are looking at an 0-2 scoreline right now to kick off the Toronto Major. But folks, I can tell you this, the matches have only begun. The intensity has only just started. When we come back after the break, it is Berlin Control next up.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is time to take a look at the Scump play of the game, and I'll tell you what, already the Iceman is starting things off well. Jay, a lovely little 1v2 clutch here for him.
Such a massive round, especially such a swing round. To go up 4-2 in the 1v2, NYSL, like I said, they just played this way too damn slow. Like, you have 2v1 situation, you know accuracy, he's gonna put himself in a position just stalling out that clock. But the fact that they get to that bomb site with only 20 seconds left, you both have to double stack it, basically try to body block to secure your teammate on defusing that bomb. But once aCGRcy finds that first kill, all he has to do is just play his life. He stuns Hydra as well to stall out more time. He played that absolutely beautiful to secure that round for his team.
Yeah, it was picture perfect there out of aCGRcy. And now, well, if you're New York, you find yourself in a 2-0 hole, buddy. And like we said, they come into this next control with zero experience when it comes into Berlin, at least in regular matches. I mean, I guess from a New York fan, you're hoping that they've been working on this one quite a bit in the scrimmages.
I definitely am, man. They're sitting at 0-0 on this map.
Sweating a little bit.
It's not going to be easy, though. No. Seattle on this map, obviously at the Pro-Am, they go 0-2. But throughout Stage 3, they go 4-0 on this map. But basically a flawless round count, 12-1, only losing 1 defense. So this is going to be tough.
Yeah.
Every single player on the side of Seattle Surge are over a 1.1 KD on this map. Like, the way that NYSL so far has answered early into this series, no one is slaying.
No, and that's the thing, right? When it comes down to this series, we're talking about that opening bocage, the momentum that it gives for either team. Seattle were able to take it, and then they were able to ride that into the Search and Destroy. Now, with Control Berlin up next, is this where we say goodbye to the Subliners in the winner's bracket already? After just 3 maps, is that how it's going to go? Or could this be the start of something special? Could it be the start of something new? To quote some High School Musical already to kick off the broadcast, might as well go ahead and do it. But here we go. Control Berlin, Seattle starting things off on the defense, New York on the attack. And Jay, really, when it comes into Berlin, I feel like we don't know what to expect. Attack, defense, everybody can do whatever they want.
Yes, they can, but NYSL so far playing this map pretty well. Like, they put early pressure on towards A, but you had a couple roamers who were trying to win their gunfights over towards B. Sim and aCGRcy are able to come out on top in those engagements. So now NYSL have to slow down their offense, complete this A segment. But you see the map control the Seattle Surge are currently trying to play for. aCGRcy pushes his way all the way into top tower. Gonna have one player in Kismet who does spot him. And now is gonna slowly try to attack and take control of trains.
Still turn and burn there out of Kismet, so he'll look to try to clear the path, clear the way, as that A zone is all but the Subliners. So an extra minute added on the clock. Live count very much even, despite quite a few stragglers from the Seattle Surge. Ever so carefully making their way into the base. Hydra looks to clear the top tower and spots look at old Mack Melt hanging out toward the train. Kismet and Hydra. Good work to solidify that elimination. There onto Mr. McKenzie. As Surge continue to push their way forward, NYSL have peeled back the layers and already found themselves inside of that B zone. We'll see what they can do with it.
They just have to shut down this player, and aCGRcy going on the flank as he's going to cause them problems. Mack finds one from the front, aCGRcy on the flank, and that's going to be all 4 dead. Now Seattle can push up and gain more map control, basically force all of NYSL to try to hit this overextension through water. aCGRcy beaming. Takes down Paulehx from backside. Trains, Crim is going to be right in front of him. Thinks he climbs the ladder, but he actually does not win the gunfight as well. So that's a massive 1-on-1 for Crim to secure train side.
And that's just one of the many gunfights you're going to have to be conscious of throughout however many rounds that we are in for here on Berlin. Right, aCGRcy is always going to be on the flank, always going to be trying to get toward your tower. And along with that, New York are trapped in the back of their base. A lot of time to play with, but Seattle are going to try to stall them for as long as possible. The farthest pushed up player for the time is going to be Hydra, the Frenchman, trying to lead the Subliners ever so carefully across the map, but everywhere they go, everywhere they turn, Jay, they're dropping like flies.
Yeah, Seattle have everything cut off. One player comes on spawn, he knows that they're going to fully commit towards trying to flanking through fire. Now with 50 seconds left, 15-7 in lives remaining, NYSL simply can't get out of spawn, but this might be the answer they were looking for. 3 down in the feed. You have one player, aCGRcy, or at least cuts down that player trying to go for that flank. They should be able to get on this point if they can win these gunfights. It gets scary, but the teammate from Paulehx is going to put them in a man disadvantage. aBeZy takes down the second, and once again, Seattle hold down the line.
And that's just a frustrating moment. If you're the Subliners, you cannot afford for a team kill to come in at such a dire moment like that, but they have grouped up. This will be the final hurrah, possibly, as Nate rocks on through. 2 more players now make it 1 sole member alive. Paulehx will drop, and Seattle answer to kick off their defense. A very well-controlled round, and Jay, really the one opportunity that Subliners get, feels like they threw it away with some team kills.
Yeah, that team kill from Paulehx really set them back because you had multiple players in that position who at least could have assisted you on taking down a couple of these players on the Seattle Surge. As New York do put themselves up by 3 segments, but they need to have a strong defense here. Seattle Surge on this map specifically are 100% on their offensive rounds.
That's so
This
wild.
is gonna be tough to stop, man.
This is like shades of what, like the kickoff. Like when they had unbelievable numbers on Gavutu. It feels like they really weren't seeing a ton of success on the attacking there. And then they're like, hey, Berlin's in the rotation. Let's go ahead and play this map that without a doubt favors their strong suits. Attacking victories on control. Not many teams can say it, but Seattle absolutely can. A great little lineup there in the feed as New York, the AR specifically, are able to drop 3 straight in the feed, putting Seattle back to the starting line. And Simp looks to clear the way over toward the back alley. He'll gain the attention of at least 1, while it's the other members of Surge fighting for every inch over at that A zone, and it feels like they very well could have that pressure as Pred looks to fly.
Yeah, Pred's just gonna fly, try to set up at least a push going towards this B point. As he finds that first kill onto Hydra, so now this is gonna force a couple players from NYSL to start turning around. But aBeZy takes down the Crim, so now you see Seattle starting to complete this A segment. First tick is already gonna be complete. NYSL are not even gonna try to attack this. Pred is going massive on the island, finding kill after kill before he does get taken down by Crim. Now second segment complete, Seattle up by 1 kill in the live department. Once they complete this, they will have 1 minute and 45 to work with. It all just comes down to what kind of position the SMGs can play once they cap this point.
The cap at New York instantly makes them pay. Surge try to break out of that A zone, and while nothing is delivered, they at least get that extra minute on the clock to work with. aBeZy with a nice pick could lead the charge, as Simp is going to be sent forward. Mack as well looks to join alongside of him. But Kismet delivers with 1. Simp does reveal his position. Paul there to answer. Great work out of the Subliners. Really great work from our observer team to catch that entire little team push that Surge were trying to brew. But this is really what the round comes down to, Jay. It's about that opening, right? The attacking team has got to find that angle, find that chance, and make the defense team pay. Get them down in 3 to 4 kills in a row. As time looks to tick, Seattle playing very patiently.
Yeah, aBeZy just gonna take his time. Try to catch a straggler, trying to overextend through trains, and he does so. But Hydra answers with a 2-piece of his own to shut down that pressure from the Seattle Surge. He makes it 3 in the feed. Now that's gonna be all 4 dead. Seattle all coming off spawn. Hydra, it's time to attack. Hydra on a 5 spree. If he can pick up this glide bomb, that'll be massive.
Be big for Paco. We'll see what he can do. 30 seconds to work with in Seattle. One last good look at that B zone, but they do not want to feed the Frenchman. They don't want to give him any unnecessary ammo to work with throughout the rest of this control. Now on 6 in a row, Pred ends up getting dropped. And Hydra maybe gives a little call up to Kismet saying like, hey, that probably should have been my kill, but it's all good. 1 player, by the way, has snuck on through. Mack has made his way to the back, and well, he's the only player that happens to be alive. Best of luck to Mr. McKenzie. A lot to deal with, just trying to get a segment on the board. Not able to do so. Defense continues to win out again.
Good work from NYSL to continuously have players towards that train side. Even with aBeZy playing slow in that position, Hydra goes massive in mid P5 to find 3 kills to slow down that pressure from the Surge. Basically shut down their push. So Surge answering the first round with the defense. NYSL do the same exact thing. Both of these teams are tied in tick progression. So now if you're NYSL, what can you try to do at that B point? I'd love to see teams delay push towards that B, but you know, if you do not see success, you're going to give up that map control, and then you have to rotate over towards A. So NYSL are going to do the easy job, just complete this A segment, extend time by a minute.
See what they can do. Meanwhile, Hydra, again, looking for that glide bomb, looking for that 7th kill in a row. That would be big. Like we said, considering the hole that New York finds themselves in for the time, but given the A zone, and they will take it. Fred comes through with the nade, and that will end the spree. Well, it is somewhat of a negative for the Subliners. They at least get A unscathed. Big moment right now for NYSL. Let's step aside and see how the comms sound. Down 0-2. How does the chemistry? Who leads the way? Can they walk away with this round?
Nice. Yo, come here, Backali. Backali. Yo, only close. Behind you, train. Behind you, train. One shot.
Yeah. One's on B back. He's near D1, middle of the open.
Stunned outer. I might hit six outer. T3. Hit secret. T3 Mack dead.
Nice.
Come here, Backali.
P5.
Back
P5 stun. Lamar going R sidewalk to train.
Okay. Ali one shot. Sit. Dead.
Backali
dead. Nice. Make sure we get together.
You're probably gonna repitch again, dude.
Yeah, play your life. Yo, Backali. One hit Backali. Yeah, Backali weak. Backali, back it up on you.
And P5, dude.
Nice.
P5.
For me. One shot.
Yo, listen to me. We gotta get P5.
One more to the Charlie on point. Let me tell you. Stay down. I'll come to you. 18-17.
I'm going top race.
Listen, I'm gonna work fire slow, okay? There you
Yo, clutch that.
Backali weak.
Clutch that dead.
Nice job. One Backali control you, Paco.
Backali is like back door.
Yo, I'm going top third.
He's close door, wing.
Backali dead.
Dumb.
I'm studying. On point somewhere. Close door.
Close right. Dead.
Red, back in red. Dead. Nice, good job.
Don't touch.
Nice.
I'm trying to watch my pinch.
And the comms are great for the side of NYSL. They knew the plan that they need to execute. Take control of mid P5, have one player committing towards that flank in fire. They're able to get on this point, complete that first segment. So this is already great work from NYSL. The second segment is about to come in, but the pitch is coming in from Seattle. You have one player in Accuracy hitting up back alley.
Actually trying to be the forward in their side, pistol out. But that second segment does come through for New York. So even if they were to lose this round, as you said, Jay, a big moment there for the Subliners. They group up, and off of some great comms that we had the opportunity to listen to, the game plan does work out as Seattle try to reestablish themselves, get the momentum flowing heading in to this next round. Paul looks to put away one, a great little gunfight victory there for Mack, nearly finds his second. But Crim, he's not done. He is not done. He wants the other segment. Seattle out of the respawns. Pistol out. Stuns are there. Hydra combines for two. And New York run their way right into that zone. One player left is going to be Sib. Hunted down and dropped. New York with a great attacking round. And maybe a sign of life in this series, Jay.
Such a massive round for NYSL. To at least complete two segments. The biggest thing that I took away from that is that they did not complete that B point. They got it done in kills. So now that puts them up by 5. If you're Seattle Surge, you need to just win this offense by completing both points. So they can have that defense if it does go to that round number 5. But you see all out pressure from NYSL. They know that they have to complete this B point. They're just gonna check right on the middle of the map. But Seattle Surge is gonna do the same exact thing that NYSL did in their previous offense. Secure A and then try to work towards B.
Yep, just capture that A zone, get it out of the way, and focus all of your attention toward the more difficult of the two. This Pred trying to cause some issues early. As we said, it is all clear skies on that side of the map. Over at that A zone, no pressure whatsoever. As Mack lies in wait, relies on the comms from his teammates, trying to hype him up while he is just sitting and chilling. Pred versus Hydra, a great little duel there, but Hydra's able to take him down. Simp, despite really no team pressure, Accuracy's a little late to the fight. I mean, not as in line as you would have preferred. Hydra walks away with the big one, escapes with 4 HP. Meanwhile, that time, that clock does get granted another minute on the board. Seattle, aggressive as ever it seems.
Yeah, Seattle just trying to set up the perfect play. One player playing slow towards train. They have 2 players trying to commit towards that flank. This player's in a great position to at least cause some problems, but he does get spotted. 2 of his teammates do drop. Look at the map control right now that NYSL have. They're so far pushed up on this train side, they're forcing all of Seattle Surge consistently spawning at that water and forcing them to overextend. Accuracy does win that first gunfight onto Kismet. This is big. This is massive. This is massive. They're able to come out on top of these gunfights, but Kismet all spawn. Is able to at least find one, does not find the trade on the Accuracy, that at least stalls enough time for Hydra to get into play.
Hydra's able to stall them. Seattle really have made New York's base their own, and a few begin to fall. Crim called upon to try and drop some kills. Thankfully finds the one that he has to versus Pred, and Kismet will deliver the second. New York feels like they're hanging on by a thread. A great little situation. They're ultimately for Seattle. Hydra having a phenomenal game at 27 and 18 drops. As the threats, the flanks continue to rain in from the surge. Could this be their opportunity? Could it be their moment to get some segments at that B zone?
Simp's just got to take his time. This is going to be a massive kill if he can pick this up onto Kismet, as he puts his team now in a 4v2 advantage. Two players have to try to go massive. Paulehx and Hydra. Paulehx does find one, but Pred on the flank finds that two-piece. Now, his teammates can win the gunfight from the front, but unfortunately, that gets shut down. Hydra in a great position on the top of that bookshelf to find that two-piece and shut down that push from the surge. Now, Hydra knows the spawns. Unfortunately, he does get taken down, but a great hold from the Subliners to not allow Seattle to get any progression towards B.
Oh, and Kismet, he dies almost for free instead of P5. Thankfully, the trade is going to be in for Crim. Seattle just trying to toy across the map. Great little one there for Kismet. As he and Hydra, the SMGs of the Subliners, trying to lock it down themselves. No respawns left, and Pred comes through now on a 4 spree. Seattle charge on into this zone. 2 more kills left before we have a round 5. All on to Paulehx. All on to Mama X's baby boy in Seattle, thankfully, will reign true. They lock it down, and it's all based off the lives. We have got ourselves a round 5.
And believe it or not, NYSL, with the way they played that defense, that was the best way they could have done it. Not allowing any takes towards that B point, strictly just losing that round off of kills now secures them this defense going into this round number 5. Like I said, before this map even started, Seattle Surge were 100% on their offensive grounds. They just need to have an answer for this B point. Have not been able to complete one segment yet.
Seattle will be on the attack here in this round number 5. Only player that's going to be here right now for New York is Kismet. He gets dealt with, so instantly it's a great spot for Seattle, right? Don't want to drop any unnecessary lives. Get that A zone done and out of the way, and really, if you want to, send a few stragglers forward. Try to get a few kills in the flank, and right now they have done so. They've sent Mack, or excuse me, they've sent Accuracy, they've sent Pred to try to get some jobs done inside of the train station. Pred does sneak his way through, challenged instantly. Kismet there for the trade. Accuracy, the first one into this B zone, nice and pretty, but 3 fall, including the player who was on that A zone. So the time looks to tick away as Hydra deep in the base.
And Hydra's being such a nuisance. He pushes right on through that A point and is still causing problems in the spawn of the Seattle Surge players. And Simp does fine too. They're able to take care of Hydra as well. So now a majority of NYSL coming off spawn. Might be the perfect time to attack. Pred finds the first. You have to try to get out with your life. Unfortunately, he does get traded, but Seattle Surge up by 2 lives, 2 minutes to work with.
A lot of time to work with if you're Seattle. But again, they just continue to find themselves over at Cobble. On the back, New York is gonna have to turn around nice and fast. Accuracy still here, accuracy still lingering, but Hydra, as we said, a phenomenal game for the French Phenom, 34 and 21. Kismet right now finds himself on a 5 spree at Glide Bomb, and that really could be terrifying if you are the Surge, having to think about a streak possibly throughout the rest of this round. But New York, high and mighty, Crimsix specifically does get taken down from his perch as Surge look to pile their way through that street side.
Yeah, they're just trying to push through that water side because still the positioning of Kismet is influencing the spawns for them to continuously spawn at that water area. But Kismet does get taken down. No Glide Bomb to work with now. As Seattle is going to try to set up this pinch once again, but 3 players go down. Now it's all on Mack. It's going to be the only player towards top middle plat. He gets shut down. And now NYSL with the minute left just need to hold 1 or 2 more good pushes, and this map will be theirs.
But we know how Berlin works from time to time. You get those few players down and some magic can happen. An instant turn of events can quickly occur. accuracy. The farthest pushed up player for Seattle, the captain of the team, trying to lead the way, lead to a 3-0 in the series. Job done, and Pred, working off that information, continues to pick off players toward the flank, aware of the spawns, trying to catch a few players in the back of Hydra. A great one for him. Mack trying to hold steady inside of the office. He gets dropped as well. 20 seconds left in Seattle. Very well, may have lost their opportunity.
NYSL just way too aggressive, trading back and forth, but coming out on top in these engagements towards Train. Last push coming in from Seattle. You got two players who are going to push in from the backside. NYSL just need to hold.
One more hold is all it's going to take. Paul and Hydra answer for two. It's on to accuracy. It's on to accuracy. Hydra win that, and NYSL. Okay, they fought back. And despite no previous presence, really, on Berlin control, when they have to, dig deep and take down what feels like the Titans in control. Seattle, that beautiful streak, Jay, the 15-1 in rounds, the 5-0, not looking nearly as pretty now.
No, NYSL, they got the job done when they needed to, and that was securing their defensive rounds. I think the biggest thing for me on the defensive side was just not allowing any ticks towards that B point. Because when we get to that round number 5, in their previous offense, they were able to take 2. So that puts them up by 5 going into round number 5. Seattle Surge could not secure that defense for that round number 5. But Hydra, he steps up massively in this series. It was really kind of calm, like probably sleep in the first 2 maps. But 40 and 23, 30 non-traded kills, all in that control. For the very first time that NYSL played that one, now put them at 1-0 on Berlin. And now when we go into this map number 4, it gets kind of scary for the Surge.
It does, it absolutely does. We'll go and take a look before we get into that Gavutu, a few of the highlights throughout this Berlin. But as you said, Jay, Hydra had his signature all over this game. A game in which really they needed him to go off the most. He drops 40 kills and is able to deliver. And I gotta say, man, like, it's just the way that you expect for majors to go. I feel like every time that we have a team that's been dominant on a map, they lose it at a major. A roster that's maybe yet to play a map, it feels like they are able to turn up when it comes down to major time. New York feeling the heat, and they're able to answer it back. But tell you what, man, what a great turn of events for New York. Maybe a new control that they will add now to the map vetoes.
And one thing that definitely you have to take into consideration is that Seattle Surge, they played this map all throughout stage 3. There's a lot of VOD sessions that you can look at how this team decides to play their offenses, how they decide to set up on their defenses. And on the opposite side for NYSL, there's absolutely nothing because they have not played this map. No VOD to watch besides probably scrims if you are recording those. But NYSL keep themselves alive in this series. Now we're going to go into a Gavutu hardpoint where it's kind of scary because Seattle Surge on that map are 0-5 on this map specifically. Have not found a lot of success for NYSL, sitting a little bit better at 2-3. But one thing that really stands out for me on this map specifically for the Surge is their P1. They only average about 10 seconds on P1, but they give up 40. Like, that is awful. There's no way you're going to be able to win a Gavutu hardpoint if you're giving up that much time on P1.
And it's so weird, right? Because it feels like throughout Call of Duty history, it's always been like, yeah, you know, P1 is kind of like the town center. It's always going to be scrappy. Not really the case when it comes down to Vanguard. It feels like so many of our P1s, whether it's Tuscan, whether it's this map, it always feels like these are where sometimes games can start to slip away. And I mean, we have a number of different rosters who sometimes look to go for the rotation, kind of in that old COD mindset, if you will. I know like Toronto comes to mind from time to time, don't really like to play those middle hills, but tell you what, man, it could absolutely show off in spades and obviously indicate why we've seen Seattle not walk away with a single W. But when it comes down to this map specifically, I mean, who are the players that you're looking out for? I know it's typically an AR dominant map, but are you looking at any SMGs possibly, or maybe just a typical AR?
Oh, without a doubt. I'm definitely looking at Pred and Hydra. So far, throughout this series, Pred has answered early. Hydra finally woke up on that map specifically, puts up 40 kills, but you can see hardpoint top performers, excluding map number 1, Pred sitting at a 1.05, Hydra sitting at a 1.09. Both of these guys, they play at tremendous pace. Like, when I look at both of these players, they're basically identical. The only thing that changes them is their country. Great stuff for both of these players to come out and make a statement. Hydra, like I said, finally joining this team in this series based off of that map number 3. Gonna really need that guy to step up and really lead the way for NYSL to try to force this game 5.
Right, no, and typically it was always like Hydra's just gonna have to have an unbelievably dominant performance, so this team just does not stand a chance. And like we said, after the additions of Paul, bringing in somebody like Kismet along with the veteran presence of somebody like Crim, he finds himself in much more of a stable position as New York gonna have to rely upon him, gonna have to rely really upon the entire roster to generate what would be a reverse sweep in this series. First job gonna be done. Now on to the GvU2 hardpoint. As we get ready to fly in for this could be the opportunity for Seattle to also, like I said, Jay, it's been the day of walking away with maps that you don't often walk away with. Yeah. Maybe it could be the same thing for Seattle here at GvU2.
If they could just find that answer for that P1 hard point, it's going to be massive. Like I said, only averaging 10 points, giving up about 40, and winning rotation only 33% of the time. So if you find yourself early at that hard point, I'm pretty sure they have a 100% hold rate at P1 if they're fully set up. So that's going to be massive. On the side of NYSL, one hard point that they really struggle with is going to be that P3. P3, they have a break percentage of 18, where they're giving up only 18 points and they're averaging about 27. So that's gonna be massive for them.
It'll definitely be big for either side, and really off the rip, the opening engagements without question favoring New York. Whether it's the early team kills or the SMG presence, it's been a great start for NYSL. Great work there from Crim toward the backside of the beach, but just like that, it is on Mack and Pred, the two up close and personal players, to quickly generate a bit of control their direction. And as we said, GvU2, it is going to be a sweatfest. It's going to be a long game. It's just a matter of who can hold on for long enough, who can maybe make that one essential break. In Seattle, a great job just to hop back inside of this HP. They will have the lead as we head now toward bottom boat.
That's a great early answer from Seattle. But Shield Swans, they do flip. So now NYSL going to be fully set up towards the ship side. Paulehx and Hydra cutting off top cliff. Able to come out in those engagements. Simp gonna try to do everything he can to stay alive towards the middle, but he eventually does get taken down. You have one player in Mack who's gonna commit on that flank. Finds himself through P1, should be able to cut a couple players off from front green. And with his teammates winning those engagements, only one player closest to this point, it's gonna be Crim. He gets taken down in Seattle. A successful break.
Successful break there from Surge once more. And really, it's been Pred leading the way, whether it's been at P1 or in this current hill at P2. So far on the season, not a great performance in GvU2. Rocks at 0.79 KD. They will absolutely need their aBeZy to perform, to go off in a situation and really in a moment where they cannot allow for New York to smell some blood in the water, to get some momentum toward their direction as we prepare for next. It currently is going to be the Subliners with that spawn control, but as we saw really throughout this series, it is flank after flank, something that you can expect for Seattle to do every time. Hydra there to read it.
Now NYSL found themselves fully set up for this P3 hardpoint. This is the one that they tend to struggle with on this map. When they are not set up, they have a 0% break percentage on this hill, but that's going to be 3 down. This is the time where Seattle are going to be able to break in from the front. Not NYSL. Had to try to break it with the spawn towards the back. Perfect case scenario right now if you're Seattle, if you can hold this front to front and potentially chain it to that P4. But NYSL able to get back onto that hard point. Climbing, only down by 15 points. Seattle still putting a lot of pressure from the front. Mack trying to stay alive from first cut. Just at least contesting it for now, but with only 20 seconds left, you see Seattle, they know that they secured these spawns for the next. They just cannot allow any place to slip through ship, but with Kismet finding that 2-piece, NYSL, they're gonna be able to flip those spawns.
They do flip the spawns instantly, so like we said, the heads up play out of New York during the back of the base. What do? Hey, let's just break out of this bad boy. We realize that Surge have done their darndest. They've done a great job at shutting us down at beach, but now they can instantly counter with a great hold at our next hard point. Down, but by no means out. Accuracy gonna look to try to guide the comms, lead the troops through what will be a very difficult break at this hard point. Never a guarantee when it comes down to it. 45 seconds left, time already beginning to tick. Surge in instant need of a reply, and well, they're not getting that at all.
Yeah, Surge are not gonna commit to at least breaking this from the back. They wanna try to trap them in from the front, and they're winning every single gunfight to do so. As you're gonna have one NYSL player who actually spawns all the way across the map towards Red Tower. So Seattle are gonna put themselves in the advantage, but Hydra all spawn all the way at Red Tower, is able to find that 2-piece. And now this is the best case scenario for NYSL. 20 seconds remaining on this B4. They can chain it to that B5 and take the lead.
They do, they instantly flip. A great opportunity quickly for New York. Granted, Accuracy trying to make the heads up play and go for the rotation. Basically a search destroy type of moment, not able to deliver. Hydra cuts him down, and the Subliners can be very happy, Jay, with the way that that hardpoint ends out. Hey, we end up flipping spawns, no big deal. We grab a majority of those seconds, and now we've got ourselves lined up to take the lead.
Now just have to have a great hold on P5. You have one player in Simp to commit towards that pinch. While his teammates are trying to attack this from the front. Simp, unfortunately, is going to give up his positioning, but Mack and aCBeZy answer at least with 2 kills from the front side. So at least relieve a little bit of that pressure, but now it's time for Simp on that flank. Bottom red tower goes massive, finds a 2-piece, and Prep breaks in from his 2-piece from the front. So now NYSL, even though they are spawning in towards back red tower, you have Hydra, who spawns behind them at Cliff, so he's going to be the player off the rotation that needs to win massive gunfights.
Definitely going to have to, as we said, that P1 going to tell the story, at least for Seattle. It has so far throughout their winless spree. Right now on this very map and mode, aCBeZy trying to apply the pressure quickly inside of the beach, cut Crim out of this very, very big spot. Good work for the nades, the SMG shots to rain on through. It's Surge with early time in New York. Now in a mode where they have to try to break. Kismet just really flies on forward. Not a ton of teammate support. Somewhat staggered as Crim falls as well. Seattle pick them apart again. No kills on the side of New York. 4, 5 hit the deck quickly.
And now Seattle Surge is just going to push out, be super aggressive, create layers on this P1. So you can basically have it uncontested. Seattle, with 30 seconds left, is going to be able to take the lead right on back. You see, NYSL do come out on top in a couple of these engagements. 25 seconds remaining on this point. NYSL are going to execute the break perfectly, not give up such a great amount of junk time, and take the lead right on back. But now it opens up the rotation. Crim does find one onto Pred, but one player does slip through in Civ. What can he do?
See if Civ can make the play. In a great spot, meanwhile, Crim. A lot of Seattle players around him. We'll see if he can handle all of that pressure, all of that presence. He eventually gets dropped. And again, it's just been Jay. I mean, just a matter of you flip spawns, we flip spawns. We've got time, you've got time. The definition feels like of Gavutu. Because both of these teams, so hard fought, do not want to get sitting down to that elimination bracket to kick this one off. As we said, Seattle led the way dominantly through our first 2. New York coming out big on that Berlin control. And really a map that they haven't played a lot in this next one, Gavutu, right? This is the second time they've played it with this very lineup in uncharted territories throughout our last 2 games. This one included. Mack's able to deliver with 2 and trying to catch New York off guard.
Now with 20 seconds left, this remaining time is going to go to Surge, but you want to make sure that you're trying to flip these spawns. But Fred does try to sneak on through, but Paulehx sniffs him out. So now this is going to force Seattle Surge to try to break it from the front side the second go around. As you have Sib, who's going to hold down towards his top P1 control. The rest of his teammates are all going to be spawning out behind him. Sib's going massive, at least finds that first blood. Hydra, the only player on this position, gaining some time for NYSL. This needs to be a great hold from NYSL. You cannot allow Seattle Surge to trap you in towards the back.
Yeah, you don't want to allow for them to give you, rather to take away any of these seconds, especially when New York can back up for the spawns. Well, just as we talk about spawns, they flip. Seattle now we're going to be set up for next with 30 very valuable points at our current hill. Toward the beach, it is Hydra, the lifeguard, patrolling the beaches of Gavutu. Now on a 5 spree, eventually dropped, and now it comes down to Paul. He falls as well, but the trades eventually do favor New York. It was Seattle with spawns early. It's New York with spawns late. And now the Surge preparing for next, trying to hunker down and get ready to maybe take the lead after what has been a very back and forth game for Jay.
This needs to be the answer right here for the Surge. If you allow NYSL to break into this hard point, they would be able to break it and chain it to that P5. So it's all on Sib. If he can hold down this ship positioning, as him and Brett combine for 2. You have Kismet though, who actually sneaks his way in through Cliff. He's gonna force those spawns for NYSL towards the back. And that might look like a good play, but this can come back to bite them if NYSL do get trapped in towards the back. You have one player in Crim who's going to be that player at least flanking from top Cliff. Time still going in favor of the Surge, but that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Mack the only player up. He gets taken down and the spawns flip right on back. NYSL get the break.
Flip after flip, now it's Seattle. Working from the back, it looked like a chokehold that could have been established from Seattle as Paul erupts for a few. It just feels like every time a player goes on a spree, a nade quickly lands at their feet. But take a look at the map positioning that NYSL have right now. Nobody is dropping. The ARs are frying. And as the final 10 seconds look to float away at P4, the Subliners can just back on up and get set up for new as Crim is frying, earns the glide bomb. And as we said, New York in the best of positions, Seattle gonna have to work for every single inch as they make their way across the map.
The GOAT is stepping up on this map 4 to try to at least force game 5. On this map specifically, sitting at a .88 with 26 and 21. So far dominating this game. He still has that glide bomb to work with, but Seattle Surge needs to execute this break. The glide bomb is gonna get invested. Can he at least take down one? He does in Pred. So now 235 and climbing for NYSL. They can close it out here on P5.
They can indeed. Aggresy tries to make the play up close and personal with the automaton. Shots raining in, back and forth, but Seattle ultimately losing the trades. New York still with the time. New York still with the time. Managed to force the game 5. As we said, in uncharted territory, it feels like. No previous reps on Berlin Control and only 1 rep on Gavutu Hardpoint with this lineup. But they have dug deep and now bring us to a game 5, buddy.
Insane stuff from NYSL. The bad hardpoint that they had was P3, and the second go around on rotations, they were able to hold it for about 45 seconds. That was the difference in this game. But when you look at the first rotations of the Surge, when you go towards that P3, they execute a beautiful break on P3, but you simply don't have a player backed all the way up towards that P4 tower to where you allow NYSL to basically get the spawns for free. Like, you win a 2-piece out towards that ship side, and then with that 2-piece, they just immediately spawn towards the back. And it's the same thing that happened for P5 as well. When Hydra spawns all the way out towards Red Tower, Hydra finds that 2-piece into the middle of the map, and then you flip the spawns to the Surge to now be trapped in the back of P4. Surge made a lot of mistakes in that hardpoint to eventually cost them, but NYSL were able to capitalize on every single one of them. Now we're going into a game 5 on Tuscan SD, where I feel like both of these teams are sitting 50-50. I have no idea who's going to be able to walk away with this series.
What a way to start off Major 3. I mean, what, we had like 0 game 5s, maybe 1 throughout our Major 3 qualifiers. Yep. We enter in to LAN, and we've already got ourselves a game 5 thriller. We thought it was going to be a closely contested one, and while it didn't start off that way, it has absolutely showed itself out in spades. And Jay, I really don't know how to call this one. I have no idea. I feel like New York, without question, has the momentum flowing right now, but you just never know with the boys on Seattle.
It's just like 5-4, 4-5. Like I'm saying, both of these guys are neck and neck going into this S&D, so I have no idea who's going to be able to win.
No idea, but it's going to be a fun one, folks. Make sure to stay with us. Make sure to be using that hashtag on Twitter, hashtag CDL2022. Let us know who you think is going to walk away with it. New York versus Seattle. The conclusion up next.
Unleash your potential. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our first series here at the Toronto Major, and it has been a wild one. Seattle Surge versus the New York Subliners. We could be in the midst of a reverse sweep for New York. Seattle trying to answer back after 2 straight losses, but it has been a crazy and fun series up to this point. And Jay, I have no idea how to call this. I have no idea who's going to walk away with this.
This is going to be such a close game 5 between both of these teams. Like I said before we went to break, 5-4 record for Seattle Surge, 4-5 record for NYSL. The only big difference on this map is the offensive attacks for both of these teams. For Subliners, it's going to be a 38% win rate on the offensive side. And on the opposite side for Surge, 47% win rate. So that's going to be massive. So whichever team is going to be able to walk away with more offenses on this map is going to be able to win it. But the 2 players that I'm really looking at to step up on this map specifically, statistically wise, all season, these 2 players have really been struggling. It's going to be Hydra on this map specifically, sitting at a 0.68, and on the opposite side, it's going to be Mack, sitting at a 0.72. So both of these guys, tremendous playmakers for their rosters, need to step up in this game 5 when it matters.
Without question, players that have to step up, teams that desperately need a W. When we talk about this tournament and we talk about overall CDL points, moving into champs at the end of the season. Toronto, I'm going to turn to you. Who do you think is going to walk away with this game 5? Make some noise if you think it's going to be Seattle. On the other side, who thinks that New York is going to take this game 5? I think a few more favoring the Subliners as we get into Tuscan at Seattle to strike first.
Simp finds that first blow onto Kismet, being a little bit too aggressive in towards that middle alley. Now Hydra is left out by himself. Gonna basically force both NYSL players to back up towards B. Thinking that the attack is gonna come in, but Seattle Surge is just playing it nice and slow, trying to at least find a positioning of Hydra, and Hydra should be able to at least make it a 3v3 and get out with his life. Beautiful play.
You saw Hydra as well. He was prepared for a second one. Trying to make their way out of P5. Great job done from the Frenchman to even up the numbers now to 3 versus 3. I believe with New York, they've got everybody stacked up. Accuracy could be aware of it, gets the information, backs on up. As that plant is going to be through, New York have got to look quick, but they've got to be prepared for accuracy. Does not spot Hydra, who's now found his 2nd kill of the round. Numbers in favor of New York as they look to fly in toward the bomb site. Mack, the first one to try and reply. Toward the field he goes, and a ton of automaton shots to work with, and he gets brought down. And just like that, New York retake the site.
In a 4v3 as well. Great work from NYSL, especially Hydra, to get that kill and get out with his life. But then on accuracy, he rotates back of the spawn towards back. Fountain plays it beautifully, but does not spot Hydra. Leaves that opening there, and eventually they turn it into a 3v2. I thought Mack was going to be able to find that kill onto Paul. But Paul, Chance always says it, like he wins gunfight, he definitely should not. And that's going to be NYSL taking the first one.
It looks like you'd Hydra chopping up about it. Like, I don't know how I got that, but hey, we'll take it. We'll take the first round. Because now we've got our round 2 up, ready, and prepared to go. New York with the early answer. And now it'll be their chance here at the attack. Kismet, of course, with the bomb in hand. With the guidance of Crimsix, they will not just go through middle, but also look to get inside a church. Red with some shots does not deliver. Sim's able to find one on the Kiz. Crim with the reply. So Seattle got the information that they wanted, and now New York are going to look to pick up that bomb, but they are not going anywhere. They go for the fast pivot, and now they're looking to get that bomb down at B. Paul, not too far away.
But accuracy's in a great position to at least find one. Crim's able to slip right on through underneath him.
No way.
And accuracy's just going to hop the bomb. Just going to hop the bomb, but Crim finds him. So now in the 3v2, Crim's able to at least spot both of these players towards Church Alley. Now in the 2v2, Mack and Pred versus Paul and Hydra.
Paul, a great one there on to Mack once more. Back-to-back rounds, all on to the Aussie, a 1v2. And a lot of work to be done as well. Trying to defend it with all that he's got. Rounds the corner, gets dropped, and just like that, New York starting to feel themselves. The Red Menace is waking up, and that is 2 to start.
NYSL, they just found the opening right there. They had, Seattle Surge had not a single player watching towards the middle of the map. They had 3 players commit towards A and then try to watch middle through U. But when Kismet gives us a positioning from inner U, they fully commit towards bottom church. They find that trade onto Sib, and then aGeZy, I thought he was in a great position to at least stop that bomb plant. Crib was able to get him and get out with his life and eventually shut down that ninja defuse. That's a massive round from NYSL to now put themselves up 2-0.
Big one to start. Pred looks to hold the angle. Kismet is not far away. As he wraps the corner, a big first blood, and Matthew Tinsley is able to deliver not just one. Thought it was going to be 2, but Sib thankfully is there for the trade. Mack as well. Able to find one onto Crib. Mack continues to melt. And now it is all on to Paulehx, a 1v3, and what a round it could be. Lays down some fire onto aGeZy, goes for the instant challenge. Bomb does get planted, and position known. Sib and aGeZy, a lot of information and some great positions to work off of.
So you know that aGeZy is going to be towards top fire. Now Sib gives up his positioning. From aGeZy, you do not want to peek this, but Sib plays it beautifully. Great crossfire setup from the Seattle Surge. Even after getting first blooded, they go massive, winning a majority of those gunfights towards the middle of the map, eventually coming out on top in the engagements. And 3v1, I thought if Paul could have gotten Mack before he gets that bomb down, he stands a way better chance at winning the round. When both players are just spread across the map, watching towards the middle, have a crossfire beautifully set up, Seattle Surge are able to walk away with the round.
Gonna be a sigh of relief right now for Seattle. Does not want to go down 3-0 to kick off this search and destroy. In fact, the only game 5 that they went to in the Major 3 qualifiers was versus Toronto on Tuscan. They got 6-0'd. So it's not been great recently on this map, but thankfully, as we said, they get a round on the board and now they're back in it. And we're back in it as well. A lot of presence toward this A site. Kismet looks to get it down nice and early. And a lot of presence right now from Seattle toward the field at all, Jim, but they find the first blood regardless.
Yeah, massive first blood from aGeZy. Unfortunately, not able to take down the bomb planter in Kismet. And Hydra evens it up and makes it a 3v3. Now with 40 seconds left, you have one player in Pred who's just trying to time his flank through that P5 area at the right time, but Kismet actually commits towards bottom church. He finds that kill. Hydra pounces through the middle of the map. Now it's all on Pred in the 1v3.
Oh, the 1v3 comes around the corner and gets met with some fire. And you see Kismet as well.
Fired up, man.
He is. And right now, if you're New York, I mean, you need that energy. You need to keep that momentum flowing, as we said, in the midst of trying to make the reverse sweep. They felt flat, felt very flat in the first 2 games. And they've answered back in the biggest of moments. Only the second game 5 that this New York Subliners team has been in with Kismet in the lineup. Obviously, the experience is without question there, but uncharted territory. Seeing a mode twice that they don't often like to play. Great beginning though, up 3-1. Seattle maybe toying at a B plant.
Look how much ground NYSL just covered. They know that the push has to be coming in towards B. And Paulehx does a great job of gaming out with his life. That aGeZy has deadly stun grenades and is able to find that first blood. But so much pressure from NYSL, they commit towards the late flank. Crim evens up the numbers, makes it a 3v3. Now it's Hydra's time to strike. Kismet does get taken down, but Hydra might find the opening. He does get spotted by Pred. So now this should be a free B bomb plant from the Surge. Now in the 3v2.
Hydra narrowly stays alive as well, so he can Crim a much better chance to work on this retake. Current 3 versus 2 favoring Seattle. Sib with a nice angle has got that back alley covered. Back tank is not going to be an easy position right now for Paco. Hydra trying to catch the shoulder, get some information, slides through the tank. It should be made quick work of. In fact, it's the stun that actually ends up dropping him. Crim finds 1. He's got 2 more still to handle. This looks like a round that's going to go the way of Seattle. The GOAT hunting, searching for anybody he could find a near turn on. There for Mr. Crimsix, but Seattle sweating off the brow, get their second.
Basically an impossible round to win when you're getting 2 kills with stun grenades on the side of Seattle Surge. Very unfortunate for NYSL, but that's going to be Seattle slowly getting back into this game. Now 2 rounds in a row. They just need to find some success on their defenses, because NYSL, they're just taking mid-map control every single time. I would like to see Seattle just try to be super aggressive towards mid, and basically force them to commit towards one of these sites.
The one guy who's usually aggressive in those positions, Jay, is going to be Pred. 0-5 right now, now make it 0-6 Wow, kill away from the agency as New York strikes it, fires out the shot with the sniper, and well, it's a 1v4. So best of luck with that. Job done and dusted as New York handle business and then some.
New York are not slowing down their aggression. They said, you guys have not been taking mid-map control every single time you guys are on defense. They tried to do it that round, but that was great shots from Crim to find that opening, and then they shut down Pred as well. Immediately a 4v2. NYSL not slowing it out into the search and destroy, puts them up 4-2. And we talked about it, the players that needed to step up, Hydra currently sitting at 5-3. On the opposite side, Mack at 5-5, but the player you talked about, Pred, at 0-6, needs to turn it around.
This guy try to turn it around. Another first blood on this. I'm really in favor of New York. Simp hits the deck. Mack goes down as well. Pred and accuracy. Well, they at least get assisted by the team kill, so Hydra's out of the way. And Pred saying, yo, Lamar, let's just walk away with this round. Let's get something on the board. Hit Nobu after this one is over. Let's hope that we can get a W, but it's going to come down to the swing round. A big moment in this game for Seattle, and what a time it could be. A 2v4 clutch on the cards as Crim looks to reposition and really group up with the squad mates now.
aBeZy does spot one player, but Pred is going to give his positioning up. Multiple players from NYSL trying to commit towards this gunfight, but Pred does make it a 2v2. Crim's going to slide in for the challenge, but aBeZy there for the assistance. Now what goes from a 3v2 is now a 1v2 left up to Kismet.
What a round it could be for the new guy on the block. Like we said, has not seen a LAN environment in some time. A 1v2 clutch would be perfect. Would be the nail in the coffin for New York, but Seattle, that magic, they've got it for the time. Here comes Kismet, ready for the challenge. Looking for an angle, looking for anybody to poke away at. Accuracy looks to give away his position, and just like that, brings it to a 1v1.
1v1, 25 seconds.
Spotted him.
Both players spot each other. But if you're Pred, all you want to do is play your life. Kismet, great S&D mine. He's going to patiently wait, but Pred attacks it from bottom church. Great repositioning from him, and finally gets on that board. Picks up 2 kills in that round to avoid being James Bond of this series.
And 2, you can't afford to give that away.
No, 4v2.
A 4v2 and a team kill.
Tacticals are costing them.
They are. They are absolutely costing them. That is going to sting if you are NYSL. I mean, you're looking at a 5-2 round, or rather a 5-2 game, 9 times out of 10. They give it away, and now they've given Seattle a bit of life, especially with Pred. Answering early is the accidental team kill. Mack goes down off the rip. Team kills are the story. Goodbye to Pred. 2v3. As accuracy looks to put Kismet in the dirt, it's the nade over the top that brings our numbers that much more away from each other. Sim and accuracy. Now bring it to a 1v1. The Iceman versus Paulehx, and it's Paul every day of the week. Not giving away that round. Not this time. And Kismet says, it's time to calm it down.
Yeah, we gotta calm down after that round. That was an intense round from both teams. Obviously, Simp comes out an unfortunate snipe onto Mack. And then when Crim finds that first kill, he forces it immediately into a 4v2. But then Simp wins a gunfight across the map, and I thought aBeZy, he was dead to rights. You had 2 players with the SMGs top church. He jumps out towards the middle of the map, but he finds that kill. At least forces it to a 1v1, but Paulehx able to come out on top. So now NYSL at game point, and look at the aggression once again from Kismet right up middle alley.
He said to slow it down, but this man is not playing slow at all. Without question, the farthest pushed up player, finding himself behind enemy lines, but what can he do with the information? Is Mack gonna know that he's here? Or Seattle gonna sniff out this play that Kismet really has been doing a lot so far throughout this Tuscan. It's the first blood, but Simp quickly traded upon. Kismet trying to be the playmaker, but Pred able to strike again in the middle of the map, like you said, Jay. Such a scary player. And an environment like that now gives Surge the numbers as they look to lay down the bomb.
Down to 3v2, Paulehx actually gets great timing on this late flank. What kind of information can Crimsix, the GOAT, give towards his teammates? As Paulehx is going to be the player to watch, but with Crim dropping, now Paul, even though he has a great positioning on the map, very difficult task to get done. He is going to spot Mack. Early shots do come in. Mack is able to walk away with the gunfight. And Seattle Surge stay alive a little longer.
They stay alive. Not out of this one just yet. And my goodness, what a series this has been. Both teams do not want to see the elimination bracket. As we said, the CDL points are everything right now for both of these teams, especially the boys in yellow, a round away from locking this one up, completing the reverse sweep, or will the Surge send us to a Game 5, round 11 to kick off our major? It's all based off the first blood, and it's the aBeZy once more, there to deliver. The SMGs are hungry right now. Pred finds another. Surge, 4v2 instantly.
Pred, he finds his third in the round. And we're going to a 5-5. Pred just took that round completely over. Dominates the mid-map by winning that first gunfight. Wins a huge second gunfight onto Hydra and bottom fountain. And then the third one, right up middle alley, the SMG in Pred came to play. Like I said, he was 0-6 at a point. Turned this game completely around to 6-7. And now we're going to none other than a round 11.
A Game 5, round 11 to kick off the Toronto Major. You could not ask for better than this. Here we go. Seattle on the attack, and boy, do they have an interesting strategy brewed up for us. It looks to be that B hit off the rip. Paulehx called upon. Mack with the instant trade. Now brings it to a 3v3. Shots continue to rain throughout Tuscan. Mack staying alive, bombing his back.
Yeah, I can't believe Paul finds that kill. So at least even up the numbers before he does drop. Now it's gonna be full on commitment towards B. Aggresy does slip his way into back alley, but Hydra able to save his teammate in Crim. Now puts them in the 3v2. And Kismet's not slowing down. Kismet at least is gonna force them to rotate this bomb over towards A. And just look at the play from NYSL. They're all playing this really slow. Free bomb plant over towards that A site. Now in the 3v2 retake.
Here it comes. Sib, a pick would be huge.
Takes through again.
Do they officially? Kismet right around the corner, able to find him, brings it to a 2v2 and narrowly escapes with his life. Crim not far behind. Oh my goodness, what a shot from Sib. Now brings it to a 1v1. Mack versus Hydra for the game. Down 5-3 in the S&D, and Seattle awake again. It felt like New York had everything going for them. That reverse sweep energy was coming into this Game 5. But as we know with this team, you can never count them out. As we said, a 5-3 comeback into Game 5 and a 2v3 clutch. Clearly, Jay, the GP on GD was to walk away with a clutch game, and they are able to do it. What a match to kick off Toronto.
Game 5, round 11 between two great teams, two teams that we think can win this entire thing. Seattle Surge come out with the game plan. Right there, NYSL, they did a great job of just every single round on defense, taking map control, super aggressive in towards mid. They're basically shutting down that A attack from Seattle Surge every single round. But in the 3v2, once they rotate this bomb over towards A, it all falls on Simp. Simp was that player in towards top fire. He spots one player that's committing towards that late flank, and then immediately turns around through the middle alley, finds that kill onto Crim to at least force it into a 2v2. And then, when it comes down to the 1v1, Max puts himself in the best position possible to secure that round for his team. We said it before the S&D even started, the two players that we needed to see step up on this map had to be Hydra and Mack. And what do you know? Both of them get left in a 1v1 for the bread in this game number 5. and Mack is able to walk out on top. If you just give me a breakdown of this series, because obviously NYSL, they just simply come in and struggle in their search and destroy. They lose the first one in a 6-2. They lose the last one all the way into round 11. But just looking at both of the searches for NYSL, a lot of clutches, a lot of 2v4s, 2v3s, huge 1v1s that they didn't go their way. Series could have went either way for both of these teams. In Seattle, a little bit more ice in their veins. They got the Iceman. And take a look at this highlight from Simp. He finds that first kill onto Kismet and then finds his second onto Crim. And then you see there's only 20 seconds left on the clock. Mack repositioned himself towards that back. Hydra does not check the corner. And right there, Mack secures the win for his team. And Seattle Surge continue forward.
And you see the way the crowd reacts to it. As we said, we've got ourselves an incredible slate of matches. We thought this one had the chance to go the distance, and it did exactly that. A Game 5, round 11, and for New York, it is all out frustration. As we said, when it comes down to CDL points, it felt like a game they had to take, and now they find themselves in elimination round. Well, it's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable. The fact that what they were doing, the pace that they were on, it felt like this game was New York's. And again, Jay, it comes down to the search destroys. 2 for 2 for Seattle. S&D wins chips, baby.
S&D does win chips, but especially for NYSL. I feel like they didn't wake up until the third map of this series. They came out really flat in map number 1. Both SMGs go like -10, and in the search and destroy, accuracy really didn't have to do anything but call out the player on cross. You have to make adjustments on that and not give up that A site so easily. And then eventually they come back into that control. They bounce back in there. Then they go to that map 4 on Gavutsu. They were able to execute a great hold on P3 to close out that map. But then on that last map, it just simply comes down to clutches, just like map number 2. 4v2s, you have to make sure that you're securing those. You cannot allow clutches to happen.
Yeah, you cannot allow for clutches to happen. As we said, Seattle able to weather the storm, a 3v5 comeback in that Game 5. And speaking of clutches, it's now time to send it over to Bryce, who's with the king of clutch, our Game Fuel victory spotlight with accuracy.
All right, thank you very much. We are here ready for an incredible crowd, and joining me, obviously, Seattle Surge's very own accuracy. So, lots of questions to ask on this one. The first one, I'm going to say, grueling series for you. How are you?
I mean, I feel good. It wouldn't be around 11. Like, it wouldn't be a Seattle Surge series if it didn't go around 11. So we're used to it. We live for those moments, and it was good to get that type of pressure out of the way on the first match of the tournament.
Yeah, obviously, a lot of pressure. Speaking of pressure, let's wind our mind back to Berlin S&D. 1v2 clutch. Now, in those scenarios, I always feel like time moves a little bit differently, but you held that flank angle for so long. What was going through your mind, and can you talk us through that play?
Honestly, I felt like I was just reading them like a book right there. I knew that they weren't going to insta-hop the bomb, so I knew they were getting kind of shook, and I just had to check at the last second because no one's just going to insta-hop it.
That's why they call you the Iceman, right? That's why they call you the Iceman. How was everybody feeling? Because obviously, let's be perfectly honest here. Cusp of a reverse sweep, a lot of pressure coming through it as well. What were the team's comms like, and what do you say to each other like in that kind of scenario?
We were just loading into map 5 saying like, yo, don't worry about the last 2 maps, it's all good, we made some mistakes, just focus up on this map 5. And round by round, when we were going down, it was getting a little more pressure, a little more intense. But those are the moments that bring out the best in us, and we live for that.
Awesome, you certainly do live for it as well. And this is another thing, like Seattle Surge have, and I've said it, inconsistencies throughout the season. This is now your 5th win in a row. What adjustments have you made to essentially put yourselves back at the forefront of CDL?
The biggest thing was for us was just replicating what we do in practice in the matches. It's a saying I've been saying now in all the interviews. We just stick to the GP on GD, stick to the game plan on game day, and just play consistent Call of Duty.
Oh, I love that. Stick to the game plan, always stick to the game plan. All right, one more time, please give it up for Seattle Surge and accuracy. It's been a glorious game so far and so much to break down. So, Desk, over to you.
I love it. Hearing the crowd's reaction right now is great. The Subliners tried to put New York on the map, but that reverse sweep was just out of pocket, and Seattle wasn't having it. The boys were surging in the alley. What I love about it, everybody put in work.
Everybody put in work, and I feel like everybody was electrified throughout this matchup. When Seattle went up 2-0, it was kind of like, oh man, this is a little bit of a smoke show.
It was over.
And then that control happened, right? And Seattle has an 88% defensive win rate when it comes to control, and what does New York do? They win their opening offense, and then suddenly the tables were turned, and I think the biggest thing for me was that opening hardpoint. I thought it was going to be Pred versus Hydra. You know, we have the graphic of their stats. You know, it's Pred versus Hydra, the 2 young guns. It was Mack that had Hydra's number this entire series. If you watch the mini-map and you watch the kill feed, it was always Mack getting behind the likes of the New York Subliners and catching them in the back, specifically catching Hydra in the back. And I feel like that's why we saw a little bit of a different side to Hydra today.
Yeah.
He was a little slower. He didn't find his pacing until later in the series, and that's because of Mack throwing it off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really agree with that. I really think this series just comes down to the search and destroys. Like, I thought New York and the respawns were particularly great. I even think they started off hot. Like, they were up on that map
first
one,
hard point,
right?
yeah.
And then it was really just a sloppy rotation. Like, Seattle held P1 and then had a perfect rotation P2. They got broken P3. It was game over from there. Like, Seattle had a little momentum for the rest of that map. But games 3 and 4, I love what I saw to New York. The search and destroys, though, Seattle was just so prepared.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there was no answer in playing those rounds on Berlin search and destroy. I mean, the 1v2 we just saw, like, right there, you know he's going to be playing the clutch spot. It's
Always.
accuracy. He's going to be sitting in the back playing the 1v2 spot, trying to get the kill off the bomb, but he doesn't peek at all, right? And they should have pushed it out. And then we saw multiple rounds where they were playing off the information on the cross. They'd wrap the bomb back towards A. It was a key to victory, for God's sake, that their most successful push is their A push, their fast A, right? But they add a little bit of spice to it this time, right? Like waiting and then wrapping back. That is preparation, and Seattle clearly had that. The game plan on game 5 for New York, it was working out, but the adjustments set in, and New York wasn't able to clutch up, man. That's a tough loss.
And New York dropped a lot of advantages in that last search and destroy as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at a bracket to see what's next for New York, because Merc, they're going to face the London Royal Ravens, and this is it for a team that needs points, for a team that needs to go deep in this event. This could be it if they can't get that win.
I mean, we saw Guerrillas do it, right? Last major, right? They lost in winners round 1, and then they got going. And yes, New York, I think, you know, I expect them to beat London Royal Ravens with the form that they've looked in. But you never know. You never know what London can come out with. We've seen them, right, just have an up and down year.
London.
But for New York, yeah, it is absolutely desperation time. I mean, if they needed to clutch that up, it doesn't happen. Now you go to elimination bracket. It has to be perfection from this point on.
That has to be one of the most painful losses, right, as well, for a team that was riding on so much momentum after the Pro-Am to just get stopped in winners round 1 of Major 3. That's a lot of stop in their likes, and now they have to go against the London Royal Ravens, which, yes, the London Royal Ravens have been seriously struggling as of late, but it's not been like a player that hasn't been able to slay out. Like, their teamwork just hasn't gelled, and if for some reason, like we've seen with teams in the past at majors, something just happens to click with them before the run starts, it could be very dangerous for New York Subliners.
Right now, for those of you at home, and those of you even in the audience, listen, you can look like the pros and also play like them as well. We have team packs on sale. You can get your operator skins, weapon camos, watches, emblems, and calling cards for your favorite squads. But coming up next is going to be a fun one. Right? Hey, yo, Nameless, this is what we've all been waiting for. We have Atlanta FaZe facing off against who?
I mean, it's going to be lit. The Toronto Ultra. We're in the 6 for a reason. I see a lot of Canadians around me. They're going to have to make some noise because their team is going to need it, man. These guys have had battles in the past. Coming up next, we have an absolute banger. Atlanta FaZe versus the Toronto Ultra.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League, and out here in Toronto, things are looking good right now. We just got off of a series where the New York Subliners were unable to make the comeback when it happened against the Seattle Surge, but for this series right here, it's going to be something special. Check this out. On the desk, my name is Velly. We got Standy, we got aBeZy, we got Nameless. How you doing, man?
Tough loss for New York.
That was a tough loss for New York, right?
Yeah, it was definitely a tough loss. Yeah, I'm going to be all right. I thought I was wearing yellow for a reason today, but just way too much clutching, man. Like, man, come on, 2v4s, 1v2s.
That last
like,
round, man,
Listen,
like you got to play with some confidence. You can't let them wrap that.
Their game plan was literally to wolf pack when they got put in those situations.
Terrible.
New York was literally like, all right, well, if we run together, they can't trade out all of us. And Sib's like, hold my beer. So.
And Seattle ran away with it, but coming up on that main stage right now is going to be the Atlanta FaZe versus the hometown team. And I do got to say this, Toronto, you guys are a little quiet right now. We saw what happened in Texas. We saw what happened in Minnesota. Are y'all ready to see the Ultra take that main stage? Make some noise.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they're ready.
Go. Let's get it. All right, so let's break it down. The Toronto Ultra is coming into this event nameless, and they're looking so much better than what we've seen in stage 2, right? This team is primed to really make a statement in their home venue.
These guys are ready to turn up, man. It was a hard point. That was the main thing holding them back throughout the last couple of months, and they fixed their hard point. I mean, coming into this event, they're tied for first when it comes to hard point win percentage. They're playing so much better, and a lot of it is due to Cammy and Kleenex. They have stepped it up. These guys, last time they played against FaZe, it was just under a month ago at the Pro-Am. They lost both hard points by 90+ points on each hard point, and guess who underperformed for Toronto Ultra? It was Cammy. This is a new Cammy that we've been seeing, and I'm expecting him to turn up in this one. But for the game field keys to victory, aBeZy, what does Toronto Ultra have to do?
Well, just continuing their hard point woes, right? They're 7-2 record during Major 3 qualifiers, 11-25 rest of the season.
Sheesh.
So it's no secret that they were struggling, but heading into this Major 3, their home major, they are looking incredible and slow down Atlanta's strong offensive attack on Desert Siege. FaZe is winning 60% of their offenses on Siege. That is second overall, and win the rotational battle on Tuscan hardpoint. Ultra is second in hold percentage. Fate is third on Tuscan. To be honest, statistically wise, this is a very close matchup for both of these teams, and Toronto Ultra obviously hoping to pull out the dub.
And for me, I think Toronto Ultra, ever since we've seen them improve in hardpoint, it has to be when Scrappy entered this roster versus that series in NYSL.
Something clicked.
Yeah, because as soon as you get a player like Scrappy from the challenger scene, the guys that have come in with nothing but aggression, and ever since he's played that match, they were able to win it in the 3-2. Everyone else is just starting stepping up in their pace. Cammy's a lot faster. You have Kleenex and Vance who are in sync as the SMGs. If you're inside, you just gotta come in and do what you do, baby. Clutch up in the search and destroy, take your time and secure those spawns.
They're gonna have to secure everything right now because you know who they're going against, right?
Ooh, them boys.
The Atlanta FaZe, and aBeZy, when it comes to this team right here, you know what? I feel like they're hungry for this.
We've been saying that every single major, Val. I gotta be honest, you hear the crowd behind me. They are not too favorable when it comes to the likes of Atlanta FaZe, but they've been facing adversity, right? Even though they are #1 in CDL points right now, they are not where they want to be. They are not where the expectation is for the likes of Atlanta FaZe. And when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory for this matchup, what do they gotta do, Nameless?
Yeah, Atlanta FaZe, they made some switches. Their search and destroy is looking way better. 4-1 in S&D throughout this stage. You know, they switched over the sniper back in Arcitys' hands. He's making some plays there, but to get to the first key, get back to early season success on Bocage hardpoint. They've lost 2 in a row. Started the season 7-0 and lost 3 of the last 4. We've seen teams testing them on that map lately, and they've been flying them on. So Atlanta FaZe, they have to get their mojo back on that map because it makes their map pool so dangerous. And S&Ds will make or break this series. Ultra first in round 1 percentage during Major 3 qualifiers. FaZe is third. A lot of improvement there. We've seen S&D battles in the past. We'll see if FaZe can handle it today. And then take care of business and control. Ultra 1-4 during Major 3 qualifiers. That's the one thing they still haven't improved upon. We keep asking them in the interviews about it, and they're just saying they're still working on it, man. About getting map control, and they just haven't been able to do it.
Well, now it's about that time to make sure those plans work, right? But, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be time for pick'ems, and starting with you at the end, Nameless, man. You rocking with the Kings of the North, or you rocking with ATL?
I'm rocking with Atlanta FaZe, man. These guys have been back-to-back finals. They're absolutely incredible, and I expect them to get better. They've gotten better at search and destroy over the last couple of weeks. That should terrify every other team in the CDL. So I'm expecting them to take this series.
I like it. aBeZy, you rocking with the hometown team?
Oh, I'm rocking with Toronto Ultra.
Let's
just
go.
Even statistically, like it's not even like a hometown favor. It's just the fact that they have looked so much better heading into their own major in stage 3, and the fact that they have fixed their respawn woes. They have 3 chances to do it.
Fix our hard point.
You gotta fix a hard point. Hey, Steady. Are you gonna be a crowd pleaser or you rocking with the villains in this matchup?
Come on, man. I'm going with the villains. Atlanta FaZe, they're going to make a statement in this series. Like Ant said, throughout Stage 3, they've improved drastically in their search and destroy. And we're talking about Atlanta FaZe here. I know they're in a slump and hard point, but they're going to get out of that quick. I feel like they're going to be able to close this one out by winning a majority of the respawns and probably sneaking one search and destroy.
Hey, yo, crowd. Are y'all rocking with Toronto Ultra? Make some noise. I think you guys have an answer
They're gonna
right
need y'all
there.
to be louder than that, man.
they
I'm
need
telling you.
energy.
Last couple
Wait.
events, they were getting
One more
hype in here.
time.
Y'all need to get way louder.
One more time. Are y'all rocking with the Toronto Ultra? Make some noise.
That's better. That is better.
Say it with your chest, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. The hometown team, the Toronto Ultra versus the Atlanta FaZe. Let's get this game on the road.
Let's get this show on the road. Cellium fights 2 right off the rip. Makes it 3. Taken down 1 by 1. Last man standing. Oh! It's real early. Busy waiting to pounce. There's the next. Give him the last point for him. Waiting for his demise, and there it is. Look at the minimap FaZe are in. It's the guts. It's the glory. It's the championship for FaZe.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time. We are going into our next match here on the main stage, and it is a big one. 2 teams with a history of playing themselves in incredible matches. Of course, as we go into this, one of these teams may be a little bit favorite here in Toronto, but we'll find out. But before we go on to them, first up onto the stage, dressed all in black, which is appropriate today, because they are the villains, but they are also top of the CDL. Welcome, Atlanta FaZe. Simp, Cellium, Arcitys, and aBeZy.
And take a look at that man on the right side of your screen. Cellium's about to walk into your house and eat your food. Atlanta FaZe walked into Toronto and they're looking to walk away with nothing less than a dub. Cellium's walking into this event with an overall KD of a 1.23. This man is an all-star, one of the best players in the game. It's gonna be tough for Toronto. But hey, Bryce, bring out the Toronto boys.
All right, well, Atlanta FaZe are sat and waiting. And so are we, the hometown heroes, dressed all in purple. It's time to say hello to Toronto Ultra.
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000. Stunning, buzzing. I be going up, no ceiling. Wow, ballin', running. Getting to the paper, I'm peeling out. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. They gon' know me as legendary. You in the stands, I ain't need no commentary. Ain't no option, ain't no secondary. I just throw it out like a Hail Mary. I'm legendary.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Toronto Ultra!
Haters talking to me, tell them pipe down. Or it's lights out. Zeros on the debit, baby, all I do is swipe now. Gucci sweater 5,000. Stunning, buzzing.
Pants, Kleenex, Insight, and Cammy.
Insight looking to box you guys up. You saw that in the cam, and it's all business, but you can hear the crowd. You don't really need to hear too much from me. They are hyped and ready to go. Woke up in their own beds this morning. They got to go against the Atlanta FaZe. Look at Cammy. Everybody is hyped across the board. Huge matchup here for the likes of their own home Major 3, the Toronto Ultra.
The hometown team looking to take advantage of this event. You saw it in Texas. Trying to see it right now. The Kings of the North are talking about this team, and Vance leading away. I'm really loving what the Ultra team has to offer. Bryce, you got Atlanta, you got Toronto, and you also got one hell of a matchup. Looking at this roster right now, inside Cleanex, Cammy and Vance, you don't know what these boys are capable of, but this was a rivalry last year. But Toronto gonna be on top this time. Let's go ahead, Bryce, let's get this going.
Well, I can safely say, Veli, with a sound in this arena, that I think Toronto may have the hometown advantage. But how it plays out, obviously, is going to find out what these teams are made of. Atlanta FaZe, Toronto Ultra. It's time to hand over to the casters, Miles and Chance.
Thank you very much, Bryce. Wow, it is electric here in Toronto. The crowd has not disappointed a second. We're only the second match of the day, and it's already dumb lit. John's not ready to take this one over. This is going to be great.
I am getting absolutely twisted for this one. It is going to be electric, incredible. Like, these are two teams that kept their roster together through Cold War, matched up in multiple grand finals. This was literally champs from last year, and obviously Atlanta FaZe has almost always had their number. That being said, if you're looking through stage 3, Toronto actually has been on a tear. They got the crowd behind them, and I'll be honest, they were looking way more hyped than I was expecting coming out of the gate.
I think we might go into this Bocage hardpoint real hot. Look across the maps and modes here in our opening match. Ultra Chance, you're shaking your head, something's there. Desert Siege, double dose of Tuscan, Berlin, map 5.
Look, when these guys play, the S&Ds are always 50-50, but that Berlin has been Toronto's favorite as of late, and honestly, it has been one of FaZe's weaker. So, if we see a game 5, I'm thinking Ultra, but the path to get there is not easy. Bocage, we already know how dangerous FaZe can be. They started off the year 7-0 on that map, but as of late, they have trended downward, where of course for Toronto Ultra, I mean before stage 3, 11-25 in hardpoint, they were praying for a win. Throughout stage 3, 7-2, making a case for the best in the game. They gotta be ready though, straight out of the gate from map 1, because FaZe, this is a dangerous map pool for these guys.
Dangerous indeed. We will see, ladies and gentlemen, map number 1 here in the series. To the cage we go, right off the rip. Here we go. Toronto! Are you ready? Oh, you sound real ready. Let's get into this one. Map number 1 should be an absolute banger indeed. Bocage is not disappointed so far in the CDL. Always a close one indeed, typically finishing out towards grannies. We'll see if that's the case here. The game clock is coming to play, you name it. Here we go.
And this man on your screen, Cleanex. Living legend can be the issue, but he's got his work cut out for him. Going against the tears and off the rip, FaZe, first team in the hill. Cleanex trying to control Outer, and Simp already getting tags.
Being nice and annoying though, across the board. Hard point number 1. But so far, so good. Ultra with a swift retake, but not an easy thing to hold on to here at P1 Chance. We've seen it time and time again. One of the things that really makes us smile here in the league is a solid hold on this hill.
I mean, if you can ever make it happen, that is the way to go. And Cleanex starting things off 3-0, trying to keep this barn control, looking around for the tears, but you can see a little bit lost in how much Toronto cares about these spawn tours too. But meanwhile, FaZe actually getting some of this P1 time. Granted, not a lot, but that battle for new Toronto, well, they have stacked it.
They're all over it. P2, top left-hand side of the minimap. Look out though, Simp is on a deep flank, finding his way through as the battle for the barn comes down to the trades, and already spawns may have flipped now for Atlanta FaZe.
All that effort just to try to get those spawns, FaZe taken away in an instant though. The gunfights towards new. Look at the guys pulling out the ARs, Bands, Cammy, and Insight, all with automatons in this moment. Talk about being ready for the new hill.
Big switch up here. Time going the way now of Toronto Ultra. Simp from top barn. There is an opening here, a potential for him to fly forward, maybe catch a couple of Ultra players unaware. Into the fight he goes. Cut down. Big kill out of Insight. Hardpoint remains mostly in the hands of Ultra.
Dude, look at Cammy as well. Picks up a big 2. The AR's delivering for a 3rd as well for Insight. I mean, hey, they lost the spawns in an instant. Now they're busy getting the spawn kills. Bands taking down Arcitys off spawn. switches back over towards the hill. He's everywhere on the map. Benjamin Bance leading the show.
Here he goes. Oh, big shots from Cellium. Puts that spree to end. Lead going into the next hardpoint. Toronto Ultras now over towards bottom grannies. A very spicy hardpoint indeed, friends. Expect a lot of close quarters battles indeed. Cleanix, though, has the backside covered. It's a nice start now from Ultra.
And that's a big first gunfight, right? Because Ultra running the risk of ended up spawn trap, but they take care of the main AR, so things are a little bit sweeter, a little bit safer, but the actual hill, this is where FaZe is going to live. Simp able to pick up a couple, knows where to look for the spawn kills, hasn't gotten his yet, but still FaZe right back in this game and didn't quite take the lead, but damn near tied up.
Super close. A little bit of a late break now from Ultra now. Halfway through the point we go. Atlanta FaZe trying to find themselves back in the contest. It comes to an end. Cammy comes out on top over Cellium. Two Spree still alive and well. He's found a kill downstairs before being traded out. So now, Arcitys through the top side, trying to break the hard point. Indeed, a nice two-piece as he gets involved as well. Hard point FaZe.
And look at this, man. A couple players you're expecting to step up come land time. Well, you heard Nameless talking about Cammy. He's been okay, but on the flip side, Arcitys 12-8, leading not just his team, but the lobby as well. The main ARs came to play.
Arcitys has been that guy all year long. Finds another. That's a 4 spree right now for him. Kills finally closed out and he gets dropped, but that's it. A 1 second lead right now for Atlanta FaZe going into the bottom side of the barn. All Ultra so far. Here comes a hit for the old A side of the map. As Cleanix trying to cut those reinforcements down, but the crossfire there on the inside of barn. Lethal stuff.
And just such a nice swarm from FaZe, right? They just hit that hill from all angles. Once again, flip those spawns, and honestly now, they might have the lockdown, and I think Ban's feeling that pressure, taking the long route to break these spawns. Ultra trying to coordinate. They get inside, and they do it to perfection.
Arcitys finally puts Cleanix down. Now back over to the hard point. Contest is there for a moment. It's aBeZy. We've been relatively quiet there, and for good reason. 4 and 12. Slow stuff out of aBeZy here, but Simp, his counterpart, a nice 2, can't get the third. Trades down again. Ultra hold the hard point.
This is an interesting one, right? Because now you go towards that rotation maneuver. FaZe is going to have the early edge over towards Røkkr, but if I'm seeing aBeZy at 4 and 12, that might be a good sign for Ultra, or that might be the case. If you only have a 13-point lead, if aBeZy gets going, things might spiral out of control, and that is a very nice start for FaZe. Nice little lockdown on the spots.
Testament to FaZe fundamentals. They know exactly what's going on at all times, and they're keeping it together despite the major deficit. Man on your screen starts turning things up. We could see this map spin on its head. Lead change. Atlanta FaZe now in control. Cleanix from up high. Catches out one. FaZe all dead.
All 4 down like dominoes. They fall. And fun enough, Ultra still think the back spawns were in, but they did it so perfectly. They get the clearance. Now you get insight on a 5. And a glide bomb certainly could be of little use. Able to take down number 6. Here we go.
There it is. Streaks now. Jamie Craven inside there on a 7 spree. Looking to catch a few more. Makes it 8. And number 9! Nails it. The spree continues, but the hard point has been blown wide open. FaZe are back on it.
Dude, and Insight getting a little hype as well. So far, Ultra have iced the tears. aBeZy still triple net going into new. Now still 20-point game, incredibly tight. You go towards a P1 where we saw this story the first go around. Ultra will put heavy pressure on the left side of the map, and if I'm FaZe, I'm trying to get every single scrap second possible on P1, but they get wiped. Ultra now inside.
Yep. Second set of hard points now up here on our opening map. Ultra looks pretty strong going forward, neck and neck, only until the final moments there of Røkkr. Now back into the driver's seat, Atlanta FaZe. Looking to pull things back. They've got a lot of map control now, all angles covered. Ultra though, settling in for the long winter. Far left hand side of the map, D2's all theirs.
Hey, this is so dangerous. You just turn up and played so slow because they wanted to spawn. They lose every gunfight, and you had what? FaZe down 20 going into this hill, and this is a P1 hill where FaZe has gotten their most time.
That's a big mistake out of Ultra there. They've given up the map and they've given up the time, and now Vance. It's 2, nearly 3 on point. Kill's good though. If Ultra can press the advantage, they've got to get aBeZy though. Last man up. The spawns have changed. So for now, Ultra trying to push the backside of tin, and Vance is already in.
I mean, hey, we just saw what Ultra did on this P2 hill when they did not have the back spawns, and well, maybe that'll be the case again because they're working on the pinch. Arcitys causing so many problems, drawing their attention to direction, but doesn't win the gunfight. Insight wins it, stays alive for a moment. The trade's coming through, but it is deja vu all over again. Ultra holding from the back.
At least map time, once again, holding from the backside. Not the favorable side for Ultra now as FaZe. Map control shifting in favor now of the boys in red. Arcitys trying to get his way towards the hard point. The last 30 seconds working out, and he's put the team on his back. Hard point, Ultra. For now, though, you have to worry about next 20 seconds left.
I mean, this has actually been kind of unreal on P2. This is where Ultra has really just run the show, and gunfights like that may feel good in the moment, but this is so much strat time, especially on the cage. Going to the Ultra, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that is in effect the lead sort of blown wide out in the open. Now, Cleanex, the lone man towards New, any kill he gets right now potentially can set up that spawn trap.
We will see, though, FaZe still spawning close in, as we will see if they can deal with Cleanex. The kills maybe not there. Nades are through. Have they dealt with him? They have. Massive swing now in favor of FaZe. Let's go for a quick listen in.
Keep sound back. Yeah, sounding back.
Swansea. That's three.
Could go low, right? Yeah.
Yeah. One back. Like Irish. And inside tower. Back door on time. Cammy on time.
There's a guy top sheet.
No.
Nice, good one, bro.
Cammy, watch out.
Kills, guys. He's on fire.
Where's Cammy? Cammy dead.
FaZe as lethal as ever in the comms, but you can hear the crowd here certainly getting behind Toronto Ultra now. Time to jump to the other side of the board. A quick listen in to Toronto Ultra.
Hold and go tank when you tank him. Yeah, okay, I'll try to do that. Go tank down. One shot, one stop on. One's P2, one's low left cell. Look at that, as well. Let me pitch. Pitch me. He's back door. Just wait. Max.
Cleanex, that stings the kill.
I'm absolute as well. Yeah, I'm nailing it. I'm absolute as well. One stop. He could be nailed. Nice. One shot. One shot. That's it. Sell that. One shot, me, bro.
He's close. P1. He's in there. Yeah, one friend.
Okay, yeah, one's already tower. Sim's already tower. He's close. Got in the back. He's in hole. Got a streak. Yeah. Big fucking hill, okay?
And there we go, Toronto Ultra's comms, not as calm and as composed as we usually are, Chance, but let's face it, that walkout, it got everyone going.
Hey, look, this is the same kind of moment, though, we had the first go around. This is a money hill that FaZe had to set up last time around, but Ultra was able to break it down. It is FaZe's chance to get back in the game, inside Pawn and the Glide to get the break.
One guy's going to get the player off a point at the very least, takes care of Simp. That's going to be that. Time still ticking, an open hard point for the moment. A slight lead for Toronto Ultra, one they like to push forward, and this could be big. Clearing out the inside of Granny's. Two-man hit now. It's getting a little bit dicey on the inside. Simp with a nice big one. His counterpart, aBeZy, finds two more. FaZe, stay alive.
I mean, this is the battle, right? Ultra had P2, FaZe has P4, and this time they deal with the Glide. And remember, aBeZy, triple negative early in this game. Now he's on a 4 spree, starting to heat things up, and for the first time in a long time, Atlanta had the lead.
Lead's back in their hands. Rotation will go down. Third and potentially final set of hard points here in map number 1. aBeZy trying to get on the inside there of the Toronto Ultra backline. Doesn't have a chance. Simp with the turn now. Massive work on a Cleanex. Unbelievable stuff. Hard point is open. FaZe 202 lead to 182 Ultra. Here we go.
And I almost want to see Ultra more aggressive for this hill. They have actually given up quite a bit of time on P1, but you see Bance in the feed, at least getting him out of the hill, and Ultra still so careful about controlling the left side of that mini-map. And really, the game right now for those guys is all about control. Couple kills back and forth, but nice little three-piece. aBeZy fourth in line. They fall Ultra. They still have those spawns.
This is massive amount of time to hold on to now. So win the fights towards the top side of the map. That's Ben Bance's job. Gets one, can't get the other two. Over to Cammy now. He finds the first. Another player to deal with. It's aBeZy staying alive, but the teamwork prevails. Ultra. They hold their side of the map down. FaZe still spawning with the right-hand side, but no one able to pick up the time.
And look, an interesting moment. Ultra, they have actually lost those P2 spawns almost every time. At the very least, it has been mixy. This is the most clear-cut time where they actually get some semblance of a setup on this new hill. Cammy's out there early on time, inside your AR, posted up in 10. It does not get better than this from Ultra. Let's see what they can do.
They got to hold on to it though, and here comes FaZe trying to find the angle of attack. Arcitys from the God tank doing the work from the backline. Forward we go. though. Cell's on the flank as well. This could work out for FaZe. The shots are in. The hard point's theirs. You've still got a few members of Ultra to deal with, but time is of the essence now for both teams.
Dude, such a good pinch. The double ARs from FaZe, and this is a P2 hill that has been a little bit wild, but FaZe got the break they needed. Now they can win it here. It's what, 18 seconds, and they win this game.
18 seconds is all they need. It sounds easy, but here we go. Cell in the back trying to take care of business, gets one more. Hardpoint contest for a moment, but it's Arcitys. He is the man for Atlanta FaZe, holding the time down. Final 10 now as Cell driving the spear forward. This could be it. 5 seconds. Is anyone there? Can Insight get them off the point? No. Atlanta FaZe. They take map number 1.
Welcome to the cage, Files. Welcome to the cage. A 40 bomb from Arcitys, delivering where the Tears maybe slacked off a little bit towards the first half, but I think we literally saw it. aBeZy was playing slow early on, triple negative throughout the first set of rotation. As soon as he started to get hot, Atlanta FaZe stripped the lead from Ultra, quite frankly never looked back, and I'd say a phenomenal job on that final P2. That's where Atlanta got bullied, and that's where they ended up breaking him down perfectly. That is a hell of a way to set the tone, and it is the AR for FaZe that led the way.
Certainly did. And man, even with streaks, you name it, Ultra couldn't quite close that one out. Typical of how Hardpoint has looked this year for them, though. Not the strongest game mode they've had. They've managed to find a win or two here or there. But looking across the highlights now from that opening map, and what an exciting one it was. For those of you joining us at home on YouTube, welcome. For those of you here in Toronto, strap yourselves in, friends. This could be a well-won series.
And look, make no mistake, this is an incredibly important map for Ultra to win, so that is a stinger right out of the gate. It was the same story as Cold War, as it has been in Vanguard. You actually have Ultra now 0-6 against FaZe this year in Hardpoint, so the struggles there continue. The S&Ds have been a 50-50 split, and then Control, well, FaZe is from the show, and for the map we got for Game 3, I have to imagine it is a distinct advantage for Atlanta, so already as far as I'm concerned, the series is honestly in their hands, and now a must-win situation for Ultra going into map 2, but that is just a tone setter for FaZe, because again, they had struggles in stage 3. It was their hard point that actually started to slip just a little bit. If they can get the cage back, oh baby, they will be a dangerous team this event.
We've seen Atlanta FaZe fall a few times here on Desert Siege, so again, a massive moment now for Ultra to try to pull the series back, but that's a wonderful way to get things going for Atlanta FaZe. Many question marks, many jeers and shouts from analysts and fans alike about how the FaZe have been performing this season so far, and chance, when it comes down to it, when it comes down to business, they always deliver. Up until the grand finals, then it's kind of a second place to awkward, but until that moment, they're still looking strong enough right now.
And at the same time, right, it's actually been the hard point, at least through stage 3, that has faltered for FaZe, because their search and destroy, the game mode that they needed to get better, actually has. So FaZe is going to be dangerous on Desert Siege. Again, Cellium, you already know he's going to be able to call you out no matter what side of the map you are on. So it'll be an information game. And of course, on the flip side for Ultra, they're bread and butter. Tacticians in the game mode. And honestly, through stage 3, argument for being the best search and destroy team in the game. Well, they will absolutely need to clutch up here with the pressure. I mean, you can see it on their faces. It is on.
Pressure's on indeed. Map number 2, Desert Siege. We get ready to roll into this one. Search and destroy, 2 bomb sites. First to 6, we take turns attacking and defending. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how this one goes down. First Desert Siege of the tournament so far. Chances already, if you've joined us, man, that New York Subliners series was damn litty against Surge. They'll, of course, be moving on. Talk of CDL points as well, Chance, when it comes to this matchup. A must-win for Ultra just in terms of points alone, because they want to make it to champs.
That is a crazy thing, right? There are so many different things that are going on right now. You're fighting for the majors. You're fighting for some sort of, like, pressure relief just for, like, the later portions of this year, because there's maybe, like, 6 or 7 teams, honestly, on the bubble just to make top 8. It is dangerous territory. And again, if you're a team like Ultra, who has been performing incredibly well throughout the stage, and then you draw Atlanta FaZe for a first-round matchup. There are no easy matchups at all, but this is a rough one potentially to start.
It's going to be a rough one, whatever way you look at it. But again, as far as we're looking at the points right now for Ultra, a massive win indeed for them would be huge. And the deeper you go into the tournament, the more points you can accumulate at the end of it. So again, the road to champs is still on their minds. One step at a time, though. One major undulation in the road they've got to deal with now is going to be Atlanta FaZe here on Desert Siege, Search and Destroy. The fist bumps are out. You know what that means, friends. It's game time.
And maybe it's honestly a good thing for both of these teams to draw Desert Siege from map 2, because you expend a massive amount of energy playing through Bocage. I mean, we were, what, 4 hills into it, and we see Insight screaming his lungs out with all of that energy. Maybe now the time to take a deep breath, talk over the strats, and truly take your time. The mind games can be incredible, and well, you see how comparable some of these stats are. FaZe, certainly a little bit more dangerous on offense. We saw it in the keys to victory. They've been winning 60% of their rounds, which is pretty dangerous on a map that is pretty 50-50. But in that first blood category as well, that is where FaZe really had the biggest advantage against Toronto.
Here we go to the Desert Siege. Search and destroy. RC snipe in hand. This cold and lonely bullet that rings out across map inside. If you... Whoa! Sonny Jim, I'm pretty sure he heard that one was passed. Backs on up towards the point we go, though. Insight managed to help Band stay alive.
He got a haircut and used that fresh fade to get that first blood, and that is a nice battle to kick things off with, as you still hear that sniper ringing out. But obviously for FaZe, massive problem. That bomb is down on site. Ultra are going to be well aware. Cleanex, of course, he can late pinch whenever he wants to. As soon as they know that bomb is in hand, you might see him make a move.
Band's having to play this sensibly. Finds himself on 2 HP for a moment there. Shots ringing out as Insight is still dancing with Arcitys here. He's been doing this, I think, all man long! Oh, no! That's a stinger and a huge advantage, Ultra.
Well, Simp actually found his kill, though. He doesn't quite pick up the bomb, so it's still a not easy round for FaZe, but at least you get the odds. Now you get bomb in hand, and I mean, if I'm thinking FaZe, maybe try to push out Insight, but they walk straight into him. Whoa. Number 3 on the round. He's now looking for the ace.
One more. He gets the whole deck. Here we go. The tactical retreat. There's a look. The ace goes to Insight.
Mr. Craven, welcome to the show. I mean, he was lights out, but Arcitys obviously going toe-to-toe on Bocage. Well, the man that has been the ace for them collects it here in this final round. Filthy little angle to take down the sniper and delivers it from 4. We are only in our second round. Insight, it's already on everybody's mind. I mean, the glide bomb, a few kills away, but it's in the background.
Also, the king of clutch, can't forget that as well. If there's anyone you want in a 1vX scenario, it has to be the man on screen right now. Great start there in the opening round. An aggressive gambit now for Toronto Ultra, right through the middle of the map.
I mean, that's a couple players, nice and aggressive. I mean, this could be a fast flank. This is the opportunity to make so many different plays. Number 6, aBeZy. On the other side, though, exact same thing, deep in your spawn, inside number 5.
Now, once again, now Bance is on the inside. Can he find anything here? No. Great work out of Atlanta FaZe there on the defense. Keep things together. He did have the bomb in his hand, though, so that's been dropped. Cleanex can't win his against Arcitys. Already a 2v2 with a bomb down in a really awkward location.
Yeah, this is super rough now. Insight, obviously, you want him playing for streaks, but this is a height potentially across the map. You know where Cammy is. You know Insight was deep in your spawn, and I'd say right now, FaZe, I mean, they might not know it, but they have a very nice advantage in this round.
Boys, if you can hear us, put your feet up. You're going to have a great time here, but Insight may be able to try to save the round again. He's managed to get himself another kill. One more for streaks.
And if I'm Cammy, I'm making as much noise as possible. I'm flying around this map and trying to figure out where Arcitys is, because I'm trying to get Insight that streak, and that means Insight's going to stay posted. Cammy's going to make a move for that bomb, and Arcitys, responsibility on his shoulders. He has to shut Insight down.
It's 15 seconds. And if Arcitys can catch these players out, the bomb did get grabbed. He's in behind them. This could be tremendous now. If Insight can keep the coverage up, that's the final 10 seconds. Going to get the bomb planted. Arcitys now. Heroics. True magic there in the round. Cammy doesn't get the bomb down. It has to come down to a fight. Arcitys clutches up. There's no need for the kill. He plays the clock magnificently as FaZe equalize.
Yeah, this has been the story for FaZe all year. As soon as they falter a little bit, RC says, fine, I will do it myself. We saw it in Major 1, where the first time these guys lost a series, RC's the next day was in MVP form. They struggled in stage 3. RC is now apparently the player that's bouncing back. Dropped 40 on Bocage, led the lobby. You have the main AR for Ultra, nearly getting a glide. RC says no thank you. It is a 1v2 clutch. It is now a tie game. All of that momentum quelled.
Ooh, I think he saw Bance. He didn't see Insight once again. He's tagging him up. King of that side of the map now. Cleanex with the jump spots, trying to find anything here as we find Toronto Ultra on defense. FaZe bomb in hand, making his way slowly forward, and Cellium. Whoa, finish that kill, Cleanex! As he manages to net his, Vans gets another. aBeZy, though, trying to level it up.
It's always aBeZy in your spawn causing problems. You're just somewhere being annoying. But funnily enough, it's Arcitys in between a couple, and that's a nice little freebie for Bance and aBeZy. They should already know towards the middle of the map. They got him spotted, tagged up, out and surrounded. Good luck with this one.
Hey man, he's making him work for it. He's fighting. He's not going down without it. He's kicking, he's screaming, but in from behind. Insight adds another to the pile. 7-1 so far here in the search.
I mean, this is just, quite frankly, the Insight show, right? He has been everywhere, certainly a more well-rounded third one. Coming out from Ultra, I suppose at the same time, it's been a handful of defenses in a row. And I suppose, honestly, we saw it was number 2 on offenses for FaZe, number 3 for Ultra. That means these guys are prepared on defense to figure out how to shut them down.
Scary thing about Ultra as well is they've still got a couple of looks we haven't seen just yet. Against snipes from Insight, he's been very dangerous on this map all season long. Different looks should they need them, but for now, I mean, look at the scoreboard. 7-1 out of Insight. I'm pretty sure Simp caught whiff. No! Sneaky Kleenex, slips through, finds the first blood. Oh my, Cammy's there as well.
Hey, and that is shades of the round before. They have been consistently playing for the middle of the map, and I think we just saw exactly why. So that strat ends up paying off. The nades rolling through just for hit markers, though. Everybody alive, and once again, dancing with Arcitys. Always risky business.
You dance with Arcitys all you want. He's going to catch Kleenex, but the bomb's gone down on the other side of the map. FaZe, they bet wrong. Now they have to retake 2v3.
And Insight's in prime territory as well. You get Bance in one clutch spot, Insight for the other. As long as Bance doesn't get beamed, I mean, Ultra have the perfect setup. Insight spots him out, but Cellium also has the read and the beamer.
Cellium with a beamer. Bance still got his head down in the trenches, now repositioning closer and closer towards the bomb. Cammy, nice kill. It all comes down to Cellium now. 20 seconds, has to take care of both of them and cross those hot sands. I don't think it's going to happen. Surely not. As Ultra secure another good one.
And that is perfect repositioning from Bance, but that is just an example of how dangerous everybody in this lobby is. I mean, Cellium, his spot's given away. You think Insight has him dead to rights, and Cellium catches him by a pixel and then just sends him to hell. Gunfights like that always stick in the back of your mind, but so does the round count. Ultra, 3-1.
3-1, they're close rounds as well. Can you give FaZe even the slightest opportunity? They will take it. A team who may not have found the stratospheric success they've been known for, but you can bet at a moment's notice they'll turn it on your head. Towards the bomb site they now go. Bance with a watchful eye on the 3 spree currently. Kleenex has been mapped to worry about, and he's worried indeed. Man gets dropped, Drake's are on point, Cammy's now involved. It's a good old 3v3.
And Cammy's got a little bit of help as well. Insight is going to be right behind him, and well, that is bombed down towards the middle of the map. Plenty of time to work with, but Insight found the pick, and he just killed the most important guy.
That's huge. The 2 remaining members now of FaZe, Simp and Cellium. Looking to recover that bomb, keep things going, and Simp judiciously checking his corners, catches Bance unaware, tags good, not the kill though. Made a lot of noise, unfortunately Insight's there once again as Insight finds kill number 9. And Cell cut down as well. 4-1 Ultra.
And FaZe need to start making adjustments because Ultra have been calculated on every single round. The number of times on defense where they let Kleenex make the solo play over towards the trains, I've seen it constantly throughout this year. This time he gets blooded, FaZe were prepared, but now they send Cammy in for the extra help inside in the back line. They had a nice stack. And for Ultra, on offense, they have dominated the middle of the map. They have picked FaZe apart. I don't know if they're going to go back to Old Faithful because it has worked for them twice, but I mean, FaZe have to make some sort of adjustment to that strat, but while FaZe is thinking one thing, you see Ultra thinking another. 4 men over towards that.
It's a 4-man, it's a bit of a peak now as Atlanta FaZe will get a lot of information. They haven't seen much out in the desert side. That's Cellium's job. Mid-map absolutely covered now by aBeZy and Arcitys. Simp, back tower, eyes on. Here comes the read from FaZe. The bomb planted, now they have to make the play.
This is just clinical too. I mean, there's a bunch of people close in the back. You have number 4 Kleenex watching the fullest of flanks. Everybody else, it is guns forward. You hop on bomb, but Insight for the first blood. Is anyone checking this? Bance is there. 4 versus 2. The help is perfect in a clinical round from Toronto Ultra. A+ on the homework.
They gave away all the angles, it seemed like, but again, it was the setup to watch the back no matter what. Map point, Ultra.
I mean, first 2 rounds on offense, dominate the middle of the map. What does Arcitys do in response? He goes there to help Simp and aBeZy towards the center, but that time for Ultra, nobody home. Quick plant over towards A, literally the perfect call. And right now on Siege, at least for the moment, it is not over, but they have FaZe's number.
Those boys managed to find a lot of sand to cover themselves there as they hit it away. The bomb goes down and aBeZy reads. 6 spree now for Cammy as he's got himself involved. 7-1 so far. Still 10-2 for Insight here. It's Matt, Point, Toronto Ultra, and Cleanex starts the proceedings with a bang.
I mean, it is anyone except Arcitys. Like, he's the only guy that has shown any life on this map. FaZe now just literally getting picked apart. Vance is the perfect flank. I mean, either one of these players gets shot in the back. You just don't have it watched. And this is just easy now for Ultra. 4 versus 2 and levitation from Ben.
Look at this little mountain goat on the inside there at a spot that no one is ever gonna check. Toronto Ultra, the great equalizer. As Mr. Yul Jonsson there enjoying the show. We find ourselves at 1-1 after a fantastic Desert Siege from Ultra.
Again, literally the perfect map to have after a Bocage. Slow that pace down and play like tacticians. I mean, it turned out to just be utter dominance, but what? Insight ran the show in the early couple rounds. The adjustments were on point. They played off what they expected FaZe to try to adjust for, and I mean, that is truly as good as it gets. If not for a 1v2 played perfectly from Arcitys, that would have been a hot 6-0.
Hey, Arcitys again, we brought this up a moment ago, he seems to be the only guy really able to make anything happen, man, and that's a testament to the mental game. When you're down that bad, he just never gives up. The rest of the squad, though, I want to see more of the search in general.
Hey, especially on a map like Desert Siege, where Cellium literally had like a 2.6 KD in the first 2 months of the game. Well, he gets snuffed out there. The AR's now on the flip side for Ultra. Maybe it's just that main AR battle going head-to-head. It was all 4 of those players on Bocage that were lighting things up, and at least with the side of the Ultra, the only guys that were running the show for map 2.
Yep, indeed. Well, we're going to have the double dose of Tuscan now before we maybe have to go to the game 5 for that Berlin search and destroy. Ladies and gentlemen, this has not been a disappointing matchup so far. Toronto Ultra, Atlanta FaZe, we're all leveled up. After this commercial break, we're playing Control on Tuscan. We'll see you there.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are enjoying ourselves here in the venue massively. Toronto Ultra Atlanta FaZe, map number 3 now away. But before we get to that one, we have our Scuff play of the game. And it had to be none other than Jamie Craven inside his ace from round 1.
I mean, how confident do you feel after a bounce back like this? Bokash might have been tough, but hey, you pick up all 4 in round 1. Everyone on your team is already immediately thinking, all right, we got this, we got insight. We might have a Glad Bomb by round number 2. And it is just so quick, so confident, smiles back on their faces. And obviously, you turn that into a 6-1 dominant victory. Gotta be feeling good.
Looking at Ultra's KDs this series, and there you go, Insight really turning things around after that one. He had a good look as well when it did come to the hard point of Bokash, but now we go over to Control, and we're playing on Tuscan. This should be an interesting one, Chance. This is a good look now for Atlanta FaZe when it comes to the map and mode.
Oh, this is where Atlanta FaZe can just drag them into deep waters where things can spiral out of control. You have a 9-2 overall record on Tuscan Control for Atlanta, and they did not play it a single time throughout stage 3 because every other team went, no thank you, we're good. We don't want that in our lives. Well, Ultra are trying to play with fire, and it's not like they have a good record to back it up. They were 0-3 on this map throughout stage 3, 5-9 record overall, so massive advantage right now for Atlanta FaZe. And then of course for that next hard point, it is the exact same story. 12-5 for Atlanta, 4-9 for Ultra. So these two Tuscans are dangerous. Good news for Ultra, if you get to the map 5, you're feeling sweet, but obviously it is incredibly difficult to get there. FaZe looking to close this down on Tuscan.
For those who are playing paint by Call of Duty numbers at home, that basically means if you're an Ultra fan, you want to see them win at least one of these next 2 Tuscans. Otherwise, well, no, face it, the series is over for them. If they can get to that Berlin, that's where things get real spicy. For Atlanta FaZe, take care of business here on Tuscan, advance in the tournament. Here we go, though, into Control.
And look at FaZe, this is like a partial OpTic strat straight through the middle of the map. The Terrors are flying, Arcitys there with them. At least Cammy gets a trade, and maybe that's enough to stop it. An interesting attempt, but maybe for not too much. FaZe, you get in their spawn, you make a little bit of mixing in, but you get hunted down. Ultra doing a nice job.
Doing a nice job of slowing this one down just a little bit, though. FaZe, they may not have managed to make the opening hit towards B workout. Over to A we go, playing it safe. Cellium keeping the players alive, and he is snapping right now. The first segment at A, long gone.
I mean, hey, this is all you want to have, right? If you can drain those lives, get it out nice and quick, and a solid start from Cellium. Right back off spawn, gonna be on a 3. Still alive in top church. You see him picking up kills with the pistol ball. Simp, well, just doing the easy work, right? Hang out on that point as that final tick drains away. Now this would be the battle. 2 minutes for Ultra to try to make their stand on defense. It is a defensive-sided map. If FaZe can pull this off, already they'll be feeling great.
This is a good look already. He's slowly hitting the way through. Green, radio, checking every possible corner. Cell still on a force spree. He has a nade to work with as well. See if that one works out. Checking for a tickle. If anyone's home, no one found just yet. Insight has got to go mega here. Take out these kills on the rotation. And that's a big win. Teamwork now from FaZe. Forward they go. There's an opportunity here for Ultra. Bounce back on the defense. And aBeZy nearly gets everyone. Ultra stay alive.
Cellium's gameplay is comedy. He is wall agnostic, does not believe in them in the slightest. But, I mean, hey, you get a couple nice kills, but that is also, I mean, a nice start for Benjamin Bance. He's going to be 4-0 as well, so maybe turn your attention towards him as, hey, there's number 5.
And that whole initial fight took 30 seconds to complete. So now, eye on the game clock. That's what you want for Ultra fans. Whittle that one down time by time. FaZe have 16 lives remaining on offense, 20 for Toronto Ultra.
I mean, this is big. This is the entire play right now from Ultra. You trust yourselves on defense. Get this man streaks, and that is a massive edge in the game. There's a cleanup kill. One more is all he needs, but Cellium, you know it's him shooting through that wall.
And there is the cleanup kill from Simp. Great work. Stops the spree dead in its tracks. Ultra, though, not letting go of P5. They're fighting this one out, and it's costing them big. The life count's starting to dwindle. Still, though, Insight is staying alive. Man, he is tweaking right now. No! The kills come through. On the other side of the map, though, his boys are holding the line, but you did let Simp get into the back line.
Yeah, well, yeah, he gets cleaned up instantly. It's only to take one, but still, talk about an important moment already in the game. Vance is 1 kill away, and it's just the X-ray vision coming through to set up the kill. So, again, this is how difficult it is to play against FaZe. The devil's in the details, and well, they're terrorists for a reason.
Indeed. Well, this is going to be it. The final 20 seconds of the opening round. Toronto Ultra with a certain life lead, and right now buying as much time as possible. But aBeZy somehow gets 2. That's an opening now to get on a B and maybe even stop the clock. And there he goes. Cleanx immediately though. A little bit of help from Insight. 10 seconds now remaining. Is anyone there to really slow this down as Cleanx continues to be an issue?
Yeah, too quick for aBeZy. Just tries to make that hero play, and well, yeah, you know, one person dies, the entire thing collapses. Now, what turns out to be a standard round, that is typical Tuscan control. The 8-point gets captured, defense holds strong, and not a single tick gets through. So maybe not an easy round next time for Toronto Ultra, but A-okay. Not a bad spot at all.
Slow and steady wins the race. Even with that 2 minutes to work with, FaZe unable to really make anything major happen there in that offensive round. We now flip sides. FaZe on defense. How will they hold now from the hit from Ultra? It looks like 2 men through A, 2 men through the middle. Cleanx, he might be getting a bit mixy. Looking towards bomb church side. FaZe though, complete coverage of that church. It is a fort right now, and Cleanx, he's on a crusade.
Just a more pensive setup, nothing too crazy, no flashy stuff over towards B. Just trying to look for a little bit of control, which Cleanx, unfortunate timing for him, and well, now Bance just dancing for his life, but they've done a good job. No one's able to flank. 2 ticks over towards A, and plenty of lives to work with. Ultra, maybe not perfect, but still very solid start to this round.
Basically exactly the same thing as we're going to see now. Simp go big. Oh, that's 1 kill, a slight opening now. aBeZy's up next, wins his first and the second. That is tremendous stuff out of aBeZy though. Cammy with the trades coming through. Ultra still have a bit of a way to go towards that B zone.
And Insight being on a 5 is the major thing. Right now he's playing around top church, and well, the first teammate that was near him is gonna fall in short order. Number 6 though, that is the one to get. Bance couldn't quite connect with the glide. Now it's Insight's turn.
Still trying to find 1 more kill. Insight will play this one slow. The rest of his teammates now looking towards an opening, some kind of kill to get themselves in towards the B side. But aBeZy, his defense so far in the round has been fantastic. Cellium as well. It's a great look from FaZe here on defense.
You're just looking for the setup, but again, his teammates aren't actually near him. So he's doing the smart thing, trying to back up. But again, he is almost left on an island. He's waiting for Bance, the reinforcements to come through. And granted, it's not like a glide bomb can win you around, but even if you just get an extra tick, I mean, you'll take it.
You'll take it. This looks like a solid hit now. Ultra, the numbers starting to swell. There's the kill for the glide. Forward you go. And aBeZy somehow finds another. Cammy again on the trade. Cellium's up next. I don't think Cammy's got the space to work with right now. No reinforcements either. Has to wait for the squad to come through. aBeZy again on defense.
I mean, still, anytime we talk about Tuscan control, we point out in stage 1, offense is only won about 28% of the time. Stage 2 dropped to 24%. Now it's about 16%. So defenses have been super clutch. So you get the glide, you will take that very small victory. But as far as the round goes, to try to get pressure on the point, well, you're just going to get picked apart. Now Cellium, he's on a 5.
I mean, the man who ran out of ammunition, he's now having to scavenge the battlefield, finds himself a 5 spree. Less than a minute now. Atlanta FaZe can tie up the map. Holding down plat side. It is as easy as it looks right now for Cellium. Don't let anyone through. aBeZy cuts off the reinforcements again. 17 and 12 as one half of the terrors has sprung to life here on Tuscan.
And anytime you get to church, anytime you get through P5, you just get picked apart, and there's not even a moment where you can think about using that glide. The opening kill with the grenade though, you got 2 bodies on point and the kills are going their way.
They're on it. 3 members now of Ultra. Kills coming through. B starting to evaporate. First segment gone. The claw, oh my God, it's over. The round is basically done unless someone from FaZe can get close. 26 on the clock. No one's there. Still capping the point. Band staying alive. It's aBeZy trying to find the openers. The hip fire from Simp, and it's not over yet. Anyone contest it? Yes, Simp. Last seconds. And oh my goodness. It's not an easy thing to do. Ultra win an offensive round.
Dude, so quick with it. That should be the Ultra strat. Play it like search and destroy. Find the first blood. Let Bance get the entry with the nade. And you see, as soon as they stacked it, that is the, oh God, we got a go button for FaZe. And I mean, how quickly the tables turned. That is a massive moment. You have Simp and Arcitys 8 and 27 combined. You have a 9-2 record on this map. And you have Ultra taking it to them.
And Cammy continuing to be a difficult player to deal with on the inside of church. Perfect timing. These reads can get better. Doesn't check the corner though as Simp managed to get kill number 5 of the map. And this has been a wonderful look though as Ultra now trying to find their way forward. FaZe are continuing to keep the pressure up on that A side of the map. The B side is all safe right now, but Simp looking to get his way through the back line. Good kills, bad timing. He gets brought down.
I mean, look, you have to win an offensive round. Like, obviously, you're down. Like, you need to string something together. And keep in mind, there's a glide bomb in the back pocket of Insight on the flip side. He already did the small victory. Well, obviously, getting an offensive round win is a massive one. Now, Arcitys trying to cause problems to P5, but you already see what Ultra doing. Stacking over that side of the map. They know what the deal is. Do the easy part, defend B, you win the Tuscan that you need. You're feeling great in this series.
This is indeed Ultra's map to lose right now. FaZe, they've got the 6 lead in lives now. 19 lives remaining for Toronto Ultra. A team kill comes through. Aggression now from FaZe. It's starting to mount. We're looking towards the B zone. 1 man up. It's not quite the stack yet. 2 players on it. Cell with a big one. That's 16 overall. The first segment is gone. FaZe still have the numbers. Bans is on a flank though. Bans in from behind. Now aBeZy wins it. 2 segments gone. B is on the absolute cusp of being captured. And FaZe, they stay alive.
They're just like that. Good God, how quick it can be. Insight didn't have enough time to even think about calling in the glide. And that is perfection. I mean, dear God, what a way to try to suffocate them. And while Simp and Arcitys have been struggling, meanwhile, aBeZy, 25 kills. Good Lord.
Young Atlas keeps the entire team up above his shoulders for now, but another round. Atlanta FaZe have to hit the defense hard here. Try to force that final round. We are going, this is some spicy Tuscan. Cammy's opening 2, finds the kills, 3 now in a row for Cammy as the A zone starting to get captured fast. Good start out of both teams.
And I suppose in a sense for Ultra, keep in mind it'll effectively be what, like tied on the tick game as soon as they get this final 8 points. So I suppose they're in a situation where obviously both of these teams have proven they can win on offense, but at least if they get 1 tick, Ultra will be feeling good. But obviously you see FaZe now, the pressure's on over towards P5. I mean, funnily enough, it is just operation. Do not get 4-man wiped, and you see how aggressive Atlanta is playing. If anything, they might be setting up for some spawn kills.
Yeah, indeed. If you can get at least a segment now, Atlanta FaZe will be on offense in the final round. However, Ultra, they capture this B zone, they can end it right here, right now. But Cellium shooting like that, son. Not an ounce of recoil on that young man's gun. As FaZe now set up through the middle of the map. Simp's got eyes on pretty much everything through mid, and I'm not sure if he's got eyes on these players, but Cell does. Top Church, not a safe place to be. Cellium gets 2, traded out immediately. FaZe, life advantage.
And also FaZe not really playing in nadeable spots. That was sort of the opening for Ban's last go around, but I'd say much better positioning this go around, at least so far from Atlanta. So very difficult setup to break down. Nice little spread, and aBeZy, if he's your front man, you gotta be feeling good. Him and Cellium, 49 kills combined.
aBeZy starting to get real confident, taking gunfights like that. He's got no right to win. Over towards the B zone we go, 120 on the clock now. Ultra yet to really get close, but they're keeping this space now. Fought hard for inside Church. Insight's got to go big, but finds 1. Shots into the second, aBeZy finds it. And now 110 to remain here. And this is it. We go to a final round. Can Ultra get it done?
I mean, dude, aBeZy's making his space at Yellowstone. He is old faithful. If he needs to win a gunfight, he delivers time and time again. And still a bit of a spread. I mean, Ultra, Cammy falls. It's going to take him so long off spawn to group up with his teammates. Again, Ultra just fine for at least 1 tick. But still, it is not easy to get, but here's the play.
All right, here we go. This is gonna start it. Glide comes through. It's a miss. Can Insight take care of Cellium? Yes, 2 kills now come through. Simp though, he throws a golden nade, gets 2 players with it, and the whole push now has been snuffed.
And look how close they just got to that tick, but they missed it. Simp with the nade of the game to take him down. All that effort, all that investment to get nothing, and now you got Arcitys. Slow game overall. Well, look at him now.
1 more, and he gets a glide bomb of his very own to throw at Ultra in the next round. He saw a player. Good intel, keeping his boys fed. Cellium's got the cross cover now up top side. There's the kill from Insight. 15 seconds to work with here. Arcitys gonna slow him down. You're on the point for Ultra. Can you stay alive? No! aBeZy with 3 in the feed. Arcitys cleans up the final 1. 7 lives now left. Less than 10 seconds on the clock. We're going to a final round.
And dude, you just talk about the spree from Arcitys. You talk about the kills that they needed, that aBeZy has gotten the entire time. And you talk about the collapse from Toronto Ultra. A 2-0 lead, you have a glide bomb, you just won a round on offense. Well, choked it all away. To the final round we go. And for a team that only needed one Tuscan, well, now they need a second round on offense. As FaZe, they have already done the impossible. Now it's about the victory lap, and they have the glide bomb in the back pocket. We'll see if they can choke, but honestly, they've just heated up.
Shoes on the other foot now. Over towards A we go, playing it safe for Toronto Ultra here in this final round. Left, right, no. CleanX, he's seen that move before. Finds it, can't get him on the bottom side of church. aBeZy roaming the halls. Collection plate was out, and he's picking them up slowly. 4 spree for aBeZy. A slowly being captured.
I mean, it's aBeZy show, right? It's just overwhelming force he has delivered. Now, I suppose over towards this A zone, Ultra always been very clean, maintaining your spawn, letting no messiness happen, but, well, it's aBeZy that was just going on a 5, and granted he gets dropped, but still a comfortable situation for FaZe to be in, but there's a little bit of church pressure. You got to deal with CleanX. He's got behind enemy lines, and, well, aBeZy says, well, there you go.
Still, you have a lot of time to work with now for Toronto Ultra. 2 minutes and 10 seconds now to make this work out. Will FaZe hold it all together? That is truly the question. Life count 23 to 22. Ultra with a slight advantage for now. They have themselves forward. And again, it is all about finding those kills and not getting wiped, and that's 2 already the defense holds.
And now he's just playing it perfectly. aBeZy up stop it. You know, however he's moving, he stays alive. And even funnily enough, Cammy was in a play to try to make like a hero situation. Can't deliver. Off spawn, trying to bounce back, and Arcitys takes down 2. This is not a team push from the Ultra. They are scattered. This is 1-by-1 hero plays. You will never win against FaZe like this.
Uncharacteristic of a team with this level of teamwork. Solana FaZe, the defense works out. 36 to 23 for aBeZy. Make it 37. He's having a sensational game. There's number 38. That's a 2 spear already. There's another around the corner, but no, CleanX wins it. Again, space and kills at the same time. That is exactly what Ultra need, and so far, Atlanta FaZe, watertight defense.
And still got a nice little spread. CleanX up top, tagged up, gone. Cellium does not care about walls. Another 2 players fall, and that is 30 seconds. Now make it more that you have to wait for your teammates. Simp is busy, spawn killing you. I mean, this is a miserable situation to be in. Insight by himself in between them all can barely even help his teammates as they are dying 1 by 1 by 1.
Has to give up position to find a kill at least, and look at this. He's chasing shadows here, unable to find a single thing. And there we go, aBeZy right back up to it. Will he catch him as well? No, finally, Insight gets involved, but brought down again. The teamwork of FaZe, too strong. 30 seconds. Desperation starting to sink in now for Ultra. You have to make your way towards that point. You have to stop the clock.
And I mean, you have to stop aBeZy as well in the process of all these things.
Oh
but
my gosh.
Arcitys in the point. You're flooding through a sweet spot. You're down on lives.
Okay.
This might be the moment, though. They at least got 2.
Simp's upstairs, though. He's going to be able to catch these players out from behind. Tags are in. Don't forget the glide bomb in the back pocket as well. There it is. Should be able to catch these members of Ultra out 1 at least. Indeed, he takes care of Bance. It all comes down to Cammy, who has to stay alive on point. Insight to back him up in a moment, but it all falls down to the final members now. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is that. Tuscan will fall as Atlanta FaZe. 1/2 of our Tuscan twosome goes their way. They take the lead in the series.
I mean, bro, it is Atlanta FaZe. You got to kill them while they're down. You miss your one moment, and what does that turn into? aBeZy, 42 kills, if not more, in that game. Make it 43. I mean, one of the single best performances we have seen on Control all year long. 5K damage as well, not too shabby. That is a performance where you could have beaten him 3-0. You had the advantage, you had the glide. Well, you choked it all the way, and we talked about how difficult the Tuscans are going to be. The hard point will not be any easier.
Tuscan hard point coming up next. This is match point Atlanta FaZe. Oh dear, this is going to be a spicy one indeed, man. 14 minutes and 25 seconds of grueling Tuscan control action there as again, the 2 very decisive offensive rounds won by either side. It could have changed everything. Now though, a look across the highlights, and I tell you what friends, this one was a nail biter.
I mean, literally all it comes down to is the 2 offensive wins that each team is able to deliver, right? It was a very seemingly calculated push coming out of the Ultra. The nades to open things up. They pounced on the moment, had a nice triple stack coming through and put on the pressure. On the flip side for FaZe, I mean, it felt like the entire thing almost collapsed in an instant. It wasn't like it was a heavy stack. Couple players jumping back and forth, but every single kill goes their way. And that was a moment where you had Ultra with a glide bomb in the back pocket. not even an opportunity to use it. I mean, truly choked it away.
I mean, it really did do a number on that roof though, man. They smoked those tiles, but sadly, it was Banter got smoked by the glide bomb of Arcitys in that final round, and that was it. One of the deciding moments, and what timing though to pick up those kills. And again for aBeZy, finishing things off with 43. He had a slow Vocage. He got like 2 kills, maybe 3 max in the search and destroy. He turns things around, and all of a sudden this squad looked like the lethal team we know them to be. Here we go though. Hardpoint up next.
And I forgot about that glide bomb too. Like, he's an enemy of architecture instead of aBeZy in that moment. Incredibly difficult, and we go back towards that same map again. 12-5 record over the course of this year for Atlanta FaZe. This is their map pick. They were 2-0 through stage 3. So even while like Toronto Ultra have been on the uptick in the hardpoints, not on this map, and not against FaZe in this moment. It is as difficult gets. And I mean, I guess the Vocage was close. I guess the Tuscan control was technically close, but right now FaZe looking to shut it down. Because again, we did say before, if it somehow goes to that Berlin S&D Ultra, that is where they are at their finest. But I don't know, man. It's not looking easy. You got to deal with the tear. aBeZy's over here dropping bombs. Good luck. Have fun.
And a great smile as well, enjoying himself there on stage here in Toronto. We will see that one of those Tuscan control rounds will come back to haunt the team. If they're able to find success here on hardpoint, we go to a map decided there. Berlin will be the final map. But again, when it comes to hardpoints, we're going to take a little look now across both teams. The top performers either side, Insight and Cellium. And again, Chance, there is a little bit of a number disparity this time. Normally a lot closer, but Cellium is a different kind of beast.
I mean, dude, let's just keep pouring it on, right? Ultra have also, literally, not this entire year, beaten FaZe in a single hardpoint. I mean, now you're in winners round 1, but it is obviously a must-win map. If you can start your tournament off beating FaZe, you're on top of the world. If you get dropped, especially after control like that, I mean, that is just gonna feel like a dagger, especially in front of that home crowd. But I think now FaZe has sort of hit their comfort zone. aBeZy barely breaking a sweat. And of course, if you have MC like watching your back, obviously going to be feeling good. If you have Arcitys, keep in mind, it was both him and Cellium on the Vocage that were getting close to the 40 bombs that were leading the lobby in damage. So the gunny, certainly hot.
Well, indeed. Here we go, Toronto. What could be the final map in the series? Unless our hometown heroes can turn this all around and force game 5. If you're a FaZe fan, feet are up, ladies and gentlemen. This is their map. This is their series to win. If they throw it away here on Tuscan, who knows what happens.
And a throwback to the keys to victory, by the way, maybe a shining light for the side of Ultra. Both of these teams have been phenomenal on the whole. So this is a rotational battle. Obviously, you know, when FaZe, when they get there, well, maybe a little bit stronger. The plus minus certainly goes their way. And obviously FaZe ever so slightly better at breaking. And I think one of the crazy things about that is, I mean, at least in that matchup, it seems like Ultra fine, but still 4-9 in map count. They have so many close losses on this map. I mean, 15, 20-point games, but they didn't have the ice on the control. They haven't had the ice on this map all year long, and well, now they're forced in a situation. Gotta clutch up. You gotta out-rotate Atlanta.
I think it was this time yesterday. There was plenty of ice here in this very arena. We'll see if they can manifest some of that and go forward now. Hard points up, Toronto Ultra with a favorable side, favorable time now. FaZe, quick counterattack through mid-map. Arcitys, oh no, runs out of bullets, picks up the hit before he can't get it done. It's a set of kills, it's all dead, FaZe.
And already a pretty important moment, because if Arcitys even cleans up 1, maybe 2 in that moment, well, you lose P1 time and don't get the spawn. That is a bit of a dagger, but Ultra doing the normal thing, collecting a ton of time on P1, but maybe feeling the brunt of a bad gunfight. Never fun to shoot against Cellium.
So far though, a fantastic hold, and there come the terrorists now. Both sides of you cleaned up. Cleanix gets 1, camera the other side. Beautiful stuff. The final 10 on this hard point will undoubtedly go towards Atlanta FaZe. Sorry, to Toronto. But however though, chances of FaZe on the other side of the map, they've got P2 all covered.
Yeah, keep in mind, at the start of that rotational battle, obviously you start with the good spawns, but FaZe still get there first. Their holds have been on point. First opportunity on a money hill to see how they do.
Nades, everything. The kitchen sink just hit Cleanix right in the face. Now Insight through Plat, trying to find something, and he finds the absolute tip of Arcitys' head now. Simp trying to stay alive, keeping the point going. aBeZy's drops. So now it all falls down to Simp up close. Here come the spawners though. Cellium, Arcitys, reinforcing the point. Pinches on from Bans. Good stuff out of him. Trying to get things going. Pistol in hand with a rat, but can't get it done. And with all those kills, though, a staggered hit. FaZe is still well and truly alive and kicking.
Hey, this is not a break. You still have FaZe in time, but you've actually flipped the spawns. But for Ultra, this is the wrong way, especially if you can't get the scrap, because that would be back-to-back kills where you don't win the rotation battle. Now, admittedly, you still have a lead because of P1, but this is where things get rough. And this is not a break in the slightest. This is FaZe bullying them, forcing them to have the now bad spawns, and now 2 for 2 on rotation is Atlanta FaZe.
You said it was a rotational battle. FaZe winning those so far. If these bullies have got you up against the locker, they're coming for your lunch money next. P3 is up, the fountain. One of the toughest hard points to break here in Vanguard, and FaZe have dug the heels in.
It's all they need, right? I mean, you go down after the first hill by 40 points, already taking over the lead, and with a setup like this, it might start to spiral, but you get top fire control, that's gonna back FaZe down and get them out of the point. That's what Ultra need, but the question is, do you hunt for Arcitys? Yes, they do, but you line up and you fall.
There's one more member of Ultra on the point, and Arcitys gets dropped, finally. Thank goodness for that. That was getting ugly real quick. 25 seconds remaining here on point, and Ultra are in it. FaZe have done a brilliant job of strangling them here, not letting them get out through the backside, not even letting them get on the point. Now though, FaZe back in this one, they dip a toe. Hard point time going the way of FaZe. Ultra now here, but for how long?
It's still the fight too. aBeZy wants it, but he doesn't get it. But keep in mind what just happened. All of that effort to like break that for Ultra to get those back spawns. But the question is, I think you still lose the rotational battle. It's Bance trying to make a hero play, but he is truly by himself.
It's all on Bance. This is the rotation. It's all on him. Can he check every corner at once? No. Cleanix is here from the front. Reinforces things, but aBeZy guns him alive. There is a slight lead now working out for Atlanta FaZe, but time and time again, they are on the rotation, and now they're getting the kills.
And again, it's the same situation as P2 and P3. All that effort to try to break the hill. You end up giving yourself the bad spawns, and those rotations not going your way. Admittedly, still a close game, but now Cellium 13-5 on a 4 spree, getting hot. Your teammates winning the gunfights in the hill because of course they do, and a clean hold coming out from FaZe.
Last man in was Bans, having to do it all alone. Cellium's on a 5 now as Cleanix gets taken care of as well. Rotation down again, and guess, Chance, who's already in position.
And it's 4 for 4. You get a man in the corner down low for Simp, but it's Arcitys on a late flank. But great reads from Bans to at least your homework, but now the gunfight's inside the hill, inside picking up a massive one. And this is the first hill of the entire game where Ultra actually get a rotation, but they're obviously down by 50.
Statistically, two teams hold pretty well. We'll see how well they can hold it, because this will help indeed. Of all the hard points to break into, not an easy one to hold. So far, though, so good. Here comes the hit from FaZe. Flying forward is Cammy and Cleanix in the kill feed. Another for Cammy. That's going to be 2 now, and that's it. FaZe, all dead.
And keep in mind, in that moment, Cellium was on a 5. So they finally win a rotational battle. They shut down the streak. They shut down MC. And now they're working on chipping away at that lead. Though you have the players coming back and forth, but it is P5. The nades in your favor to perfection from Toronto.
One player now down low from FaZe. Maybe it'll make something happen. Cellium finally drops. Good work again. As all like that, it is nearly a tie game. First set of hard points were an exciting one indeed. Atlanta FaZe led the show until the very, very end. Now, as we come towards our second set, how will this one play out?
Dude, a gunfight like that is a difference maker. aBeZy using the stun to perfection, and hey, again, that rotational battle. You of Toronto, they have won it once. That is now 4 that FaZe have collected. And P1, doesn't matter what side, if you get control, you can lock it down. But Ultra, nice couple kills. You've lost the middle of the map, and now you've potentially lost spawns. Cleanix just made the play.
He made the play. There he goes. Who's out on the backside now? As Cammy gets dropped, the flank's all safe. Atlanta FaZe can all look one way, but now come the trade battles. Hope those nades are on point, ladies and gentlemen, because they're going to be over the top of that hard point. Cellium drop. aBeZy quite over the top as well. Shots are good. Arcitys backs him up as the trays on trays come through. Cleanix, the last man alive, now been taken care of. That's going to be hard point FaZe.
And you get the spawns right there for Toronto, but at what cost? Now the lead just so far away. You got a potential streak. Actually, never mind. That got shut down from Arcitys, but that is a massive exchange. You lose 40 seconds of time. You're trying to get the rotation, and good news is you got it. Bad news is you're down by 60. You can get all of this time, and it'll only be a tied game.
And it has to be perfect once again. We talk about that time and time again here on Hardpoint. You've got to hold this time immaculately and then make the rotation across map to Fountain once again. Didn't work out in the first set for Ultra. In the second set now, FaZe still with a commanding lead. Cammy, though, is doing everything he can to lock this down.
Tries to go for the pre-fire, can't connect though, and already found the opener to get Ultra out of time.
Oh my God.
Every second they don't spend in the hill is beautiful.
Oh my God.
FaZe, and the break is even better. Trying to put a stamp on this game. Every gunfight going their way, and they might have the rotation as well.
There's a 5-3 right now for Simp, looking to get another one here. He's holding the point down, killing these players from Ultra as they come through. That's number 6 there for Simp. Here comes number 7 on the top. The Cleanex puts him down. That's it. Hardpoint Ultra. Mid-map control Ultras as well. So in all the battle, the flip is on. This may be a saving grace in the late moments.
I mean, hey, the spawn's up going your way. You don't get the full 60 that you wanted, but I suppose it is the exact same situation once again. But this is a much more difficult hill to hold on to. You got a nice 50-yard map spread straight across the board, but it is all individual gunfights. Toronto has to win.
Every single win FaZe make is a big one. aBeZy with 10 HP. No way he gets through this one. Cut down. Damage dealt. Arcitys trying to make his way forward quick. Does. Oh my God! No way! As the next kills are there, and FaZe have managed to break into the back after that ridiculous two-piece from Arcitys.
I mean, that is it. That is all they needed. A world star like that will seal the deal on the game. You get MC in the back spot, 30 seconds left of time, but right now for FaZe, I mean, you collect a little bit of it, you're good. You get kills like this, you are oh so sweet.
He's posted up, and he nearly got the job done with the rat there now. Bant's trying to break the hard point. We're in the business end now for sure. Toronto Ultra have to go huge. Here comes the hit now from Cammy. Again, just buying time now is all they can do. Number 3, Cleanex has made his way out towards next as well, and a very awkward spawn from Bant. This may work out in the long run, but you have to hold every second.
I mean, it is just an 80-second deficit that you are trying to chip away from. This is 3 players that just crossed out of P5. Ultra hasn't had a single player pick it up. Finally turned that direction, but too little, too late. 2 players hitting inside of the back. He's not ready. Arcitys gets the gunny. Now FaZe will have spawns. Now FaZe will have the pinch, and FaZe now looking for the game.
Sim going for the jugular. Finds the one in the back. Now managed to get himself on point. Arcitys turning up as well. Cellium has been unstoppable so far as Arcitys with 3. In through the back you go. You can win it here for FaZe. Ultra have to make the break.
I mean, you just have Arcitys posted up. He falls, doesn't matter. Someone there to pick it up. aBeZy knows the guys in the back. Wins it. Easy reads. Next man's in the front. Wins it. Easy reads. 4-man wipe in FaZe. The victory lap is now in. Tuscan is where this series will end.
And if not for a dire round in the control, this would have been a very different looking series, but for now, it is going to be the final 10 for Atlanta FaZe. Last minute magic from Bant trying to get the players off the point. It won't end here, but it may as well end on P5. Ultra did an incredible job in the first set to hold on to this one. Now they can't let FaZe get 5 seconds.
I mean, FaZe, just take your time. Coordinate the nades, win a couple gunnies, and you're in the hill.
Here they come.
Easy.
Here they come. FaZe winding up for the hit. Straight to the point we go. The contest is there, and it's aBeZy again with the trades. Bant stays alive for a moment, but that is it. That is all she wrote for Toronto Ultra here in the winner's bracket as Atlanta FaZe get the job done 3-1.
Straight up, they just called game. You had your moment in the control. You win the offense. You go up 2-0, and you take your foot off the gas for a second. That turns into a 43 bomb for aBeZy and a clinical effort on the Tuscan hardpoint. Atlanta FaZe starting their tournament off right.
And that is what a lot of people expected. Again, FaZe have received no shy of criticism when it comes to nearly every single matchup they've had, whether they're underperforming against they're underperforming against Paris, or having a bad one against Boston, whatever happens, there's been so much criticism on that roster. And this, I have a strong feeling, will be maybe not the first time we see these 2 teams match up. The chances of it happening again are there, but a 3-1 victory for FaZe. They've got to be feeling great after that one. Oh man, a good start to the tournament, I would say.
And a wonderful start from FaZe too, because again, at least through the qualifying stages, at least online, there were glimpses of struggles, right? FaZe had a couple moments, their hard point not quite as clean, but 251-68, oh yeah, you will absolutely take that.
Yeah, again, that's a very strong look indeed. As you look now across the highlights here from that Tuscan hard point, and again, the writing was on the wall indeed. Atlanta FaZe, favorable maps and modes when it came to control here on Tuscan and the hard point, and they delivered.
And an MVP in my mind for this one has to be Simp, literally just on the P2 hill. It was both the first and second go around. Goes on a crazy tear. Makes sure to get the hold when they had the rotation, and he went on what, like a 4 or 5 streak to get the break when they didn't have the roto down. So Simp MVP in my mind, but obviously it was a 4-man effort. Wonderful game played, and actually that was the moment, the break they needed. Simp goes on a 6 to get through. That is where Toronto want to try to make the comeback. That is where Simp said no, then Arcitys starts the World Star, then Cellium gets posted and just collects all these easy kills. I mean, almost like dominoes, how quickly that game fell. I mean, again, same thing in the Troll. You give FaZe a moment of opportunity, they run you over like a train.
They'll take it every single time. Atlanta FaZe got to be feeling great as, hey, there's a few FaZe fans out there, it's got to be said. But there we go, the final looks across the series. FaZe, it was a great bit of work from them. But once again, Desert Siege, it is very poo-poo. It's maximum poo-poo from FaZe. They got to work on that one, man. I mean, look, they're working on it. It's a work in progress. But 6-1 again, they got 6-0 by Seattle Surge in the past. Boys, get it together.
I mean, they were like 2-0 through stage 3, I think. Or I can't remember when the Seattle one happened, but they're still good on it. Toronto, again, just tacticians, just outplayed them in that one, and certainly something, if they match up again, I know FaZe is going to go back to the drawing boards, but either way, they felt the pressure, they felt the heat into control, they clutched up, started to dominate, and just a nice way to get rid of some of those like opening match nerves for FaZe. They're looking very scary going forward.
Nerves are certainly gone on stage right now. Brycey is joined by aBeZy. Mate, take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, here for the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. aBeZy, obviously, congratulations, but I have a few questions. First of all, you were a bit in the blender on those first 2 maps. How did you recover?
I mean, I think it was just me slowing down. I was like playing it way too fast first 2 maps, and you know, after I feel like the second map was kind of just rough in general for us. So you know, it was good to bring it back, especially in that control.
Yeah, you certainly brought it back in that control. Kind of a crazy game for you. Yeah. It also kind of reminds me that there's been an awful lot of talk about Atlanta FaZe recently. Yeah. People kind of doubting your form and stuff. How is that like affecting the team?
It's not really affecting us in any way. You know, if anything, it's giving us more motivation to get better and, you know, to get back to the top.
Yeah, yeah, I obviously a lot of people kind of hyping you up going forward into this tournament as well. The other thing I want to talk about was that control. Obviously, 2-0 down in it, not a great start from you guys. What was the call made to kind of bounce back into that one?
I mean, we knew that in control, especially on Tuscan, there's always that chance you can pull an offense off. So, you know, we did that the first round, and we knew that since he had a streak, if we could make him burn that streak, he did on their second offense. And then, you know, it was just over after that because Alec got a streak, and then, you know, I was just frying too. So.
No, certainly, and obviously, I feel like coming into this one, you guys are quite used to being booed by crowds now, like playing against the home team. Is it something you're just more comfortable with as the more it happens?
Oh yeah, definitely it gets you more comfortable after a while. So, I mean, at this point, I feel like we're all pretty used to it because it's just, we kind of expect it now, you know, so yeah.
Okay, last question before I let you go to celebrate with your team. Coming into this major, what was the one thing you guys really concentrated on to try and fix up any weaknesses?
I'd say it'd be our S&D, obviously, because that's been like our weakest mode, so it would definitely be our S&D.
Awesome, all right. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm going to send you off to relax with your team. We are going to send this one over to the desk. Veli, take it away.
Thank you.
And the boos coming in from the crowd, but it's not like it even matters anyway. The Atlanta FaZe walked into Toronto's home and took a dub and beat them like they stole something. aBeZy, Arcitys, this entire team had major pop-off performances.
These guys are disgusting, man.
Nasty.
Like, think about that first map, the massive swings that were happening on that bow cage. They're able to set up on that P4. It's basically locked down from there. They win the map despite aBeZy struggling. What happens map 2, they lose that. Goes into the control, though. When a team makes a mistake versus Atlanta FaZe, they pounce on it so fast. Yeah. We saw what Toronto Ultra did. They knew they were going to lose A, so they conceded it. They tried to set up top radio and top church. Well, what happened? There was 3 individual gunfights. Insight, Vance, and Kleenex all lost their gunfights one by one. And from there, FaZe is just a well-oiled machine. If they get that wiggle room where they have 3 down in a control offense, they're hopping on that point, and they are slaying out. That was a perfect setup that we saw out of FaZe. Perfect opportunity, and they capitalized. And from there, I mean, it's just a wrap. When aBeZy's shooting like that, 43 and 26, the man got comfortable, and they catch a quick dub.
Absolutely, I completely echo Nameless in the sense of if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. I mean, they have a 36% offensive win percentage when it comes to control. So again, they need that little sliver, and they took it and ran with it. And we got to talk about the fact that aBeZy was doing enough for 2 people on the map, right? Because Simp and Arcitys were clearly struggling. Like, we can't cover that up in any sense. So that's why Toronto Ultra was able to go up 2-0, but quickly made the adjustment in that final round to complete the reverse sweep to close out the series.
It is absolutely crazy for the simple fact that Simp and Arcitys for getting an average of 2 kills around for those first 2 controls, and then they get the tiebreaker.
That's awful. aBeZy on that control literally just took over. He had more kills than 2 of his teammates combined, but I feel like that control was everything for Toronto. You put yourself in a great position to win the map. You're up 2-0. You're going on the defense. You have a glide bomb to work with. But Atlanta FaZe on the attack, they take A nice and early, and then they were super aggressive, winning every single gunfight towards B. I don't know about you guys, but every time they're on that B point and I got a glide bomb, I'm instantly invested in. I'm not going to waste it to that offensive round. We saw how it happened. He doesn't even pick up a kill with it. And then when you're really struggling on offense, you allow the team on defense to start getting a lot of kills. aBeZy was taking over. Arcitys started to turn up. He earns the glide bomb, and then not completing that 1 tick of aggression at B didn't allow them to have defense going into that round number 5.
It's like they were playing such a good control. I was honestly questioning it going into it, like, oh, you're playing Tuscan, like maybe test them on Berlin from what we've seen, but like they were playing it so well. And what we're used to seeing in Toronto Ultra, when they're in situations like that, they play credit corners, they play slow. They got into individual gunfights on the steps, fighting the player's top church, fighting the player pushing through P5. Right there, that's when you have to take a step back and like make Atlanta come to you and make the mistake, because Atlanta will get aggressive. That's something they're going to look back on and see they dropped the ball there. But either way, still a hard-fought series by Toronto Ultra. I mean, they're playing the team #1 in standings overall. Toronto Ultra look good in a lot of parts of this series.
And shout out to their search and destroy, but also talking about Toronto Ultra, Insight was on fire today, and we actually caught an ace from him. Ali, Insight, this guy came into this event just a menace.
Insight was actually lights out this entire series, even in the opening hardpoint, but like the Shotzzy would connect onto these players. It was just kind of like easy reads, right? He knows Cellium likes to go deep beach. He knows Arcitys is sniping, so he plays for those picks, and he plays for them confidently. I mean, it was just easy reads across the board, and you can see the energy. It was just the hype of Insight being able to control the map that early.
Yeah, there was a lot of parts of that Desert Siege where I'm like, please, chill out. They kept pushing up. We saw the square up push over by Trains just straight up at them, and like Toronto's just chilling. Like we're seeing Insight sit back, picking up kills, and that's what works so well, right? When you're pushing up and you know you have Insight looking over you, and he's shooting like that, you're gonna win rounds. Search and Destroy still looked impeccable out of Ultra.
No, 100%. Once again, shout out to the Atlanta FaZe for just dominating that series right there. You take Search and Destroy out, and it kind of doesn't even look fair, right? But for those of you at home and those of you in the audience as well, it's about time for you to watch and earn, because the CDL is hooking you up. Watch Major 3 this weekend and earn these awesome in-game rewards, including the Maple Blossom weapon blueprint and these emblems and calling cards here. Ali, these are kind of hot.
No, I love these. I remember seeing this graphic and being like, okay, you got like your maple leaves and the colors are fire, dude. I can't wait to rock it in game.
Right, and also, Nameless, can you explain the meaning behind the burger?
Listen, man, if any of you OG Call of Duty fans are in chat or in the crowd, you know my man Adam Schlau's Killer. He coined the term burgers. He did. He was like, why? Everybody's asking, why are you calling them burgers? He's because like everybody else is just straight buns. That's why. So that's how burgers started. If you love burgers and playing against burgers, this is the calling card for you. So go ahead and scan that QR code. Go check it out and get yourself a new calling card.
Yes. Now coming up next, okay, this is gonna be a live one. Jeremy, you're not gonna be on the desk, but hey, you're gonna miss it. It's gonna be OpTic Texas versus the Florida Mutineers. And as we're doing the rollout, I want to hear a quick prediction. Who you got in this match?
Oh, I'm going green wall, baby.
All right, green wall. I know we got a lot of them out there in the audience, but ladies and gentlemen, coming up on the other side of the break, we're gonna hit the 3rd series of the day, and I can't wait. But you know what? Let's see if Florida Mutineers can cause another upset. We'll find out very soon.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Toronto, welcome back to Major 3, and the crowd is live right now. I'm absolutely loving the games that we have. We had a banger of a series in New York and Seattle, and then we just saw the Toronto Ultra try to take on the Atlanta FaZe. We had Chance and Miles casting that, but we actually have a guest on the desk. Shout out to Nameless, also Ali. My name is Velly, but the guest is Chance. You guys just heard him with Miles and Chance, Atlanta. For the people that are sleeping on them, tell them to wake up.
Well, is anybody sleeping on them, right? I mean, I know they've been, sleeping. Dude, they're getting criticized because they've lost like a series here, a series there, and finally after 2 years, there's the opportunity to talk a little bit of smack, but no, everyone knows that they're incredibly dangerous. Everyone knows if you slip up, make one mistake, they're just gonna destroy you, and well, we just had an example there.
Yes, and I'm talking about the matchup at hand, OpTic Texas and the Florida Mutineers, and when it comes to OpTic Texas, Chance, this team, despite even having a sub for the last, month and a half, it just feels like it kind of doesn't matter. This team is still coasting at where they were.
Best team in the game, without question. Best overall map count. Woo! I still think they have like the best series win percentage. That being said, they have faltered, and the team that they have faltered against is Florida. So make no mistake, the pressure is on these guys, but make no mistake, the pressure is what they live for. I mean, literally, you have both Dashy and Shotzzy in contention for best player in the game.
I take
it. Scump, who is literally Mr. Consistent, and the substitute. Yes, it's not fun to be the new guy in the squad, but he has delivered.
And when it comes to the game field keys of victory, Nameless lay it on this, man.
Take advantage of Florida playing solo on the map. I love this key. Florida's ranked 10th in non-trade death percentage during the qualifiers at 73%. I talk about all the time the red dot chasing. That is when Florida starts to make mistakes, and OpTic will punish you if you try to play like that. And then win the first blood battle on Tuscan S&D. OpTic converting 84% of first bloods into wins on Tuscan. They're #1 in the league. And by the way, we got Tuscan.
Triple.
Florida has to find a way to get into map 4. They have to find a way to get to map 4. And I'll tell you why. It's basically because their map set it's tough versus OpTic for the Florida Mutineers. They don't want to play Berlin when it comes to control. They're 1 and 2 on that, and they're winless on 2 of the search and destroy maps. So going up versus OpTic, it's very tough for them to veto. So they have to somehow pull off a miracle, win one of these Tuscans, force the game for Berlin, and then win out from there. That's their only way to win this series.
I mean, it's unfortunate because OpTic just has such a deep map pool, right? Like, literally, no matter what you do, like, their worst map is Desert Siege S&D. Other than that, like, they can play you and head-to-head you on literally anything else, any other map, any other game mode. So it's definitely a difficult veto process up against OpTic Texas, but you would think Florida would try to capitalize on the fact that they basically have 3 ARs and try to slip a Gabuchu in there, but to force 3 Tuscans, you are asking for Scump and Shotzzy to have your way with you, and then Berlin 4 and 5? Like, you literally have no chance.
That's honestly not too bad. That's honestly not too bad
for
the last 2 maps honestly aren't that bad for Florida. It's just tough for them to veto against OpTic. I'll be honest, OpTic trolled the first time they played against Florida. They let Gav and Berlin into this series. That was the difference. OpTic must have vetoed Gav going into this one, and that puts them in a tough spot. It forces them to play a Tuscan, and I believe OpTic picks map 1, so that's going to be Tuscan. Then in Search and Destroy, they have not won 2 of the searches. They're not going to play a Bocage or Desert Siege. They have not won that all season long. So this is actually like the worst matchup for Florida. Last time around, I think the coaching staff was just a little bit turnt and picked the wrong maps.
I can hear the Florida comms now, right now. There's Shotzzy's in fire 2 minutes later. Hey guys, where's Shotzzy? Oh, he's still in fire somewhere. Like, should we even make it that far, Val?
Well, hopefully they can make it that far because I want this to be a great series, right? And rightfully so. The Florida Mutineers has actually had great matchups against OpTic Texas, but Ali, the thing is, people's patience are running low when it comes to this team. We keep talking about how good Big Wake is, how just big Vivid is whenever he goes positive. This team, they just can't capitalize when it matters.
Again, it's a lot of pressure on Vivid's shoulders, right? We talked about it heading into this. It doesn't matter if Skies is 2 minutes in hill time. It doesn't matter if Big Wake is double positive. If Vivid is not doing well, this team is struggling. That is just across the board when it comes to Florida. That's their woes. And when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, and when it comes to Florida, well, they got to improve S&D.
Yes, that's how they win this series. That, and then also Skies has to have a big one. Last time they played, he had a 1.2. He's their key to victory here, man. Like, going up against Dashy. Dashy's going to be popping off. We know what he's able to do with an AR. You got to match up with that. And then also going to need some strong hill setups versus OpTic on Tuscan. Florida 11th in hold percentage on Tuscan at 68%. Then improved B attacks.
Do you hear that?
Search and destroy.
Do you hear that right now? That's the key to victory for OpTic itself. The crowd isn't even in Texas. And always, man, you got to go against that green wall. It ain't going to be easy, Chance.
I mean, hey, at the very least, Florida can have confidence because they have literally done it before. So that'd be a small golden light for them.
I will say this, though. OpTic is one of the only teams in the league that if they fall to you once, they will not fall to you again.
True.
So even though they have that one dub from Major 2 on top of OpTic Texas, it shouldn't mean anything heading into this. If anything, it should be worse. We've seen Shotzzy have bad matches, turn around, absolutely dominate them series. He is one of those players that he does not like going even. He does not like just doing okay. He wants to do phenomenal. So we're going to see a different beast today.
And speaking of Shotzzy, last time we saw him on broadcast, the man was a god amongst children. It's time for Pick'ems. Chance, starting with you.
I agree with everything Ali just said. Pick an OpTic without question.
Is everybody going to OpTic? Ali, who you got? OpTic.
Yeah, reluctantly, OpTic's going to take this one. I just think the maps, it's so tough, right? You're going to need a really, really big series out of Awakening in this one. Him and Sky's are going to have to go crazy if they have a chance.
They're going to have to pop off like crazy. Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to get the third game of the day started. It's going to be the Florida Mutineers in OpTic Texas. Let's go.
When we go, Dashy coming through with the pistol. That's going to be nearly the first. Pulls out the pistol and gets it done. Afro.
Tuscan. I guess the stage has been set in more ways than one for this showdown. Two teams about to go to war on the same map 3 times to go top 6 in the major. Both these teams would love to get this win here. Florida need the points. OpTic to cement an already dominant year for them. Well, let's get this game underway then. Introducing our first team, better known as the Green Wall, it's OpTic Texas. Scump, Prolute, Dashy, and Shotzzy.
I hear a lot of love in the crowd. They're making some noise for their favorite team. And looking at this OpTic roster, they've won a major. They've done it. They're trying to get 2. And eyes are going to be on Prolute as he's making his first time on that big stage, playing a very tough matchup, a match that OpTic lost at the last major. We'll see if they can get revenge.
Hey, Bryce, I feel like OpTic's trying to drain the swamp. What does Florida got to say?
Well, obviously a lot of love here for the Green Wall, but they do have opponents ready to go. They've taken them down at a major before. Can they do it again? Introducing the Florida Mutineers! TJHaly, Awakening, Skies, and Vivid.
I have no idea what Florida did to deserve these moves, but I'm gonna let you know right now. If anybody got anything to say about this, it's gonna be Big Wake and the confidence from a player like TJHaly. When these ARs get going, Florida is a mismatch problem for a lot of teams out there. Big Wake, Skies, Vivid, and TJHaly. I'm looking to see these boys turn up, and maybe, just maybe, Bryce, we might see yet another upset. Let's go ahead and get this game going.
There's always a potential for an upset, Belly. Whether or not it happens now or happens later, it's always good when it does. But even better than good is our casters for this next game. It's Maven and Merc.
Hey, thank you, buddy. Hey, he's looking good. He's looking strong. Hey, bench press a truck, Joe.
We probably could. Yeah, 2 trucks, honestly. He wants to cash, right? But he's doing a great job. Yeah, blame Ton.
Yeah, Ton, we hope you feel better, buddy. Sad you couldn't make it. Bryce hates you very, very much. But it's time to get focused on this match now. And you hear the crowd. We expected it to be pretty one-sided. Sure enough, it is.
Is it? I mean, it's always this way, right? I mean, it just always feels to be this way unless you're playing the home team, right? We saw that in Minnesota.
Yeah.
It just didn't matter. And obviously you have Dashy here, from Canada, iLLeY as well. I mean, we saw the process, right? He's close, but you have Prolute stepping in here.
Yeah, you gotta. It's like a good story on one side, bad on the other. You love to have Dashy able to play in front of a home crowd, right? Family here, I'm sure, in attendance. It's got to be very exciting. And iLLeY got to feel for a little bit. You'd love to have him out there. I'm sure he wants to be out there so badly, just not quite ready yet.
Yeah, and then you can see the maps and modes. And we've talked about it with Tuscan. I mean, I don't know what else you would have done. Maybe you play Bocage instead, but I hate it. I mean, that's like, if I'm Florida, I do not like these vetoes whatsoever. I've talked about it time and time again. OpTic looks the most comfortable on Tuscan. I mean, Dashy and Shotzzy, it's like their playground. I feel like I say it every single event. I mean, it's only a couple of times, because that's the only time I can say those things. Yeah. But, like, every time we watch them, they look the best on Tuscan. Now, Florida, they're obviously a team with a lot of preparation. They can maybe have some counters in. Maybe there's something that they like with practice leading up to this. But, I don't know, man. I would have liked to see something else.
I think all the conversation before Major 2 was there was a lot of people going back and forth. You saw Aix and Tuger and people involved kind of placing, where is this Florida team? And that debate was going on. And they come in, they get the upset here, they make it deep run in the tournament. But yeah, it's still kind of a question mark. What squad's going to come out today?
Yeah, and I think if you're looking at an individual, it's Skies for me. Not having the best Major 3 qualifiers. If you look back at Major 2, when they were able to take down OpTic, I mean, Skies was popping off. We know he has the ability to. When it gets that to land, he's comfortable, and he's comfortable playing against his team, and that's what's so important. The Dash talked about it, like, they have beaten them before. That is going to be in their minds. We have to play our game. If we play our game, we have a shot.
Do you put much stock into Prolute and having a sub and coming together for this? Anything there for you?
Yes, I mean, this is his first time on a big stage with the OpTic crowd, right? I mean, the pressure is there. This fan base expects titles, expects them going on a deep run. We'll see how he plays in his first match.
Here we go, crowd. Let's get it going. OpTic Texas, Florida Mutineers starting us off and continuing through Tuscan, but it's Dashy through the fire and the flame, the smoke, and everything in front of him, where he's able to hit the quick beams, and a solid start here from Texas.
Yeah, with a nice break, but Florida very patient, waiting for the nades to hit, and then off a spawn, trying to hit their nades is Prolute. He's kind of copying iLLeY with the camera right here. I mean, my man is in the screen as he's starting to get set up. Scump through the middle, and this has been the big thing. The key is Scump and Shotzzy have gotten so much better, it feels like, throughout Major 3 qualifiers. Scump has really stepped up. Obviously, Shotzzy, one of the best players in the game, but as a duo, they have just such a high impact.
Just feels like that area of the map around you, like just the openings he's able to find, the timings he's able to find have been absolutely impeccable. But as we get ready to leave our first hard point, Joe, the score, we've got 0 on the board from Mutineers.
Yeah, we'll see if they can respond here. They have the rotation right now, but Shotzzy and Dashy, they find 2 kills on rotation. Now it's just Skies all alone by himself. That is the power of the good side. On Tuscan, Prolute, Scump, they find a couple of headshots, and that is going to mean 50 points on the board for OpTic as they have the good spawns for P2.
Doesn't get a whole lot better than that. Now a little bit of a 2-2 split on the push for Mutineers. We'll see if they can find the collapse, and so far so good. Vivid and Skies through on the kill feed, Awakening in the mix as well, as they're trying to back up OpTic off the point and finally start to accrue some points themselves. It's 2, but it's something to get started, but right back into the Fury. It is OpTic Texas.
And that is just going to be 4 dead. Now they're going to try to push forward, right? 25 seconds left. Can you get Florida to spawn behind you? You're going to see Skies with the split spawn. Skies is going to try to get across the map too, his teammates. The Shotzzy's pushing out P5 here with the help of Dashy. They're going to find the rest of this time. And 80 points on the board. Across the map is Vivid as he gets taken down. Skies off spawn again. So you really just have Awakening and Dave all the way in the back, going to try to lock this down on rotation. They need a hard point to get back in the game. It has to come right here.
You got Skies at 1 and 6. Dave just got his second kill. It's a trade back and forth, but a Shotzzy going to be with 2, and with the only 2 players there, that will be the spawns now for OpTic Texas. 6 in a row for Shotzzy. Number 7 up to 8 and 3, and looking to continue his reign of dominance. Is every bullet is a hit.
Oh, he is getting loud. He's getting fired up, yelling at the crowd as he's on 9 in a row, up to 10. He started off 0-2 as well. OpTic now up to 90 points. Florida finally going to be able to get control of a hill. Now you do have the streaks for Shotzzy whenever he wants to use them. The grenades raining on in. Is Awakening trying to slow the game down? And this is what I mean. This has been their map all year long.
So good early on, but you gotta see if Mutineers, the crowd was loud, just maybe a little bit of nerves, just trying to get warmed up in a rhythm and a flow within this game. Maybe it'll be behind TJHaly. Now 2 in a row for him. Just holding down top church as we get ready for our next hard point to pop. They need some kind of big moment, and maybe it's gonna be behind this young man. Now up to a 3 streak. And here's the peek out for the trade. There's number 4. Knock. Who's there? TJHaly, bit of finesse, pistol out. It's popping, but finally, he's gonna drop.
And Florida needed this, right? Just stop the bleeding as much as you can. Get back into the game. They're only down 50 now, starting to fight on back. But here comes the Arsenal. Scump able to find one top church. Vivid inside. He's gonna take it down. Scump with the headshots. He's got his teammate on the hill and Shotzzy, but off spawn. Awakening. Sky's trying to fly right back in.
Prolute just trying to back it up and take his time for now. Now the team's starting to collapse with him. I think he gets a hit on the lethal. And he'll just take the ladder for now, but bit by bit you climb back into this, right? It was an 80-point advantage. Slowly but surely, Mutineers coming away.
This has been a great hill for Florida.
Right,
now Vivid is getting going, and this is who you need. We talked about it in the pre-show. When he goes positive, they're like 19-4. Now it is tough to do. He is the one making those plays, taking the routes. He plays with such aggression. We've seen it time and time again. The impact he has on the map, but he's finding multiple multi-kills. And now you can see a 20-point game, a huge turnaround from the Mutineers as inside of P5, Awakening and Vivid finding more kills. But Scump trying to do what he can, almost takes down 3, but it's gonna be all dead for OpTic.
This looked like a blow-up. I mean, it was scary. The crowd was really getting
Shotzzy was transforming into the hole.
100%. Like, you were worried this was going to be an obliteration. But now just down 5. What a comeback this has been for Mutineers.
They're still acquiring time. Look at that. We have a lead change inbound for Florida. What a comeback from this team.
It's like sometimes you watch like an NBA game, it's the home team, and
slowly
you survive that flurry, right? Like they come out hot, the crowd's behind them, it's just like survive, and then you come alive.
And they've done that, right? And you still have Skies at 6 and 13. Can he turn that around? A couple of seconds left after all is said and done. OpTic gonna have a 2-point lead as we go to our next rotation. And on rotation, the glide bomb is gonna be called in, but it's bad timing. Is Scump. He actually gets taken down. The glide bomb misses. The glide bomb does not connect, so you're gonna have a 3-on-3 on the hill. But Scump off spawn, able to find one. Shotzzy looking for Dave, but Dave playing his life with his teammates looking over him.
Well, there's 2 for Dashy now. Scump from spawn to the hard point. Now a chance for them to take the lead on Scump's POV as he's 14 and 14. You've got one player churchlight, that'll be Shotzzy. We'll hop to his POV for just a second to see what he's gonna find, and well, he's gonna find a wall bang to the rear. That's gonna be Awakening with the tags. Now right over to Prolute, 2 big wins. Lead starting to grow again for OpTic Texas.
Well, this is where really that lead started, right? It was P1 to P2, a little bit different this time. Florida have the early spawns over towards P2. Can they hang on to them now? You see Dave already set up flat side. You have Skies all the way in, spawn behind P2. This is what Florida needed. Now they need a response. Is what you had 30 seconds or so for OpTic Texas with that lead. They gotta get across the map now. Awakening gonna be the first man up. But Shotzzy, he spotted him, put a couple of tags in. It's Prolute working through side church. He was able to find one, and with that, they have the man advantage on this push.
And this is where it kind of fell apart for Mutineers. So early, right? Like you had a decent setup, you were in okay position, you get smoked off the point, and that might be what happens again. But right after that, on the tail end of the play, it's 3 for Mutineers, and suddenly the only person really in position is Dashy.
Huge 2-piece from Skies right there to just stop
I thought they were in
that
trouble.
flurry.
I thought they were in trouble.
They were in trouble. Skies bails them out. Now it's over to Awakening, having himself a map, 20 and 14. Down 20 seconds left on this hill. Can they tie things up? He wants to get pushed out. 4P3 finds Dashy now on 5 in a row. Now is when you start to think about that glide bomb. He's gonna do that. Slow down, play with his teammates. His Shotzzy's gonna stop it.
Way to go, Joe. That was on you.
Yeah, Caster's good.
Now let's see. He's Vivid. He's hunting around mid-map, and there's Shotzzy that he's gonna be able to take down. Now set up deep, it's gonna be Dashy and Prolute. Basically the opposite of what we saw last time. There was 2 players there from Florida Mutineers, and OpTic steamrolled through. I think he's gonna hit him in the shin with his stun. After the Florida kills, there's gonna be 1 left. It's just gonna be 1. Awakening is gonna be on the point. They're able to get all 3 out deep for OpTic. but Scump gets there so quickly. He will be the point man, but on the backside of the rotation, Mutineers, Vivid, and Skies are there.
Yeah, I mean, to have the spawns, I mean, Skies took a long route through P5, but it just took too long. And Awakening was the only one left, so off a spawn, they just pushed right to P4, and now you have P4 control through the front. That was looking great for Florida, but they were not able to hold on. That first set of kills could not come in. So now Scump doing what he can on the objective. The nades will hit on the rotation. Shotzzy's all the way through towards Church. They're gonna realize this now. They're gonna have to hunt him down.
Just seems like whatever player.
Oh, look at that spawns have flipped as well. That's all Shotzzy right there. A major play if they can turn this into a lot of time here for OpTic.
Oh, the potential is there. About to have a tie game. We're darn near close to it. 2 points separating these squads. OpTic first into the point. The heads-up play from Shotzzy. Now, will it pay dividend? These entry kills going to be so crucial now for Florida Mutineers. They're trying to find the opening. Who's going to be the first man to go in? Well, it's Shotzzy on the rotation. If Shotzzy is going to get the first kill in the information, so far 2 for 2. Make it 3 for 3. Trading effectively, but it's going to be Mutineers the point for now.
Well, yeah, Scump's the last one alive, and he pushed towards the front of Church, right? Top Church, that's going to flip the spawns for Florida. So Florida at Church, this is where they got themselves back into the game, and now a chance to take the lead. The 3-man push through field side for OpTic. Dashy to lead. Prolute going to be trying to push on through, but Awakening, he finds a nice timing, and he snaps on a Scump for number 2. Now it's up to Shotzzy to get on.
I think it's like
for
3.
OpTic, but it's just trades back and forth. Does Florida now have a 10-point lead?
I think there was a team kill in there too, so effectively it might be 3. And
6 in a
speaking
row.
of triple, it's going to be Skies. 17-19, but 6 in a row. Just trying to ramp it up, trying to get these streaks as Mutineers start to pull away from it. The pressure now on OpTic to bring it back. Let's go right to a listening with OpTic Texas.
One shot, one shot.
Nice, good up, good one.
I got you. I'm bottom. Nice, good up. Get up there.
I need it out their side, watch out.
The roof. I need the right side roof. I have left roof.
I'm trying to watch pitch.
I have roof. What's mid? I have roof right now. That's the roof. I have roof.
I've been back.
Go roof there.
I have pitch. Yo, pop.
I have low roof, not low roof, Steph.
Yo, nothing in the back. I think they're in fire alley again. Yo, fire alley, Caesar. He's in to their side. Yo, row behind me, guys.
I'm not handled them.
Oh, well, I got double.
Yeah, row. One pushing to right. One's mid truck.
Yo, I spawn flash.
With both. Trying to finesse. Both of you. Actually,
Well, Jay, you see how hard it is there with all the points of entry. Like, they're calming everything, and still it's just so hard to hold.
Yeah, well, Vivid slips on through. Vivid makes the play. All that time when it went to OpTic, and then on the rotation, it's what? 9 kills in a row for Florida. Now 10 points away for a huge upset. Skies, 25 and 21. 9 in a row for Skies as he is popping off. Calls in the glide bomb, and they win map number 1.
Well, Joe, who'd you say the pressure is on after a rough stretch here to the major?
Well, I mean, even in the map, dude, he started off horrendously, and he just pops off.
But Sky stepped it up in a big way, pal.
Yeah, he sure does. He goes on a 6 spree, then a 9 spree to end that game. Awakening was solid throughout, but honestly, the composure of Florida after just the start of that map, Shotzzy on a 9 spree, the crowd getting fired up, and they just stuck through it. I mean, Churchill, P4 both times. That is where Florida made the difference.
Absolutely unbelievable stuff. I mean, that was a gritty game. It's a 30-point game, but there were so many different lead changes, so many highlights, so many brilliant moments. We're going to check some of them out, but man, I mean, just starting to listen at the end there, you kind of heard, like, just comps from everybody trying to call where they think the push is coming from. But he says Vivid that really makes the play.
Yeah, Vivid at P5, he like jumps from roof to bottom, and nobody picks it up. That allows them to get the last 20 seconds of P5, where OpTic would have probably been at.
Was that the first kill on Prolute on the stairs?
Yeah, and what 240 they would have been at, but then on rotation, while Florida's getting that scrap time, Skies just pops off. Shotzzy was like, I'm going to try to finesse and play that my life in the listening, but it does not happen. Props to Florida to win the battle on both fronts. Not easy to do, but it's really the start of the game, just dealing with the pressure that OpTic was putting on.
And is that one of those things maybe when you talk about playing with a sub or the LAN experience of Prolute, those type of clutch moments at the end of the hard point, where maybe you do give a little bit of an edge to Mutineers, even if they don't have it to win this year, don't have the same performances, maybe give them an edge?
I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't know, you know, maybe not with the trio that OpTic has, but it's tough to go back. There's just a couple of key moments, as there always is in the clutch, where there was just some openings. And then the individual talent that Florida, we know they have. It just feels like, how did they put it all together? They put it together there.
I mean, it was what, like 90-0?
Pretty much, yeah.
Somewhere in that ballpark, just unbelievable comeback there from Mutineers. Well, really just to get out of that hole early in the game, because it was somewhere in the 90-10 range. They bring it back, they take the lead. That was the moment. As much as we can talk about the plays late, if they didn't come alive there and survive that opening blow, I mean, that's a blowout. That's a blowout.
That could have been a 100-point club, which you don't see that often in this game. And yeah, they just dealt with it very nicely. Again, you know, they had the advantage at P3. It was broken, and we're like, uh-oh, like this is going to get really ugly. But they were able to hold on, make it messy. But it was P4, where they just like made it a 20 to 30-point game.
Yeah.
Then at P5, I mean, they put those two hills together, and it's like, well, nothing, don't forget about it.
Well, we're going to talk about Dashy and Skies now as we get ready for the search and destroy and what they've been able to do statistically. 1.24 on one side, 1.22 on the other. They've had an impact.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about search and destroy. I feel like Skies, we always talk about Dashy as well. It's always these two names and just what they're able to do. And in a way, it's pretty similar, right? They're looking for opening picks with those ARs, just trying to find those first bloods. And now you see 28.8% of team kills for Skies, 26 for Dashy. Well, we're staying on Tuscan, and we know what this man can do.
I mean, it's very different. There's differences in the teams, obviously, but I just feel like for a long time, you know, with Mutineers, when you had Awakening, you had Skies, it was like Awakening had 15 kills and 3 deaths and 7 first bloods, and they were still losing searches. We've come a long way from there, but it seems like it's starting to come maybe a little bit more balanced.
Yeah, it feels that way, but then it's just like, yeah, when is this Florida team, right? As soon as you're thinking they're starting to look good, they go 2-3 in the qualifiers. They do have a very good major number 2, but we're back to land. They're going up against OpTic once again, and they steal that first map.
And you just have to think, you know, coming from it being at the most recent major, right? You have beat them in a high-stress situation. Like, that gives you a little bolstered confidence here to come up with an upset again, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with, like, the whole OpTic versus FaZe thing right now.
Yeah.
Like, they are just, it feels like they have the confidence in the matchup. As soon as that first map starts, they're not worried about who's on the other side of the stage. Because a lot of times when you're playing OpTic with the crowd, with the legacy that is OpTic, that is a part of that game.
Well, I think you're talking esports or regular sport, any of them. Like, sometimes you have a team that kind of owns that matchup, right? And it just takes like a win. You just gotta like beat them once and start to get a little bit of confidence brewing.
Yeah, well, that's what happened with OpTic and FaZe, that's for sure. Because it was the other way before that.
It certainly was, certainly was. And we're staying on Tuscans for map 2 and 3. Now to the search and destroy, see if OpTic can bounce back or if the Florida Mutineers can ride the momentum from that map 1. What a brilliant one it was. If you take a look at the overall percentages there, great on defense for Mutineers, great on offense for Texas.
And well, it's going to be starting with Florida on offense in this round 1. And well, Dash, okay, we talked about these two players, and there we go. Dashy with the boomstick, able to connect on the first, but Awakening does fight back.
Yeah, they go out to dinner early. Dashy just with that first pick, beautiful shot. But down to the 3 versus 3. Vivid, hello there. Dashy looking for the angle with the snipe. He's going to find Vivid soaring through to shoot off his kneecaps. And just not able to get away on the cross. 2-2 versus 2.
You can see what Florida wanted to do. They wanted to rotate through, right? Almost throw what OpTic does, just fast rotations on the map. Quickly moving. It was a 3-on-2, but now it's a 1 versus 2 for Awakening. So he's got to deal with Prolute and Shotzzy. He has 45 seconds to work with. Bomb is down in a very tough position. The way Prolute and Shotzzy are playing this, it's just back-to-back, just playing around the bomb.
Don't you ever doubt Big Wig.
I'm not doubting him. It's just a...
It's tough, yeah. Very, very tough. Let's see if he can get the first pick. He just gets eyes on 1. Just under 30 seconds now to go.
Yeah, he knew the challenge was going to come in.
Ooh, that's a snap. That's a snap and a half, but he's going to lose that gunfight. But I thought for a second he was taking a wig.
Yeah, it's just 3 of those bullets probably going to the railing. You know, right? You didn't kind of deal with that. But a nice rebound from Shotzzy. He finds 3 in the round from OpTic. Dashy gets the first blood, immediately responded. They're in a 2-on-3, and it's Vivid on the rotation. He's calling, let's rotate that bomb, but he gets caught from top church.
Yeah, Shotzzy has been just so good here, whether it's the pace, the shots. I mean, just about as perfect of a performance you'll see sometimes on Tuscan.
Yeah, I think when you watch this map, watch number 1 and 3 in Shotzzy and Dashy, especially in mid-round rotations, they are just so fast. They catch enemies off guard all the time. There's going to be a first blood for Shotzzy. He's up to 4-0.
Let's see if he can find any more. The next opponent likely going to be Vivid. Got him to deal with close, but Shotzzy and Scump able to chow this together. It looks like there's a pinch developing behind them too. That's DavePaty. It's going to start working around the flank.
He has a jump up, but he's got a chance here. I mean, Dashy's just kind of looking middle of the map. The other two players are at P5. There we go. He's going to find the first. He's going to react. He's going to react to this play. But Shotzzy just playing his life, and David's just all by himself on an island. He's going to get taken down. There's no trade from Florida. So now back over to Vivid, who's got another one-on-one, but it's Shotzzy. There he is. It's like he's one way. He's over here. Once again, just so quick. Now up to a 5 spree. Can he find it number 6?
Gunfights do not look fun when you're on the receiving end of that. You see Shotzzy come soaring across your screen, but Sky's kind of the hero of map 1. He'll be in a 1 versus 3 with 25 to go. If anything, you just don't want to give another kill to Shotzzy here. Because that put him, what, 1 away?
Yeah, we put him 1 away. And, well, I don't know. I think Scump gets this kill here. There was a bit of a timing, but it starts with Shotzzy. He's up to, yeah, 5-0. Finds that first blood, and yeah, that Scump is going to find the kill. Put OpTic up 2-0.
I mean, the big thing with Shotzzy, like, he has 5 kills, 4 and untraded. I mean, he's getting kills, he's getting out.
Yeah, and then he's in another place. Dude, he's like teleporting around the map.
It's like Nightcrawler.
Yes, yes. That's pretty much what he is.
Well, Mutineers, no strangers to holes early in maps, but you got to start to climb out of it sooner than later. And Skies again, Vivid then through as well. Into the blender, go OpTic Texas, and suddenly just one alive. King Scumpy.
Now you do have Skies just kind of watching that flank, waiting for that timing. But there's a chance here. I mean, they're pretty split up where he can find a kill and get out. But now it's going to be tough. Vivid flying to help his teammate. Well, you can see him looking over. A bomb is planted, Dave, through the middle of the map. And it's just all going to be about the trades. Putting shots in. There's no trade yet. Nothing yet. He still has time to work with. Finessing his life. Almost catches Skies, and he has a nade. Doesn't look like that's going to be able to connect. Now, the problem is Vivid's gone. There's no trade. Vivid, he backed away from his teammate. Now we're in a one-on-one.
7 bullets in. Here's the reload. Can he clutch up in the 1 versus 3? Scump, Vivid, 15 seconds to go. What a clutch this would be.
Oh, he's got, doesn't find the kill.
And no time, no time. If he finishes him before he gets around the edge, another bullet or two and maybe, but what an effort there from Scump.
Well, he's going to be on 5 in a row, right, going into the next one. But that is a scary round. If you were Florida, it looked like, you know, when Dave dies in the middle of the map. Yeah, like, it looked like Skies wanted to go, but Vivid said no. Then Skies is holding ruins. Vivid backs up to church. You have to play together, right? You have to be there quick for the train. They were not. You see what happens. That is a very scary round. The communication needs to be better from the Mutineers.
In a 3v1 versus Scump, guys, I'm thinking here's the game plan. We're just going to give him 3 one-on-ones.
3 1-on-ones? Yeah, 3 1-on-ones, and we're just going to run away. We're just going to play the clock.
Yeah.
It worked.
Oh, it's 5 in a row for Scump. And they've got the 2-1 advantage. It's starting to work their way up towards this B site. Be Vivid, his POV and his position to try and hold this aggression. The nades are going to combine and hit. That's Awakening is going to get the pick, and Vivid will follow it up. 4v2 early. Mutineers looking to tie this up 2-2.
And they find a first blood on a Dashy again. They did it last round. It turns into a round win. They did it here again with a grenade. You saw Vivid throw one. I just heard a bunch of explosions. Up top broken. That was the deal with Dashy in that spot. But still, some time to work with, and Prolute is able to bring it back into a 2-on-3. So a winnable round. Now it's just dealing with these power positions. Vivid's the only guy over at B. Dave's got his help top church. He can kind of be the rotation guy in between both of these fights. But they got to be careful. Don't give them these. Try to pack up, play with your team. Luckily, it does not get taken down.
Yeah, like that little extra second I thought the tactical was going to cost him, but able to do it now. You are on 6 in a row for your Scump. 20 seconds to go. You're probably in trouble for the round. Can you stay alive or maybe find a kill if they get over aggressive?
Yeah, right, the comms are, we know he's close to a streak. He's probably not going to push anything, and that's going to be it. For Florida, you're not going to challenge.
Yeah.
Scump, he wants to stay alive. He's on 6, 1 away from the glide. But Florida, it's kind of the same as last map, right? Just like comes out hot, does OpTic, and then they fight right back in.
Well, even that round 3 kind of felt similar, even though they're very different modes. Like, you know, you just came back with a vengeance so quickly. Like, you just came and punched him in the mouth at map 3, right? Like, it was 3 dead. Almost instant. I know Scump was clutch, so that became much more than I thought it was. But, like, you just came out and took it to him. And they needed to.
Yeah, and I mean, even that round 3, I mean, they challenge Dashy middle of the map. Skies does, right? So he just goes and takes it again. Dashy 2 and 4. He has the sniper. Looks like some nades were going to come in, and they do right now, but a slower round from Florida. Looks like they're going to work towards B sooner or later. It's very aggressive is Shotzzy and OpTic.
They were playing around with those guys, just chilling here at the back truck, just maybe waiting to bait out some aggression. Shotzzy, though, he is still going to get a pick and get away with his life. Another untraded kill. The flick not quite there for Dashy, but it's the lethals again of Florida Mutineers finding openings. Vivid this time with a grenade kill, 3 versus 3. Scump, though, there's number 7. There's the streaks, 7 and 1 out of Scump.
Yeah, he's able to find that glide bomb, now trying to look for the rest of the round. He's going to find number 8 on the Skies, just again, 1v1s. There was no push after Scump finds the first one. 3 1-on-1s in a row, and he is not losing them. 9 and 1 is Scump.
Did they sign some sort of agreement with him pre-series? Like, we're only going to solo challenge you?
Like, he's the only one over at B. No. Like, it's a 3-man push. Go. They don't go. Nobody is flying out.
I mean, to him, he is a monster. He's winning these ones. He keeps it cruising, and what a stretch this has been. Now with the streak in your back pocket, as you see the OpTic guys talking through it. And Dashy sort of looks like he's chilling. Can't really get in a rhythm yet, but his teammates stepping up big.
Well, and like you said, they're kind of countering him, right? Around the nades with the sniper.
Woo!
Yeah, 9 in a row. Kind of reminds me of last year. He was just so impactful in Search and Destroy on the Cold War season.
That's been the biggest improvement in his game over the course of the last 5 years by a landslide. Gonna call it in. See what he can find. Wraps it all the way over towards the B bomb site. Not gonna hit.
What's interesting is they don't make a play off of it, right? There's nothing towards A. They don't try to plant a bomb. There's no play behind that glide, so you're going to take that all day if you're Florida.
45 seconds off the round. And as you stated, just not a lot developing yet. Now they're going to try and hit the nades. Awakening is just going to peek as they try to connect the lethals. I thought for a second it would be 3. But he's able to get 2. TJHaly involved as well. Scump last alive again, and he's taking bullets now. They're looking to tie this up at 3-3. And another one of those just brute force rounds mid where they just dominated.
Well, right, they're hiding from the glide. They're not giving him anything. So they know he's got that streak, but even for OpTic, I think, they've been so good kind of, making good team calls, playing with their communication. Usually if you're going to call that glide in, he's going to try to put it somewhere where his team can make a push towards the site. They can put the bomb down. That's how we normally see. There's 2 ways on offense. You either use it when a bomb is planted, so you can win a round, you can check the defuse, or you use it to open up a site and nothing happened on the map.
It's just the lack of information, just how they played it. Well, Vivid is down to 31 quickly, but it's Awakening with another big one. 3 in a row for him, up to 6 and 5.
And it's middle of the map. It's around the same spot. I mean, Florida is just not backing down.
It's not broken, no fix it. It has been working for them, but Shotzzy quickly with 2. This time, though, it gets traded out, and that's big, because he's been getting out of these situations so beautifully. Thankfully for him, he at least gets 2. To a 2v2 we go. Oh, no. It's a team kill, and there's 40 wall bangs, and finally he's going to drop OpTic Texas. Take the round. Maybe an unfortunate one there for Mutineers to stack to the doorway.
And it's just the timing, right? Shotzzy's able to turn that into a 2 versus 2. He jumps up to the middle of the map towards top broken, catches Florida completely off guard. Then over towards P5. I mean, in the 2-on-2, it's Scump shutting the door.
And that's one where you get away with a clean first blood, right? Like you have the 4v advantage or 4v3 advantage, and you're feeling good about life until Shotzzy does Shotzzy things. He's up to 8 and 5 now. Lead back to OpTic. They need this one, and Shotzzy's still a hit and clean to the face. Vivid throw on the feet as well to get Scump out of the mix. To 3v3 we go, Joe.
That's a nice response from Vivid. Very quick on the other side. Shotzzy hit A fast, Vivid hit B fast. The nades connecting from Florida, but not gonna find a kill. This is one of those rounds where OpTic, they play quick mid-round, and that's the call. They're trying to do it through the middle of the map, and yep, Shotzzy, Dashy just watching over one another. Now bomb planted, immediately off of that reaction into a 2-on-3.
If he was holding that second earlier, maybe you get a pick. Might still drop, but maybe get a kill. Not going to be the case there. To Prolute we go. Just 1 kill in the round, and he is in a world of trouble. I thought maybe he'd somehow win that, but Shotzzy is there for the trade now. 2-on-1. It's going to be Awakening by himself. He will fall 1 round away from the search and destroy win. And I mean, these search victories has been a big part of why they've made these runs.
Even just the small play from Shotzzy to work the middle of the map and know if I get caught, they're going to have to over-peek top church, right? And that play comes in, Dashy's like, all right, I got you. I'm watching over you. Boom, that gives them that 3 versus 2 off that bomb planted. And then Prolute and Shotzzy make a play. They don't allow Florida to get too aggressive or, you know, allow something to happen. They go out and look for information.
Yeah, they're
going to look for it.
I mean, he went full sending out the window. He thought he had a freebie. Double digits for Shotzzy now. Looking for number 11. Uh-oh. Oh, run, hide. Nades coming in from everywhere. Tossing out one himself, but it's Vivid who's trying to match the aggression. There for the first blood at 7 and 6. He's got eyes on more. Okay, play his life. Wait for a little bit of help. He's got Awakening outside.
I mean, you know 2 players here.
Well, he no longer has Awakening outside.
Yeah, I mean, Dave just needs to stay alive there because they saw the last player in Dashy was top church. So they're going to plant the bomb into a 3-on-3 over towards A. All of OpTic, though, all the way back fields. It's a very fast rotation from these 3. They're going to leave Vivid. This is the play call, right? Vivid is thinking right now, they might still push me. Now, there's the information from Skies. They're going to try to relocate their positions, and Dave from top broken able to take down Prolute.
Now you've got Vivid back into the mix, and the numbers have shifted. 3v2, 1 wrapping around the flank. That's going to be Skies. Should be an opening, and there it is. Scump will be last one alive, looking for the 4th round on the board for Mutineers. He's almost had a crazy 1v3 clutch, but a little more time to work with last time around.
Yeah, he had about 30 more seconds. Yeah, this one is done. Scump, though, just staying alive, not giving up a kill. Maybe trying to find one more for himself as Dave is top broken. Bomb gonna blow up, and Florida, they stay alive. A nice first blood from Vivid will a trade on a Shotzzy, which you will take all day, right? I mean, with the impact that Shotzzy has had. And you kind of have the plays going around P5. Florida gets that information. They just go get that bomb down with what they know. Dashy is the only one over that area top church.
Just something about this matchup feels like these teams lately are going to battle.
Yeah.
You go deep in the map 1. We are into a round 10 here. Let's see if Mutineers can get this to a round 11. Dave with the snipe in hand this time, not able to hit. The nades do connect. The second one there to follow it up. And Shotzzy with the pistol. He's just going to soar out. Size though, through on the trade, now to a 3 versus 3, and the dust kind of settles here for a moment. Everybody takes a breath.
I take that trade all day, as long as it's on the Shotzzy. Shotzzy finds that first blood, but it's like, you know what? He's off the map.
Get him out of here.
Oh no. Mamma mia.
No.
Mamma mia, Dave, no.
I don't know if it's a little bit antsy. He comes sliding across and snipes his teammate, but you've got a shot to maybe do this. It's all going to be on DayPaty now, 1 versus 2.
Well, you better make up for that.
You got to. That team kill is brutal. And I didn't see if he had the angle on somebody he was pulling on at the same time, or he just kind of got jumpy.
Was across
so he just got a little jumpy there.
Very jumpy.
That's what I was worried the case was. I was hoping I wasn't right.
Looking like I'm watching you. You're just hitting that button on accident.
Come
honestly.
on.
Yeah, you do panic all the time.
I do. But Texas had the plan, 2 versus 1. DayPaty trying to make up for the crucial mistake.
Hit it.
Hit it! There's 1 versus 1. Now Scump just peeled off the map. Under 30 to go. Not gonna catch him. Dashy will find it. OpTic Texas win the map.
They needed that as well. The last time they played Florida,
Skies was gone. Skies out.
They dropped the first 2 maps. They win this map number 2, Search and Destroy. They had a lot of advantages. Shotzzy and Scump both drop 11. And Dave with a little bit of help in that last round.
Yeah, that's a tough one. There's no other way to word it. That is a very, very, very tough one. Just sorry about that, teammate. Apologies. Got a little jumpy as he came around the edge, but the team kill. Maybe we had around 11. I
mean, honestly, nice reaction time out of Dave.
Oh, yeah.
It was quick.
Trigger finger was ready.
You saw Skies was like, dude, what the heck? Like, there's nothing over there. I just came from that area.
Yeah.
Why are you shooting
That's
me?
just one of those things where you're so locked in probably on your crosshair that the awareness isn't there, and stuff like that can happen. But you get a monster map at a Shotzzy and Scump. 11-7, 11-4.
It's 11-7 at 4 first bloods. I mean, he was just so aggressive through the middle of the map with Dashy looking over him. Those two, the way they worked off one another, and then what, Scump 6 or 7 of those are those 1v1s in those rounds. But you know, he made him close, but up to 11 kills and OpTic, they're going to tie the series up at 1 apiece.
Well, we're staying on Tuscan. These are the first 2 maps that played out. We're all tied up at 1-1. You were a little worried about how much Tuscan was in the mix. Well, at least, you know, with that map 1-1, we're going to...
Yeah, you get to a Berlin.
You get to Berlin, yes.
Yeah, well, we just saw, I mean, we all know Shotzzy dropped like 42 and 14 on that, on Berlin Hardpoint.
It doesn't get easier against a team like OpTic usually. I mean, but the map pool is what?
Yeah, it's, you know, you're happy to get to the back half of the series for sure.
I hear you. But this is one that we hope is going to be thrilling. And remember, Mutineers knocked them out of Major 2. OpTic, you're looking for a little bit of vengeance. You want to get back on the map. You want to maybe take your second Major of the year, but you still have several maps to go. We've got Tuscan control around the corner for Mutineers. You're trying to just kind of brush off that mistake. Maybe a team kill comes in, you fall a little bit short, but can you get it done in the control? Do not go anywhere. Map 3 coming up next.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hello and welcome back, Toronto! People are having a blast. This has been amazing. I feel like I've been bumping into fans everywhere on the streets. Just people have been so nice, hospitable. It's been absolutely amazing. The crowd has been electric. But we're getting ready to hop into the map 3. I believe at some point here in a moment, Joe, we're going to watch that kind of the team kill that happened. I think we had some good reactions kind of from the squad on what went down, because that was just, it's a frustrating moment, man. There's no way around it. Let's see it again.
I mean, you can see on the map, like, OpTic is nowhere.
Oh, that is.
Yeah, like.
That is tough.
Oh, Skies is
no.
like, watch this. He's like, hello. Like,
I mean, how else do you react? I mean, that is a frustrating one. You're looking to clutch up, get this, maybe do around 11.
That was a 3-on-3, and then that happened. Yeah, it's just not great. I mean, Dave almost brought it back. He turned it into a 1-on-1, but it's just one of those things. We talk about the stage, making mistakes like that. That's one of them.
No, and you have to remember, I mean, it's crazy to me to think that like Skies is like a veteran player now, but he is, even though like it just, you know, I remember him first coming to the league, this little young buck, but Dave is very new to the league, right? And mistakes like that can happen. I mean, I'm sure throughout your career, you've seen plenty of that where some young player makes a mistake. A little blunder on the main stage.
That never happened. Never happened.
I bet.
You gotta remember too, like
I've seen plenty of commentators. So.
Yeah, we've seen, we see the jerseys, the players may not, and that's just what happens. You don't see the Florida jersey,
you see some movement, man.
Yeah, you're just shooting. We've all been there. We've all been there. But we're sticking on Tuscan control. And then for OpTic this year, I mean, 12-2. Their best control map. We talked about them being the best control team really throughout the year. For Florida, I mean, it's their best control map as well. I think it's like 6-5. Awakening having himself a pretty solid series, 39-31.
He has to.
No, he does. He does need to, and he's putting pressure on. I mean, you can see we're going the distance in these maps.
What, to around 10, about a 30-point hard point. Now, how deep will we go in the map 3? But now let's get into it. All right, map 3, Texas. Florida. We keep it on Tuscan, but is Dashy getting rolling early? You know, couldn't really take over the way he'd like to in the map 2, considering her search and destroy stats, but this is one where he can go nuts.
No, he can't. I mean, it just feels like this is not an easy map with an AR.
But it is for him.
It is for him. He just has this style down and up. They find that first blood, and then off of that, they just push through the middle of the map. They're flanking through P5 as Prolute is all the way through towards the attacking spawn, trying to get a fast trade. Him and Shotzzy are locking down A. On the other side of the map, though, Awakening just kind of hanging out top church. Maybe he can make a play, and he does find a kill on a Dashy. Shotzzy able to snap. I mean, that is not an easy kill. No, the thing was flying through the air.
The tracking there is not easy. He makes it look
it looked like a jetpack game right there.
It did. He made it look very natural, though, in dealing with it. But this will be the A zone likely done. Lives-wise, you got a 4-life advantage if you are OpTic.
Shotzzy's like, hold on, not yet. All right, now it's done. Now it's done. Scump was going for it with Shotzzy. I mean, you know, they had a 2-on-2. Shotzzy finds one. They probably stopped that. Now over to B. Awakening once again lurking. Skies with a nice kill on the Scump. We saw it last series between Toronto and Atlanta FaZe. It was all about winning towards this B zone for the defensive team.
It seems like the hardest thing in the world, or then you have a round like FaZe where they make it look like the easiest thing. I don't know, it's just like a snowball effect where you get it rolling early and you just take control and dominate quickly, but more often than not, it's a battle of attrition.
Right now, these are pretty solid trades for Florida, but you only have one player on it. They got to keep slaying. They're doing just that. Vivid, who's trying to get pushed up towards TJHaly. Scump off a spawn, able to find one. So Florida right now, a little bit staggered, right? 2-on-2. If you're Dave, you want to just play your life around P5 right now. Wait for your teammates. It's exactly what's happening. But Shotzzy doing what he does, lurking through the middle of the map, finding kills off a spawn.
Yeah, him and Dashy just get aggressive. Just keep this staggered. They have a longer way to go to the point than you do. Just don't allow them to get the full effort, and right now the gunny's on point. And Shotzzy just comes sprinting by his POV, slides on in, and Scump gets one. I mean, chalk it up as 2, because the team kill is there again, and now you see from top broken, it's easy for Dashy. 3 in a row, continuing to connect on the shots.
And that's what I love, though, from OpTic, right? You know that 2 are dead. There's the last 2 players are stuck in P5. Some teams may not make that push forward. They do. They go forward. They try to stagger Florida, and that's what's been going on. Vivid, nice kills, but once again, there's only 2 players here, so they have to slow it down with 6 lives left. I believe Skies is trying to get aggressive all the way through back truck, and he does sneak on through. Trying to find a kill, and okay, all the kills go the way of Florida. That's gonna be 4 dead. 4 dead for OpTic. Now the stack comes in.
You You've got a shot. The nades are going to come in here quickly, though. They're trying to get counter nades out to back him up.
Does Shotzzy find one? Shotzi's on the flank right now. Shotzzy trying to make the play. He's able to find one. Does that buy them enough time?
It's there.
It does not.
There. Unbelievable stuff. You are down in lives, time against you. And for the most part, for OpTic, it was sort of like the best defense is a good offense, right? Like they kept the pressure up, didn't allow
gassing them up, and then it just like 5-6 kills in a row happens. Sky sneaks on through.
That's all it takes. Just a switch goes off. They get a series of kills, you put them on the back feet, and a lot of times you'll need to get 2 waves. I mean, I guess at the end you do get it, but unbelievable stuff there from Mutineers, and it's 4 in a row from Skies, who is clutch at a big spot again.
Just the entire team, they find all the kills to kind of win that round, and then off the start, Skies is now on a 5 spree, starting to get comfortable. He started off map 1 or slow, then really picked it on up. He's doing it here in map number 3 alongside Vivid. There's not a lot of pressure yet over towards A as OpTic trying to go P5, maybe through the middle of the map now. Vivid's just kind of lurking in that area. Depending on the timing, he may find multiple kills or find absolutely nothing.
We're about done with the first bit. Thought maybe Scump had 2, but not going to be the case. Still have players around the point, though. Sky's just looking for number 7 here. He just sees the tip of a head. Can't quite peel it, though, and we'll see if they try to isolate him. They're going to be able to do it. It's going to be a team shot. I think it's Dashy deep and Scump close. They're able to get the shot. Scump will actually end up with 2. And now you're even in the lives department. You push this forward onto B. Scump now being aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, you would love if Shotzzy was alive with him, right? You would have had 2 players on it, maybe a tick done. But off a spawn, all of OpTic here, now into a 2-on-2. Florida just need to take their time. They do just that. The spawners come in. Vivid finds multiple kills.
Now the issue is you've only got 40 seconds. Now you haven't finished A, you got the time extension, but usually when you work both points a bit like that, it's a bit of a risky gamble when you just talk about the clock.
I mean, I guess the good thing is they're keeping it messy, right? The lives for both are right around the same number. But now Florida.
Well, you just got to make sure you get a point.
Yeah, they need a point.
You got
Now
to make sure you get a point. This is what you get a little bit worried about. And if you can't get it clean, now Skies and Vivid are rolling through you like a nuclear missile, things get scary.
A missile, yeah. No, I mean, right at the end of round 1, now into round number 2. It is this duo of Vivid and Skies taking over. Awakening has had a solid series throughout the entire time we have been here. He's up to 12 and 10, now 14.
This is what I'm worried about. This is what I'm worried
about. And now only 9 lives left in 10 seconds. They only have 3 ticks earned.
Did they even have the third? Did they have the first one at B?
No, I lied. It's 2.
No, I was going to say it's close, but I don't think they actually got it. Now, can you get them in an extension? You got 1.8 seconds on the clock to get something done. You clear them off the point, though, and this round is over. You've got a 2-0 edge for your Mutineers in the objective department, a landslide advantage. But there they get the extra minute. But now you got 4 lives left. You have 4 lives. So what are you going to do here? Yeah. Good luck. No response.
Well, not going to do much. I mean, Awakening right now. 3 kills in a row. Just the multi-kills that this team is finding.
A twisted rabbit. If that's the thing, I don't think it's the thing. Yeah.
Could be Awakening. Yeah. The twisted rabbit. All right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm actually.
All right. Dashy's got a 1 versus. I lied.
Yeah, 1 versus 100. Well, he will drop, and Florida Mutineers, what a round. And that to me is just. You know, a lot of teams in control, you maybe the harder side B. You'll take an early hit, right? If it goes well, great. If it doesn't, then you wasted very little time and you go to the easier point. But when you spend time on the easier point and then decide to make the hit over to the harder point, typically at that point, if you don't get one of them, I mean, you've got 30, 40 seconds left, which was the case. And it really was just a clean wipe or 2. And you're in such desperation mode to get a point period that usually the lives end up getting out of control.
Yeah, they do, but it's just these sprees. The trades have not been there for OpTic. It's multi-kills, just either whether it's Vivid, Awakening, Skies, the individual players are popping off against this OpTic team. And well, who is it that's really struggling right now in this map 3? It's Prolute, 4 and 14. Not what you want from the young gun.
You'll see the +3 tick advantage currently through for Mutineers. But the big thing is the 2-round advantage. They can do it here. Or, I mean, worst case, you got another defense, right?
Shide's looking for number 7 again. I think he was able to find that glide bomb. So that's going to be 7 spree glide bomb in hand.
You're not. It reminds you of what the series we were casting with Thieves, right? It was against OpTic, right? Where they just kept Envoy, Octane, they just kept getting streaks. They kept being able to earn them. And they don't always have the biggest impact, but sometimes they really do.
Yeah, and well, I mean, they could put the round away. You can see they're getting aggressive as they have a 2-life advantage. They're not finishing A. They have presence over towards B. It's Vivid and Awakening We're in a good spot. Vivid's gonna meet up with Skies, this duo. Sorry, Awakening. This duo just gonna try to find as many kills as they can. Maybe to get on B, use that glide bomb. A is done, 2 minutes now to work this last objective to win the map.
Dashy and Prolute though, they're going big for the team, just trying to keep the pressure at bay. You still have Awakening and Skies. I mean, this is the two you got to be concerned about the most right now. Just the way they are shooting, just peeling you apart. Shotzzy, free haircuts being given out. As Skies just rips him off the heady. As that was 3 straight. Now the battles are going down around the point. Now it's Vivid time for the 1-2 punch. They're going to pick up all the kills. This one might be done. Everybody dead around the point. The streak now coming in. It's a 10 streak for Caesar. Skies, and that is not going to hit, but I'm still excited because they're making the plays around the point. A chance to close it out here, right out of the streak, right back into the mix. That's 11 in a row before he drops, but OpTic survived.
That's actually a great play from OpTic. Right as the glide is called in, they just go top church. They fight through radio, so the glide cannot connect onto anyone. And Skies, you're in the glide, right? You can't help your teammates with the trade, so they've survived the first assault over towards B, does OpTic. But Florida still a life advantage, some time to work with. They were able to find a take. Now Shotzzy over at P5. Now we can get going. Get those spawn kills in as Shotzzy, Dashy locking down the middle of the map.
I mean, you need this round, but obviously if you're OpTic Texas, but the big thing's going to be offensively. Where's it going to come from? Who's going to step up to get that done? But you still have to close it out here, and Shotzzy, a big part of these most recent moments, now on 3 in a row. I mean, I think the good thing too is like they make a big play, but the fact they don't get 2 points of progress, right? The fact they hold them to 1 there during the streak and during everything going down, I thought for sure they were going to get 2.
Yeah, this is one of those moments though. They're a bit staggered right now. Shotzzy, you can see Scump, he wants to keep doing this around this P5. Prolute with another one top radio. OpTic's so good at this. Florida has to wait for one another to make a good team push. It's difficult to do though, because Scump is in your base. He's got an MP40, he's got an auto. He's winning a lot of gunfights, but Vivid finally shuts him down.
You've only got 7 lives left if you are Florida. 20 seconds to go. Can they put him away here? A trade on the Dashy. Eyes on the Prolute. A 1v1 about to go down to the back with Scump. And Skies is able to win that. The man is winning his one. Skies on a tear. Now you got to collapse. Just 10 seconds to go. Nade not making those shots easy, that's for sure. But the pressure comes in. You wipe them off the map if you are OpTic, and that should at least guarantee another round.
And well, when did things go wrong in that round number 1? It was kind of in those messy moments. But what happens, it was 4 or 5 kills in a row for Florida, right? Then they got onto that point. And now this is where this gets interesting. If you are kind of Florida.
Hello, OpTic Texas friends and family. Hi.
Hello. But you talk about that glide bomb. Was that the right time to invest in? Right now you're on a defense. If OpTic continues to play with this momentum, if they go over to B, it's always tough. Yes, you want to put them away.
I think it's like you got a 4 dead. They're like, this is it type thing. I hear you.
Would you rather have Skies with an auto just watching a lane? Yeah. But it's a tough decision. But
well, it's one of those things. It's easier to look back and say it too. Like if they would have won, great.
Yeah, no, that's why I brought it up. Yeah, it's one of those things for sure.
Hindsight.
Well, we just saw FaZe do this, right? Down 0-2, able to win 3 rounds in a row. Can OpTic do it?
Can they get the offense? Skies just continues to be a demon on the map, but Shotzzy is there for the trade. And he is pushing through and pushing through quickly. There's 2 people coming off spawn. I was gonna say, are they ready for gunfights? Of course, Skies is ready and waiting. The man is snapping currently.
And just to be ready for that fight, that is not easy to expect that. A player in your spawn.
If he did or if he just snapped, I'm not sure.
It looked like he slowed down to look over his teammate.
Yeah.
But now OpTic are in this position where they're kind of forced to go B with the map control that Florida has, and they are pinching this through P5. Skies working on through now with Awakening. You do have 1 player on B, but it is just Scump. And Dashy trying to do what they can, but there is the response. Very quick is Florida Mutineers. Similar to usually what we see from OpTic on their rotations, reading the map well.
You've got to the 2nd progress point over at A. It's been kind of Shotzzy just lurking there throughout it. You know, he just wants to get running around the map, but he's been doing the objective time for now. Just about to finish that off. There's the extra minute. So where are we at in lives? 4 for Mutineers is the advantage. Shotzzy trying to narrow that margin.
Yeah, he's trying to make a play, but who's ready for him? Skies is just like making sure he shuts him down. And I mean,
he's 26 and 13.
It's huge to not allow Shotzzy to make those kinds of Shotzzy plays. I mean, he's still around even at 22 and 23, finding all of his kills, but not turning them into multi-kills, being there for the trades.
It's like, I think probably the two most annoying things to deal with are a sub player that's really on one, getting great timings in your face constantly, and then an AR player that always seems to be in the right position on a heady just beaming you. It's just got to be over and over and over again. So frustrating, but it's a double for Dashy, answered by a double for Awakening. 6 life advantage for Mutineers.
Awakening now on a 7 spree. Okay, the glide they have it just in case, because he finds another spree. As he's up to 29 and 16, very quietly continues to pop off on the map.
Him and Skies, I mean, they are just having, from a stat standpoint, monster maps. But yeah, so maybe, you know, you were saying, would you love to have that streak back? At least you earn another
one. You got one.
At least you get another. Scump goes out to Chow. aBeZy is ready and waiting. Now Prolute has picked it up a bit, but he was struggling early. Can he come up huge for this squad? 45 seconds to go. Still, every point of progress needed to be. And it's, I mean, 7 lives left to 15.
Kind of relies on this play. This is one of the last plays. Can Dashy make it? Dashy trying to go on the flank, but there's an AR. If it's not Skies, it's Dave. Ready for that flank.
It's not Dave, it's Awakening. It just seems to be an AR. Ready and waiting at all times. And this is going to be it. No respawns remaining. No lives remaining. 20 seconds to go.
Awakening's on the phone calling in the glide bomb. They're pushing him.
Hello,
That's going to be 3 dead.
All 3 will drop.
Okay,
he
gets a kill.
Hit. That's huge. The fact he at least gets 1. Now Awake behind more. Last guy up. It is going to be Dashy, and he will fall. Mutineers get another respawn. I mean, they're just earning streaks. They are in their spots, and their ARs are hitting hard.
Okay, this is my formal apology to Florida about the vetoes. I thought it was a nightmare to play them on Tuscan 3 times in a row, and they won both the respawns.
Yeah, no, they've been amazing.
Hey, you proved me wrong, but I mean, you know, we still got a series, right? 2-1. But yeah, the individual plays that we are seeing from just so many different members of Florida, they are taking over. And on the other side, what it was, Prolute, I think 17 and 25. Scump really slowed down. He was 19 and 29. Well, and it's just the multi-kills. The ARs controlling the map.
It just feels like, you know, you talk a lot about the pace you can play with and the transitions, how important speed is. It feels like they're doing a pretty good job matching that, but when they really need to slow it down because someone's getting close to streaks, like they're earning them. Like they're playing with the proper pace when they need to.
Yeah.
The fact is, it's a game of stop and go. I mean, you really have to find the time to turn it on.
And just all 4 members of Florida, all over 3,000 damage. We're gonna take a look at the highlights of the map. It's right out of the get-go. I mean, the Mutineers able to win that first round on offense. It was a bit of a weird one because it felt like OpTic was in control. They were controlling P5, and then you'll see it here, right after this moment. It's just kind of like 4 or 5 kills in a row from Florida. We actually skipped by it, but yeah, and then you had a spree from Vivid, a spree from Skies, then Awakening finds streaks. They're playing together, and this is the Florida that sometimes we do see.
Well, I know when you and I casted last major, and it was this matchup, and they were able to take it. We were like, finally, right? Like, finally, this is what we've kind of wanted to see. And then, you know, you and I don't cast during the lead up to the major, and we were just kind of watching and seeing their results, and they were struggling a bit, maybe not getting what you'd want. And here we are casting them again, and it's like, all right.
Well, you would just think if you're going to take them down, you know, OpTic at like Major 2, you want to see them win again, right?
Yeah.
And keep moving forward, and then that just kind of stops. We'll see if that happens here. I mean, again, they still have to win another map as we have 2 Berlins to close this out.
So it's all Tuscan, now all Berlin. And just a reminder, if you joined a little bit late on how this series has gone down, that is it broken down. Respawns. I mean, I know it's been tight at moments, not really for the control. I mean, that's pretty dominant there for Mutineers. I know the map 1 was incredibly back and forth, but to Berlin hardpoint. Is OpTic try to talk through things, start to regain, and at times I'm sure, I mean, they have vocal leaders that have stepped up, I imagine, but that's probably where you're missing Ilya at times. I mean,
no, this is where 100% where you're missing Ilya. Because I feel like when we're looking at cameras, right, obviously they're listening to their coach Rambo, but Ilya's right there with them. Like, it feels like when they're down in the hole, he's kind of the one that locks in a little bit more, gets a little bit more vocal, like, guys, we are better than this team. Like, let's start to play at our level.
And I think this applies to everything, your team play, to individual skill, to comms. Like, when you are ahead and playing well, it's very easy. when you are losing, when you are struggling, that is when it becomes very difficult, especially from a comp standpoint, just to be kind of positive and turn it around. I know we're not in every single listen, and we're not in every single time these players are chatting with each other, but you hear the positive things about iLLeY, and I have to think it'd be a major impact.
Yeah, and this is where you want to sort of like talk to Prolute, like we're good, right? Like one map at a time, forget about the last couple, let's get you locked in, play comfortable, start to pop off.
Well, because the fact is, I'm sure Ray is saying a lot of the right things right now.
Yes.
You can't do that during the map.
No.
Once the map gets started, it's not.
Yeah, you gotta get someone's got to get everybody on the same page.
Yeah. Well, let's see if they can do it in this map 4 to push it to the 5th and final map. But all the pressure now on OpTic. You know how bad they want this. And yeah, I did an interview recently with Dallas News, and they were kind of asking me like my thoughts about OpTic's like up and down here. And I'm like, listen, for the past few years, they've not been very good. Yeah. Like even their bad right now is better than what their good was for a stretch there. I mean, there were years where they weren't really winning anything. They were on top. So like, I know they've been a little up and down. You have to have sub come in, but I think for us, we've liked a lot of what we've seen from OpTic. It seems like they've gotten to a point where they were in the conversation for being the top team all the time, which is not the case for a long time.
That's a conversation, but like, you know, they win Major 1, you get to Major 2, and then you have that slip up, right? And that's just sort of what we're saying. Like,
but every event was basically a slip up for a long time. So I'm saying like.
They won one. They hit the bullseye.
It's gotten better.
They hit the bullseye. Correct. Yes. The stars align for sure. It's just we're trying to see can they continue to do that and work on it.
Which has been hard to do in the history of Call of Duty. That's why you only have a couple of teams that have really been able to be a constant threat over the course of the entire year, maybe multiple titles. But they're trying to do that. They're trying to make the run here to get back on top. But you got the battle now. You have to take this map 4, push it to the search and destroy. We take a look at the overall records for Berlin Hardpoint. Both sitting around 50-50. As we get ready to rock and roll, here we go. OpTic Texas, Florida Mutineers, map 4. OpTic backs against the wall.
You know, for this guy on the screen, right, Shotzzy, obviously he wants to take over, but he's got to remember, don't try to do too much. Still continue to play with your team, because that could be in the back of his mind. We know the individual player that he is, but he's still got to make the right play at the right time, and then he can go and do his thing. But OpTic off the start, 20 points in the lead, beautiful here at P1.
And yeah, Scump kind of flying around, having his way, picking up those kills, turning into some objective time. He'd love to enjoy a nice little lead instead of, well, okay, maybe hold on to the lead. You start out nice map 1, and then you feel it slip away. Can you keep it going? As the crowd trying desperately to get behind OpTic and get them fired up.
Yeah, up to 40 points. It looks like Skies is there to maybe stop this, and he's going to find a little bit of the scrap time. But over towards P2. All right, Shotzzy, it's your time! Trying to find number 3 on the date, but had to pistol out.
Jackie Chan, just swinging!
Whatever that was, absolutely. That's exactly what he was doing, but Scump there now with Dashy locking this down.
And they are just finding all the kills early. Vivid, a rough start though. On the other side of it, he is 0-5. He's gonna need to get going, but from a power spot up top, it's Dave Patty. That is a hitting, now to Big Wake. And just a sequence of kills for Mutineers that you'd like to see, considering how this one has started out. But now they're starting to try and bring back the time. They do the same thing map 1. Just let the dust settle, take a deep breath. Start to ramp it up.
It's like they just kind of slowed down on their push. They found some kills behind their ARs. Skies has 5, Dave's on a 3 spree. They're just finding the right moments when they need to. And Dave, he's got the help of his teammate, and they're right back into it. So they're gonna find points. Over towards the P3 rotation, you have Dashy just playing very safe in the back. The fight's towards fire. Skies is there, but he's the only man from Florida with a forward position.
Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit of time to develop now, especially when you lose Skies basically at the get-go of this. The push is starting, but not really. I mean, you haven't got much here. I mean, it was just a great setup early from OpTic Texas. You had everything you wanted. You're playing well behind it. They continue to find the kills. Now you're kind of hoping on a closer spawn, and you can start to ramp things up. You're already about 25 seconds off this clock.
Yeah, there was one player in Vivid who might have been able to make the play, but Prolute won the one-on-one. If Vivid's able to get on the hill, kind of like Awakening, right? This stalls things for OpTic. Florida, they find that moment, right, to just stop a little bit of the momentum, but OpTic with 3 kills behind Shotzzy and Scump with an aid. The Skies towards the front, trying to do what he can to get the scrap time, but the rest of Florida just going to rotate on through.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a really solid hard point. I mean, they have the setup, they hold it down. Yeah, there's a crack in the armor for a couple of seconds, but for the most part, it's clean and consistent. Now, Mutineers' chance to try and answer back again. Now you've got one set up deep. That's going to be Shotzzy kind of lurking in between enemy lines, just trying to get shots into both sides of it. But it's Dashy that finds the opener. And Shotzzy is just going across the top rope like he's goddamn Batman.
This guy is just like parkouring, dude, whenever we watch him, man. He just does whatever he wants, but not able to find the kill. Dave in a bit of a different position here, finding that time. As Scump's looking for him as well. He's like, all right, no, I got him, right? I mean, good time earned there early from Florida. But OpTic able to break through the back. You do have Skies just kind of waiting, able to find one kill. But I mean, you take this all day if you're OpTic. Florida on the rotation, not able to earn a ton of time.
At least you don't get broken, I guess, and give up a ton of time. Though.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
It could be worse, but yeah.
And then Skies on a 5.
Yep. It's like they can smell him. I smell a rat. It's just TJHaly lying down somewhere.
He's just like the one on the hill. We've all been there. It's like, man, they're going to find me sooner or later.
Just laying prone as long as he can.
All right, guys, I guess I'll get on it again. Yeah, sure.
But now to our 5th hard point in the rotation, and mostly around mid-map, you'll see those green arrows. Spawning out top right will be Florida Mutineers. And Scump will start the first kill of the new hard point. Now Vivid just trying to get across to the doorway, not going to work out for him. Awakening trying to put shots through, not working out there as well. All the kills. Prolute is able to get 2. That's a wall bang. He gets a 3rd with the pistol. It's Prolute. That's 4 in a row for him. I don't know what sort of magic he mustered up at the tail end of that.
But as small as it was, that kill by Scump on the Vivid on the route, right? I mean, Vivid is trying to flip the spawns for P1. And basically, Scump is trusting his teammates to lock down the control of P5, and that's what happens. Off a spawn, though, this gets a little bit scary. But it looks like they're going to be able to rebound as we go towards P1 in just a couple of seconds. You have one player left here. And Dave on rotation. You're going to try to do what he can. But it starts with Scump at fire, finding Vivid. As OpTic going to get in this hill now.
Prolute back up to a 3 spree, and they keep running at him. He keeps hitting, he's stepping up in a big time map, stepping it up in a huge map, but Awakening, unfortunately, he's able to finish the kill as he bunny hops across. The Twisted Rabbit finishes another one, 15-12 now. And a little song and dance going on mid. I think it was Shotzzy trying to leak behind. I was trying to see if Vivid was going to get the angle, and I think Vivid does sniff it out. Trying to stop this flank from happening. He's been chasing Shotzzy around the map, and Shotzzy ultimately is going to kill him the second Vivid gets into position. Time still going to OpTic.
Oh, yeah, guys, I got this kill. He's flanking.
You got me? It was so frustrating to watch on the minimap, but he's just trailing him.
But I mean, a nice play from Awakening, right? That gives them, I don't know, 20, 25 seconds where OpTic would have locked most of that hill down. So he keeps it within striking distance for Florida, only down 50 seconds, 57 seconds. But again, just that rotation over to P1, so important for OpTic. They were able to lock it in. Now we were here earlier. OpTic were able to get through. Dave, though, trying to do what he can. It's a 2 for 2 so far inside the hill. And they continue to trade, both of these teams, just throwing haymakers.
Yeah, it's just getting a lot of clean timing outside of 1/3 the first time through. It's been, yeah, just war on the point.
Well, nobody's been on this one. Yeah,
I know.
It's really been P1 to P3.
Exactly. It feels like every second Mutineers earned has just been hard. It's been hard earned.
Now on this rotation, you have Prolute going all the way through. It looks like Skies is aware that this could be a push. He was able to read it. Skies finds that kill. Awakening now on 3 in a row on this scrap time, so a moment here for Florida.
Can they do what OpTic did, really, the first time through? Can they get the lockdown here? Maybe lose a little bit of time to a contest, but...
They don't have a lot of presence fire, though. OpTic, this first push could be good. It could be good. Awakening is trying to get some info. Dashy trying to hit the deep corner, but it's Skies. With 2, Dave with 3, Skies trying to find the last player in Shotzzy to deal with this, but the spawns come in for OpTic.
And I was so focused on him getting the 3rd that I didn't see one went down to the back, but yeah, the spawn's there. A flip, the flippity flip. As everyone just battling to try and get the spawns. 5 in a row now for Skies amidst the madness. And he just keeps cruising. It's like he's pump stopping. Give him another one. 7 in a row, 25 and 16 for Skies. And they survive the circus.
I don't know what just happened, but Skies is hitting another level. We saw it at Major 2. He's bringing it again at Major 3. 8 in a row. Has the glide bomb. The score about to flip. They were down 60 points. They win the rotation over to P3. They now have the lead.
What in the hell was that sequence? Skies looking for another double-digit streak. Yeah, reload everything, but because you used all your bullets.
Now, if you're Florida, you know you have that glide, but yeah, he wins another gunfight up to 10 in a row. He's gonna make a phone call. Hello, I'd like to blow up OpTic. He's gonna try to find one. It's gonna be Shotzzy in the back.
It's Shotzzy that drops, Dashy that falls, Prolute drops as well. Scump, last guy up. 7-point lead still for OpTic. And this streak done for Skies, but what a stretch it was. Now it's Vivid, and he's behind enemy lines. These are just freebies. Can he find the fourth? Oh, a little slide, bit of a snap. But as Dashy is able to stay up, but he's still alive with 19 HP, just trying to play his life till the help gets here.
Yeah, Dave's like, I'll get on the hill again.
Yeah.
I got it. He's got a bit of 40.
Guys, I'll be laying here, don't worry.
Yeah, I got it. But Dashy now locking things down. He was watching the cross, and they still have that lead. So they survived the glide bomb. Yeah, Shotzzy, who's really struggling. Scump, 21 and 20. You just survive for now. But now it's about these rotation plays over to P1 once again. We saw Scump make the play last time through. Can he do it here again for his team?
He works to get top, just greeted by a nade, but he's got the trade there for Prolute.
Jumper's awakening in the back. And Scump has drawn 2 players towards him, so they're gonna earn this time.
Yeah.
And at least he draws 2. All of the focus was on him.
Yeah, it's gotta feel pretty good when you divert that much attention. Guys, soak up the time because they're all focused on me. Poor Scumpton gonna get killed off spawn. But he has set his team up in a position to get a ton of time. Now, up 24. And look how, I mean, little times on the play clock. Yeah, a minute and a half. It's been a scrappy one, Joe. It has been scrappy on most points.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way this map can play. It's really around P1 and P3. And where are we going back towards P1? Can OpTic get us to a map 5? Florida getting set up. Okay, your hipfire's hitting like that. Shotzzy, my man, you've sent over the settings.
All right, well, the read's there as well as the comps come through, and he'll get number 5. Back over to Skies, though, on 34. Just a heater of a map for him.
Hey, you thought with the plays, with the pressure that OpTic had, they were going to be able to break, but nobody's gotten in yet.
And that was 6 in a row for Shotzzy, so maybe he was playing to try and get the streaks.
Hey, don't worry, Dave's on the hill again, just trying to lock it down.
Soak it up, Dave, soak it up!
You do have Scump working towards the back. But this is similar to what we saw, right? Just finding this time. OpTic cannot get anything off of these spawns. They still have the lead, though. Can they find the last 20 seconds? Shotzzy with 3 in a row off spawn. Make it 4. Shotzzy does it himself.
My God. He makes a hero play, and he keeps the lead. I mean, they get within a point, but then they start to burst it open again. Now the rotation across. You see all the arrows in the minimap trying to battle through. They'll get the last 5 or so seconds, getting ready for the next hard point to unlock, and more than likely, this might decide our game.
Okay, so now it's tough if you're Florida, right? Because OpTic only needs 22 points, and you're worried about rotation over to P3. Can they lock this down, put the pressure on OpTic to have to break? So far, so good. First 10 seconds going their way. Here comes the next push. Prolute, Dashy, both able to find kills. Shotzzy with another one, so it's all down to Skies again. Trying to invest in his game a little bit more.
Well, peekaboo, I'm still here. He's just still finessing, snapping everywhere, needs a little bit of help, can't quite slide through the doorway. 6 points separate these 2 teams, but it's Mutineers back into the point, and Big Wake is here.
If you're Florida, you want to try to get on the point now, right? Because it's all about the rotation, and right now the rotation goes the way of OpTic. So they're going to probably give this up. You're going to be around 245 if you are Florida. A couple of seconds away. It's going to be about 1 break from Florida or OpTic to hold on to this P3 once again.
You go all the way back to the first rotation, and OpTic were so good at holding this P3. Can they do it again?
Gotta be perfect.
Here comes the new hard point. Here comes the pressure. Look at number 6 soaring on through. Sky's trying to get in, but Dashy's gonna find that angle.
It's a nice spot from Scump. They're not gonna be ready for this. They're not gonna be ready for this, but he cannot allow them to pass on through. There's a first. Scump looking for the rest of them. Skies is gonna spawn out.
243, 243.
OpTic holding it down at P3. They win the rotation, and I think we're headed to a game 5. Skies shut out. Here we go. Map 5 on the way.
That was a scrappy one. I mean, it felt like every point so hard earned. And I mean, really, I mean, you can point at a bunch of different moments, but that third hard point was just something else. I mean, whether it's the first time that OpTic was able to hold, or the flips that happened, and Sky somehow goes on a 10 spree throughout that, and then of course it comes down to that for OpTic to hold to close it out. I mean, that was just an absolute map of insanity. But the fact is, it gets to map 5.
Yeah.
I love map 5s, Joe. I love them.
Me too. But you can see Sky's 41 and 27. He's like, what else can I do? I mean, OpTic get outslayed. They do get outslayed. And I mean, if they have a couple of cleaner P1s, that is probably a little bit more lopsided, but that's where Florida made it messy. They found entries, multi-kills, whether it was Awakening or Dave. I mean, that's where they split a lot of that time. What P2 was crazy, P4 and 5, we know what those turn into. But it was all about P3. That was a difference maker for OpTic.
Well, we're going to check out the last 30 seconds one more time and kind of see how this went down. But you like Scump's positioning. He was able to come up with some crucial kills throughout this stretch.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Florida looking back at this, it's just that you want enough time on P2 where you can win, because then OpTic have to push forward, right? That's when you're hoping to catch them off guard. Maybe you can flip the spawns over to P3, but that doesn't happen. And yeah, I love this spot because look at all of the pressure coming through fire, and you're just, Scump's just waiting, just lurking in a great position, finds the kill, and that just relieves so much pressure off the map. And with him in this spot, they're gonna lock it down.
Not to mention, I mean, Dashy, I believe he killed Vivid right as the hard one was about to pop. Skies was trying to get a lane throughout, or he gets dropped. I think he gets 2 or 3 more kills. So as we watch kind of Scump doing his job inside, Dashy got 5 kills. I believe Outskirts trying to push through. So Dashy was an absolute monster there with an AR. We know what a power position that can be, but the fact is there have been some blunders, some brilliant plays. We've seen a little bit of everything throughout the course of this, and now it all comes down to one final search and destroy to see who's going to move on in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just back and forth. You know, for Florida, the way they shut them out in Major 2 was through 2 hard points. That doesn't happen. OpTic respond. We're headed to a game 5.
Well, everybody in attendance and at home, we hope you're having some fun. One search and destroy to decide your victor. Do not go anywhere. We're back after this quick break.
Lab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League.
Here we go, baby. It is time. Map 5 is OpTic battle back. They get us to this 5th map. This has been I don't even know how to describe this series. Like, you've just had, I feel like, a little bit of everything.
A weird one.
Yeah, like circus plays, clutches, blunders.
Comebacks.
Comebacks, yeah, no, it kind of seen it all.
It's like a heavyweight fight. I mean, it's just like haymakers back and forth.
Yeah.
OpTic with strong starts, and then someone pops off for Florida, whether it's someone like Skies or pick your poison.
Yep.
I mean, they have played exceptionally well, Florida Mutineers. We can see there, Game 5 records. It favors one way, OpTic Texas. But for Florida, this is a map you won against OpTic at Major 2. This is the map 2, right? Yeah, so I think it was like a 6-2 win where they looked very good. But for OpTic, I mean, they've been good at this map all year long. It's how they won the first major.
And when you take a look at it, just thinking about where these guys might try to attack. I mean, for OpTic, you're relatively balanced, right? For Florida, you're really going to favor that A site. That's where you're going to try to work on offense. And we're just going through, obviously, the maps we have played that have been recorded. We'll see where these teams start to push, but it will be offense first for OpTic. And this big map 5 to decide who moves on the winners bracket and who's got to battle through the gauntlet. Dave almost catches one on the cross.
This is a fast round. Okay, I thought Shotzzy was going to go for it. He finds the first blood.
Farewell to Scump's face.
Shotzzy, I thought was putting the bomb down. Now he is. Dave finds great timing. That's 2 in the round for Dave Patty.
Oh, he's a wizard.
Prolute now just trying to find a pick, but he's going to find a death cam.
Oh, yeah, no, they are just getting mollywalked throughout the course of this first round. Dashy at least able to get 1. This would be an insane 1v4. I mean, he has some of the crazier S&D moments. And he's got a little time to work with. But he needs at least one more clean one-on-one, and it's got to happen here soon.
Oh, this Florida team, they've given a couple of these clutch rounds.
Sure
they've made it close. They've challenged some one-on-ones throughout this series. Not this time, though. Skies, okay, he's going to go for it. He's going to win the gunfight. But I think if you look at the start of that round for Shotzzy, I mean, he gets into that site and he starts playing, then gets off of it. Then Scump gets taken down by Dave. If the bomb goes down, at least you give Prolute and Dashy a chance to win that round to try to clutch it out. But as soon as bomb is down in that spot, and they're in a 4-on-2, they're screwed.
And I think Scump's in that position, obviously, is trying to give him some help, make sure they can't cross the bomb, allow him to get the free plant. But I mean, that was really good centering just by Dave Patty. I mean, he just centered, and the second he pulled, it was his forehead. It was nice shots. Not much you could do there.
We always talked about them going towards A. That's going to be the first round. You have Shotzzy and Scump working the outer part of that site. I mean, Vivid has all this info. He is just telling them, like, doors are open, they have to be here. But Vivid is behind them, and then they line up for Awakening, and then it's 2 down, and already behind the first blood. Prolute opens the door and is like, they're in our base already. Clean from the Mutineers.
And these rounds have been decided in the first 20, 30 seconds. I mean, this has just been dominant so far. So now you got to, I don't know, talk it through, get back to the drawing board, figure out what's going to work for you here. I mean, this Search and Destroy has been excellent for this OpTic team, but those 2 rounds weren't close.
Well, it's similar to Tuscan in that Florida does not mind playing with pace, similar to OpTic. Like, let's go. Like, you know, if you want to take those fights, we'll match that.
Well, I think the ego's there to match some of them. Like, it's just with, like, Skies or Awakening, 100%. We'll take that gunfight, sure.
100%. Well, you're seeing it here. Only 1 kill throughout the map, and that's for Dashy. OpTic, they need one desperately on this offense. It's a pretty slow start, and Dashy finds the first blood, and it's what they needed.
Yeah, kind of like I said, it's a little bit more balanced here on the site, so you see the putting it towards B, now maybe favoring A. But
okay, this guy is pre-fire exactly where they are.
Yeah, it really depends on how those fights went down, and oh God, can Scump finish it? He's able to do it. Beautiful stuff, Awakening last guy up, and now you'll transition this across, and Awakening's here, but so are 2 players from OpTic, and that was a much needed round. You get a W on the board, and take a sip of water, focus back in.
And I mean, this is just dictated by the first bloods. As soon as the first blood happens, it is just like, it's a steamroll. For 2 rounds in a row for Florida, the same thing happens there for OpTic.
So round 4 we go. Now they're going to go towards this B site.
This is one of those rounds with pace again, just very quick. They're going to throw the stuns to open the door, but Dashy is there. Another first blood. And now is it going to steamroll? Similar to what we saw, Dave trying to find the angle. Here comes the rest of OpTic. They rotate on over. They are all here to help now, over towards B. And Florida's like, all right, I think we should probably leave. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here.
Well, let's see if they can get across for free, or if they maybe can get a pick and transition as well.
One player all the way top 3. Dave doesn't spot the rotation. He's gonna try to catch Dash, and he will.
Dude, the headshots like just burns him. Wait, time to kill is fast, but you get a couple headies in there. Woo! People evaporate.
And now this is much different, a much different round. Bomb's gonna be planted. You have the advantage here if you're Florida. The retake.
Shotzzy's just been lurking outside secret this whole time, and they're looking to push this. Here we go. They're gonna fly. Awakening is waiting. The trade is in. And they just end up stacking up for the final 2. You're in a 3v4 early. You wrap it out. And I mean, it's Dave, what with the big one? To bring that back into a 3v3.
Well, and then just, there's no info over towards A. And I think what you're hoping for is that as soon as Dashy maybe gets taken down, hopefully Shotzzy has an angle on the player top 3. Dave doesn't give him one. And yeah, we saw Shotzzy kind of lurk in that corner, but never made a play. Could never find something or an opening. They wanted the bomb to go down A. They were just hoping Dashy was alive with him.
Yeah, one of those rounds the playmakers couldn't make a play. Just didn't find the opening or didn't find something he liked. So they're gonna get soared forward fast towards this A point. You've got a 2-2 split defensively for Mutineers.
The fact he dodged all those nades, that was impressive from Awakening.
It's just,
he doesn't even get touched by a stun, so they don't have the info. And now Shotzi's like, oh, he's in there. Shotzi's got the auto, and the snap was in. Now look at the lurk. Dave just right through the middle of the map, able to find one. Now a 3-on-3. Make it a 3-on-2 as Prolute and Scump going to give them the advantage.
And Sky's really holding it B. They kept him honest for quite a while early in the round, so he holds his spot. And now maybe you're thinking or wishing he held it a little bit tighter, because now comes this rotation across.
Well, they didn't expect this, though. That's the question. You have no info over towards B. Hello, there's another one. We're into a 2-on-2. Bomb down. Is there a trade? There is from Scump.
The one place you try to dip away. Unfortunately, you've got somebody there.
It's all right. Bomb's down. Dave is watching. Oh, my timing. Oh, my timing. Dashy with the chow. Ooh, that is ridiculous. The absolute beamer out of Dashy.
Yeah, and I'm thinking Dave might take this. I mean, I can't even see the guy.
He cleaned his windshield.
But you know, Dave's been hitting his shots throughout this. He's had some nasty ones at range. There, Bruce, a little bit too tough.
He's like, yeah, I'll chow that.
And I think if Skies could have gotten the kill and he guesses a different way, he gets out of that somehow, survives for a moment, maybe they got a chance, but he can't get out of harm's way. Still 1 round advantage now for Mutineers. As we continue to go deeper into this map 5. The pressure building towards this A side and just surging on forward. It is Vivid. He is playing with tempo, with pace, and he is getting up close and personal inside the base.
And really, they're finding timings on this duo of Scump and Shotzzy over at A. I mean, they just go right through secret, and on the rotation, they find the players they need, and now it's a 1-on-3 as Skies finds 2.
So what is going wrong for the OpTic Texas defense when you're talking about that A site?
I mean, they're just giving them a lot of openings, right? The chances that they're taking in 1 round for Shotzzy and Scump, it was through outer. They don't find anything. Florida's in their base. Right there, they go for inside the site, but they hit secret again. And when Shotzzy tries to rotate out, he gets caught. And now a tough position for Prolute, still a 2-round advantage for Florida.
Well, I think you see why they've been favoring that. I mean, their executions have been, I mean, whether you call it some blunders on the OpTic side, the fact is, I mean, they've been hitting it, they're very decisive, and they're finding the openings.
And now I think you have to make some adjustments on the defensive side if you're OpTic. I feel like you have to give up B and play the retake. I think you play the retake over towards the A site, or sorry, the B site. Try to work through the flank. We've seen that work time and time again.
OpTic now trailing by 2. Now they're going to work this back over towards B, and there are multiple eyes on the cross. I think that was David Skies that were both getting shots over the autos, and they just can't quite finish. Yeah, that's got to be so close, but there's a nade through. One of the players got tagged up. I think Vivid's able to hit the nade on them once again. They're able to come through and pick it up. Okay, you're right, yeah. Plant does get in. You give Dashy a chance, right? You give him a chance.
Yeah, you're just hoping he has a teammate alive with him. Now he's going to get hunted down. So many different timings, able to find the first, trying to play his life, but he knows the bomb is a big worry. And Florida with the retake.
I mean, they just haven't let them get it down clean.
No, the calls are so good.
It's barely been a retake because all the kills have happened as the bomb's going down, right? They're like...
They're just answering. They're answering the pace. As soon as OpTic turns it up, I mean, Florida's like, yeah, we're right here. They're winning the gunfights.
One more round, and Mutineers will get the upset in back-to-back majors. OpTic are going to have to rip off 4 straight. I thought they were going to hit A again, just go for the jugular. But Awakening out to kill.
They might have hit the jugular.
The second one, yeah, the jugular has been ripped out as the mighty Mutineers are going for the win.
Hold on, Scump can make a play here though. The bomb is working this way. That's Awakening, but Skies is on the outside part. He's not ready for the second one. Now it's all down to Dashy. The signal is in the air. He's got to save the team right now. He's got to save the city, but the villains win.
Gone! Florida Mutineers once again have OpTic's number, and they will move on to the winner's bracket. What a series that was. Unbelievable stuff.
There was just always a response from Florida. I mean, matching the pace, but the individual plays, everyone contributing to this victory.
And you see the smile from aBeZy is feeling good about that one, but I mean, just from, the first hard point, right? You go down 80, 90 points. I'm thinking, oh my God, this is gonna be a 3-0 blowout. Like, as we're 30 seconds into it. But like, they bring it back, they claw their way back, and they come away with a huge victory. And this is what we want to see out of the Florida Mutineers. We want to see this league as competitive as possible.
Right. It's like, can we
see
carry this forward
yeah.
where you can work into a top 3, top 4 position?
We're going to take a look at some highlights now, but 8-3 out of Skies, and he had himself a series. I mean, you really put some pressure on him after how, the qualifiers wouldn't get into this point, but Joe, he was a monster.
No, he was. I mean, just such a big game out of him, but I think they slowed down Shotzzy, which was huge. I think he was 2-7, Prolute was 1-7. Those two combined for 3-14. It's just one of those things where, talked about Shotzzy and his playmaking abilities. Everywhere he went, it felt like they just gave him nothing. They were finding the timings, whether defensively, right? He was working over towards A, and he could just never get it going.
Well, for the most part, I mean, the two hard carriers, the guys they're pumping stats. You take a look at Dashy, you take a look at Shotzzy. There were some moments where they, had flashy plays, but for the most part, they didn't take over the series or take over a map. They just didn't.
No. I think Dashy game 4, that was really the big play. Whereas from Dashy, just kind of locking the hard points and the rotations down to get this to a game 5. But in the search and destroys, especially that last one. Obviously, you had 11 from Shotzzy. They didn't really stop them there.
It was a 6-2 in the last series too. You thought, right?
Yeah.
Berlin, something like that. So they have just dominated there. That's somewhere you're going to want to try and not see them somehow, which I know is tough to do when you think about how the Vitas and everything go down. But that is a rough map. But I find myself just kind of fired up and happy for you to use watching the OpTic fans walk out. Was that?
No, I was looking at the camera.
Oh, I thought you were like waving at somebody.
No, I was looking at the camera. That's
you did a good job, buddy.
That's where the camera is.
All right, listen, you're so handsome, I got distracted, Joe.
I appreciate it. You're handsome too.
Thanks, man. Yeah. We're going to get it down to the stage with Bryce.
All right, thank you very much there, Maven. Of course, I'm joined by Skies. First of all, congratulations. A couple of questions have come in from the fans about the game we have just seen. First up, a little bit rough, map 1, and into a team kill in map 2. Like, what was going through your head there, and how do you regain?
After map 1, we had really good momentum, and then in the 3-5 in the search, I thought we were gonna make the comeback, and then the team kill unfortunately happened. Because he said he instant reacted because he was cracked or something, but after we lost that, I kind of lost foot in the moment, and after that, I went to the back all right, I regained, these guys can't gun us, and then we just good.
You regained in a big way as well. Incredible map number 3. I also want to ask, there was a question about the vetoes coming into this, the triple Tuscan start. Why those maps? Why did you kind of come into this series with that mindset?
We usually wanted to go by how it was on practice in LAN, because like on LAN it's like kind of hard to play for Florida, so like all our maps are kind of like weird and inconsistent. But I feel like every time we go on LAN, it's like we're like more consistent than we are on LAN or online, sorry. And we just have like this random series online where we just smoke.
That's fair. And speaking of LAN, right? We need to talk about this. You guys, what, 3-0 now against OpTic on LAN? Why do you match up so well against them when it comes to the main stage?
I think it's the energy and like when we feed off each other, because like I'm not sure, like the crowd, when you hear the crowd roar too, just you get in the moment after, like, and especially after I got that 4-piece, I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna have a series.
Yeah, you certainly had an incredible series.
And we didn't dodge him. We didn't dodge him like Thieves.
Yeah, it's one of those ones as well. Like, this is a big game for you coming into it, not only because it's OpTic, but also the points going to be on. You're trading the top 6 of this. Are you guys looking to make serious adjustments to make sure that going forward, this is the level you're always at?
Yeah, we're just gonna practice how we play. It's gonna be hard to do it like online to be consistent, but our eyes are literally just on champs. Like, we've got to place good, get a good little cushion lead, and then just make sure we play good at the next major.
Awesome, I love to hear that. Well, congratulations, you had a fantastic series here at the major, and I'm sure I'm going to let you go now and relax with your teammates, but we're going to throw it back to the desk to break down that series. Over to you, Belly.
What a 1.49, and you might as well just round it up to a 1.5.
Yeah.
Skies and Big Wake had a field day against OpTic Texas, and the green wall wasn't so strong to hold him back.
Man, we saw, that was absolute, just incredible Call of Duty on the side of the Florida Mutineers. The improvements in Search and Destroy, to be honest, they probably would have won both of those searches if that team kill didn't come in, right? I mean, what we saw out of Skies and Awakening was absolute takeover performance. Both of them popped off, but the biggest play of the entire series, and I just want to talk about it so bad, is Vivid on that offense in control. He gets behind them, below Dashy through Church, finds a 2-piece to give them that opportunity, and they jump on it in unison. We've seen so many teams stack the point, as Ali always likes to point out, but with Florida Mutineers, those are situations that they weren't capitalizing on before. They do it in this series. They win that control. They win 2 Tuskens.
Yeah.
We were criticizing the hell out of Florida for playing Tusken. This is a series versus OpTic that is a terrible matchup, map set-wise. They come out and they do the impossible on the back of Skies and Awakening.
And I have to say, it's incredibly typical, again, because like Nameless said, we saw the Triple T and then the 2 Berlins, and we were like, we have no idea what Florida is thinking. But we heard it from Caesar, right? He's like, you know, online to LAN translates a little bit different for us, and we did what we knew we would be comfortable on LAN, and obviously it showed out for them, right? Obviously they get the huge dub, and wow, I didn't realize Florida was OpTic's boogeyman. I'm sitting there in the green room like, what is going on? Like, y'all were talking about how Skies need to have a huge series. Instantly came out the gates frying and then continued it throughout the entire series to help his team out. I mean, he talks about the unfortunate team kill. It could have gone either way. To keep composure when something like that happens. You saw the player cam, he was like, I'm checked after that one.
He went 1-5 right after that, and then he picked it up. But I want to give a shout out to OpTic Texas. Great match. They weren't able to pull out a win, but one eye-opening stat line in that last Search and Destroy. Prolute, 1-7. We had him in an interview where he said the speed of Search and Destroy seemed, you know, comfortable to him. He didn't look comfortable.
I mean, I think I've brought it up like 2 different times over casting OpTic series of like, he just said like he can just run at other pros because like they play scared at that level. And
I didn't see him running.
I don't know, man. Yeah, ever since then, it has been a tough one. I think he had like 8 damage per round. I think he only had a single kill. So definitely on the struggle bus. Obviously not easy to be a substitute player, but bro, you just got to have more.
I mean, he's basically on the roster this point. He's been playing for a couple of weeks. I think it's like,
welcome to the big league.
Yeah, exactly. That's a nerve-wracking moment to be on that stage in front of a crowd. Like, OpTic's crowd is different.
For the first time, like, ever, by the way.
For the first time ever. I'm not giving him, like, a ton of grace, but he did have some pretty cocky statements, so he's got to bounce back hard in this next series because he really did underperform here, right? That put OpTic in a way different state than they've been in the last couple of weeks.
At the end of the day, everybody gets it on this desk. Ain't that right, Ali?
I can't give him grace, bro. You're surrounded by Scump, Shotzzy, and Dashy. I don't care how, like, if it's your first time on the big stage or not, like, those 3 players are going to make it easier for you, and you being able to talk about Search and Destroy in the way that you did, and then go 1-7 to completely slow down. I don't know about that one.
Right, but also we have a Scump play the game. Shout out to Skies. He got a beautiful 4K, and Skies just did not have a stop button this series.
I mean, he was popping off. This was like 9 kills in a row that he gets right here because he's already on a 5. He just picks up 4 more. Like, the guy was going nuts. And, you know, honestly, another big play that we should talk about is earlier on this map when they were down, it was 90-20, and it's rotation to Churchill. Dave top Church made a massive play. OpTic was getting ready to break in from side Church and back door. He picks up 2 kills bottom, whips back around, reach house and picks up a 3rd. Like, everybody had their moments in this series. Those are the plays that dictate.
Literally just taking turns. And like Skies especially, it cracked me up. Like the crowd was booing him. He walked out with a broken heart in every single gunfight, just mended one piece at a time. I mean, that is one of the single best performances across the series of the entire year. That's on main stage against OpTic. That is the bounce back where not just the bounce back from like the Major 3 qualifier performance, but like map 1, he started slow, bounce back, gets team kills in map 2, immediately bounces back like time and time again. Skies just had an answer, and I mean, maybe the boogeyman. Maybe that is the case.
I think he's the Grim Reaper. He's the OpTic Grim Reaper at this point. We need to start making some graphics.
So now we have Atlanta FaZe and Seattle Surge being our kryptonite, and now OpTic Texas and possibly Florida?
No, not possibly.
It's a thing.
Getting there.
That's back-to-back majors now.
Hey, you're right. Major 2 and Major 3. Change that bio, whoever's on the social media manager over at Mutineers. But coming up next, we're going to have the Minnesota Røkkr, the undefeated 5-0 team from the Stage 3 qualifiers, facing off against the LA Thieves. We don't know which version of them we're going to get yet. You're not going to be on the desk for that, but I want to hear your predictions before we send this over.
I don't think it's an easy series by any stretch of the imagination, but Minnesota Røkkr have just played way too damn well throughout Stage 5, 15-3 overall map count. The SMG duo looks phenomenal, and if the SMG duo on LA Thieves doesn't show up, it'll be a quick series.
You're right. For those of you at home, especially you Florida Mutineer fans, now is the time because team packs are on sale. You can represent your favorite team, and if you're a Florida fan, you love any of these players right now, you better be in those lobbies repping their skins. You can't be a better, fan than that.
Yeah, this is the best time to do it, right?
The best time.
I mean, every time I go into ranked, I mean, the suit that I see the most is OpTic Texas,
of course.
So if you want to go up and play against OpTic Texas suits, put the Florida Mutineers one on, and maybe it'll shake them up a little bit. But yeah, go ahead, get any pack you want, and go rep your favorite team.
Right now, ladies and gentlemen, day 1 of Major 3 has been fantastic so far, but guess what? We have one more series left to go. Shout out to the Florida Mutineers for getting a huge win against OpTic Texas, but coming up next is going to be something interesting, right? We're going to have the Minnesota Røkkr versus the Los Angeles Thieves, and the question is, can LA overcome their troubles to show the world that they're not as shaky as we think they are? We'll find out soon on the other side of this break. See you in a minute.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Toronto Ultra Major 3 event. Things are looking good right now. Ali, we are almost done with day one right now, and I'm loving everything that we're seeing.
I'm loving every minute of it. I mean, we've had lengthy series today, right? And it has been some upsets, some exciting games, and we got one more to go still.
Right, we just walked off of Florida beating OpTic, and Joe, I want to hear your thoughts about that, man. Florida was looking very strong, especially Skies and Wake, and now OpTic's going to be in the losers bracket.
Yeah, I mean, these are just some of the tough series where, I mean, Florida are just confident against this OpTic team.
Yeah,
I don't know what it is, but, you know, we talked about that win at Major 2. It's obviously carried to this point. And I think OpTic fans were obviously expecting more. Even with Prolute, they looked good throughout the qualifiers. Not the best series from him, but we'll see if they can turn it around.
Right now, when it comes to the Minnesota Røkkr, they're going to be facing off against Los Angeles Thieves, but no team has had a more impressive run than this roster, and it all started with the big change, bringing in Havok.
Yes, Havok, I mean, that was the big change. We've talked about it so much, right? Like, they had to increase their pace. He comes in, he plays in a lightning speed, but he also brought a little bit, you know, more to the team as well. In-game leader in S&D, especially in certain situations, has helped them tremendously. And Attach has stepped it up to a whole new level. I mean, he was the best AR, main AR statistically throughout Stage 3, and these guys have been lining it up. So let's get to the game field keys to victory. Ali, what does the Røkkr have to do?
I mean, just keep doing what they've been doing, right? 5-0 record hitting into Major 3, 15-3 map count. I mean, they have been absolutely dominant across the board, and Attach has actually been the one to really step it up for us. Is a 1.26 KD during Major 3 qualifiers. That is first overall, right? This is a Minnesota Røkkr team that was making waves in the beginning of the season, maybe getting close to upsetting teams, but unable to close it out. Now we're seeing an Attach that's at the top of the KD standings, right? And teamwork needs to make the dream work. Røkkr is #1 overall, okay? Minnesota Røkkr has been lights out in Major 3 qualifiers, and it's been in the addition of Havok, right? Not only in the slaying lights, but in their pace, in their comms, overall in their confidence as a team. And now we're all just asking the big question mark of, can they do it here? Can they do it here at Major 3?
Yeah, backed up by the watch parties and lots of hype. The question is, can this team do it on land? We're going to find out very soon. But Joe, the Los Angeles Thieves, I never really talked to you about them, man. What are your ultimate thoughts? They're so up and down, back and forth. They're great, or just...
I don't know, dude. Like, I just like
they're the most confusing team.
I have no like. I want to root for this team. Like the way they started this year was awesome, and then it's just like, I don't know what they're doing. Then the whole change comes in. The talent is obviously there. I just like, they need to, I don't know if it's communication, teamwork, someone being a little bit more selfless. I'm not sure. Maybe the roles and the players just don't mix to turn into a championship team, but then I could also see them winning.
Winning an event. Like, yo.
They just don't flip a coin. Yeah, they just don't do anything spectacular. They're that team that has the superstar talent. They just haven't been able to put together, and they made all these switches. It just hasn't seemed to work. And I mean, hardpoint has really been their bread and butter, and now that's a 50-50 game mode for them. So for the game field keys to victory, Ali, what does LA have to do?
Well, Envoy with a .70 and Kenny with a .70 KD in a hardpoint during Major 3 qualifiers. Both SMGs have been struggling, and be prepared for Røkkr's B attack on both cage S&D. No team attacks B side on breaks as frequently as Røkkr. That's just VOD review at the end of the day. And win rotations force Røkkr to break on Tuscan hardpoint. Their first in hold percentage this season, but 11th in break percentage on Tuscan.
And don't forget, like, Thieves just played Minnesota in stage 2 qualifiers. They got 3-0.
Yes,
yeah.
You're
they
right.
got smoked. And also, like, Minnesota has been a rocky team as well, like up and down. They made the roster changes, they've gotten better. But one thing has remained the same. They have been the most consistent and best search and destroy team we've had all season long. #1 in multiple categories, mainly win-loss record. And what has LA Thieves been? They have not been great at search and destroy. So stylistically, this is a nightmare matchup from the previous Minnesota Røkkr roster. Now that we have a Minnesota Røkkr team that is, what, 5-0 in control, 5-2 in hardpoint, this is going to be an extremely tough matchup. But I guess the only thing here that you're clinging on to if you're an LA Thieves fan is that they have the players that can take over games.
You have to.
You just have the players that can take over games. Like Octane, he has to fry. He has to absolutely fry with the AR, especially versus a player like Attach.
See, and I'm on the flip side of this. I think this comes down to what Havok we're going to get and what Kenny we're going to get. I feel like both these rosters have two players that, like, we don't really know what's going to happen. Kenny hasn't been comfortable in this SMG role yet. We've seen him take over maps in the SMG role, but again, 0.70 in hardpoint heading into this qualifier. I believe still like a 0.8 something heading into the major overall. So I'm hoping to see him stack it up in a big way, and then it's a giant question mark on Havok, right? Is he online? When we saw him at the Pro-Am, I mean, it's a genuine question.
Is he a landable or not?
His opening Pro-Am performance was a little underwhelming, right? Granted, it was a lot of pressure on his shoulders with the likes of all the Challengers players being brought up and just completely changing these teams. We were like, oh, what Havok's gonna do? And then it was a little underwhelming. Comes into qualifiers, they're 5-0. Havok is frying. He's overturned the complete pace of this Minnesota Røkkr team. So now we just want to see that team on land as well.
Right now, real quick, we're gonna go down a lot of predictions. Merc, you're first, man.
I don't predict this game.
There you go. Anything could happen, right?
Yeah,
you saw
a
2.
team Major 2 with a sub-1, so I don't predict this game. So. Fair enough. Whoever you want to win.
That's the best
answer.
answer.
I get 2 votes. Allie, who you got?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going Minnesota Røkkr. I think the addition of Havok has gone beyond slang at this point. I think it's gone to the mental. I think it's gone to the confidence across the board.
I'm loving it. Nameless.
Yeah, I'm going to go Minnesota Røkkr as well. And I sort of have some of those concerns with, like, you know, Havok. Some of his teams always fry online, and they're not the greatest on land. But I don't think it's him just solo frying and winning games. Like, he's changed the dynamic of this team, and regardless, he's going to play aggressive. So I think they're comfortable. They're going to come in the series, and they're going to take it.
Yeah, I gotta rock with Mini, baby. I'd rather take the consistency over the unknown, and we're gonna find out if that unknown can step up to the occasion right now. Let's get to the last game of the day. It's gonna be LA versus Minnesota, Røkkr versus Thieves. Let's go.
For the rugged. Been a little too nice to y'all. Now I gotta up price on y'all. Snake eyes on dice for y'all. Shoulders on ice for y'all. 8-6 all the hay. I won't get involved today. Got lost in the ball and eggs. I'm flipping the bars. I'm flipping the
Octane.
That's what we wanted. That's what I'm talking about. He don't miss. All record deals. Tell him talk to Colin for the quote. All record, off record eyes. Still want to act, not the ghost. For the record, I'm done trying to make y'all comfortable.
The North. In the darkness, a prophecy is told. Four warriors. Confronting them like challenging the winter itself. The snow that blinds you gives them strength. And the ice belongs to them. Prepare yourself for a cold wind blows.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the last game of the day, but it is not the least. We are ready for 2 more teams to take it down on our main stage. And of course, my mic wasn't working in the house for a second, but don't worry, we got you, we're good. These 2 teams, of course, really need these points. They really want to take this win to the next level. So let's get this show on the road. Up first, a team who went 5-0 in our qualifiers, all in a beautiful purple. It's the Minnesota Røkkr. Attach, Priestahh, Standy, and Havok.
A lot of people are going to be looking at Havok right there on that stage. He's been lighting it up, making huge plays throughout stage 3. We're expecting him to do it here on LAN against LA Thieves. We know how good LA Thieves can be, but Røkkr is just going to cut above the rest. Attach has been frying as the main AR with a 1.26. We'll see if he can pop off here in this match.
Me personally, my eyes are going to be on Priestahh. But hey, Bryce, I want to see what LA are all about. Let's see if this streak continues for Minnesota, right?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a tough one to beat, but their opponents are ready. Questions all over the CDL about how good this team is. Well, we always prove it on LAN. It's time for the LA Thieves! Octane, Kenny, Drazah, and Envoy.
With performances more mixed in a biracial kid, this team is a question mark. They're super talented, but sometimes they just can't grab onto the W. I hope that this is the first step to them testing themselves and proving themselves to us and all of the CDL that they're the real deal. Like Merc said, this team can win a title. But the thing is, it's going to be all up to them if they can get it. Let's go ahead and get this last game going, Bryce. I'm ready.
It is certainly time for that one, Belly. Let's get it underway. Røkkr versus Thieves. Over to Lando and Standy.
Thank you so much, Bryce. Yes, we started off the day hot, and now we're here to close up shop on day number 1 of what has been a very, very legendary, Toronto Major already. Like, so It's already one day in. We got surprises. We got Game 5 round 11s, and I'm hoping that we are in store for another Game 5. But Jay, it feels like it is all going to be based upon how the LA Thieves play.
Oh yeah, I don't know if a Game 5 is going to be in this series. Like, the Thieves need to answer early into this one, because all throughout stage 3, it's either getting a 3-0 or getting 3-0'd. Yeah. Hasn't been anything in between. But when you take a look at our maps in mode, Tuscan Hardpoint, followed by both Cage Search and Destroy, Berlin in the middle, and then Desert Seas to close us out. I think if you're the Thieves, you're coming into a Tuscan Hardpoint where you've seen a lot of success. Overall record sitting at 9-5. On the opposite side for Minnesota, their record is at 1-6, but 0-5 before picking up Havok. 1-1 ever since picking up Havok. And this team has just completely changed their story of how they are looked in the CDL. Obviously a flawless stage 3, only losing 3 maps. Like, Minnesota are the real deal.
Yeah, at least when it comes to online, they are the real deal. But this is the question to ask, right? Can they translate it to the LAN atmosphere? You go 5-0, you go 15-3 in overall maps, but can you do it here in the LAN environment? Obviously, this roster has been a formidable force. The only team who also went undefeated, by the way, at our Major 3 qualifiers. An incredibly impressive performance, and now they line up across the LA Thieves. The team, Jay, like we said, it just depends on the day. It depends on what kind of Thieves that we're going to see, but arguably you can also bring it up too. Like, it's all about this game 1 for them. Yeah. Like, if they start out, playing well, that could be a scary sign for Røkkr. On the opposite end, an early W for Minnesota could generate a W. But here we go, Toronto, our final match of day number 1, Røkkr v Thieves, as we head to Tuscan P1.
Just a little bit more information on both of these teams on this map specifically. LA Thieves are really good at this P1 hardpoint. They're averaging about 34 points and only giving up 13. For Minnesota, they're negative in every single one of these hardpoints besides P5. Yes, P5, they're averaging 31 points to the opponent's 16. Thieves on this map are last in rotation win percentage, but they are number 1 in break percentage. So they're not really worried about the spawns if you're the Thieves.
Nice little spot there for Octane. As somebody who's been, I guess calling him out recently. I've been talking about him a lot. I'm not going to say the name exactly as of yet, but a great little start for him. LAT overall going to be positive after that first hill. The last 10 seconds will lay vacant, as it's all about the rotation, baby. And Standy, it's ready for 2, nearly finds the 3rd, but a great job for him as he knocks down half of the Thieves on the way to this rotation. A big one indeed. Yet really any major points to get on the board, and Røkkr, well, they look to do it here.
Yeah, Røkkr are fully set up. You have one player in Standy who's setting up that pinch towards TJHaly. They're actually going to leave their back open as well, but Havok turns around, picks it up just in the nick of time. So with 3 down, last player is going to be towards top flat. That is the first great hold coming in from Minnesota. Now with 40 seconds left, you see Standy starting to be a little bit more aggressive towards his P5 side. He's going to at least try to flip these spawns for his team. As Minnesota are holding down this hard point all the way. 25 seconds remaining. LA Thieves, they're in a great position though, because if they can get a good chunk of time off this, they will be set up properly for that P3. Look at number 7, all the way there.
Yeah, Drazah's already thinking about the long game. Not a great start for he and Kenny up to this point. 2 and 9 combined. Thankfully, Ken's able to get on the board. Nearly finds a second. Last 10 seconds awarded toward the Røkkr, but LA Thieves on that rotation. Drazah has been here for a hot minute. We'll see if he gets rewarded for his efforts. It's back and forth we go through the middle side of the map, and I guess based off that scorecard right now, Jay, a good sign for Minnesota. You got Standy and you got Havok being the lead slayers for the team. It's really going to be an SMG battle on Tuscan. And so far, they've been the dynamic duo recently for Røkkr.
And right now, Minnesota, they're trying to set up this break properly. You have one player pinching towards the back. He eventually does get taken down, but they do execute the break. 2 players from LA Thieves are going to be back towards back fountain. They're able to come out on top in these gunfights, so they hold the first push from Minnesota. Now climbing back into this game, Thieves only down by 5 points. The pressure's still gonna be here. Standy finds a 2-piece, makes it 3. Trying to go for the 4th, but unfortunately does get taken down. And Drazah just goes massive with that 2-piece right there to secure these final 20 seconds for the LA Thieves. They should be able to take the lead.
Yeah, Drazah, I mean, gets awarded for basically all of that. He just only goes for the rotation. He also finds the big double toward the end. Great work there out of Drazah. Now to bring us to a level score as we head toward Church. Røkkr gonna be here first. You still do have Standy looking to try to take down one player off of that rotation, but it's Octane who leads the way nice and early. Havok and Standy able to find 2 quickly in the feed. Octane with the MP40 out, okay. Starting to fire away, nearly finds the 3rd, but Røkkr hold for the time. LAT get those close spawns in field. They're right back into this one.
Yeah, they're ready to just break on through, right through field door. They're gonna send multiple people through this side, but Standy and Havok, the SMG duo for Minnesota, ready to find every single kill in the feed. Now with 30 seconds left, this puts Thieves in a tough situation because you know how dominant Minnesota are at that P5 hardpoint. Havok not slowing down, finds another 2-piece towards the middle of the map, and just look at the SMGs for Minnesota. 15 and 8, 13 and 10, coming to play in this first hardpoint.
Yeah, that's the thing, like I said, that we were curious about. We know how great Attach is, we know how great Priestahh is, but the SMGs were the primary topic of concern, and really it feels like that department has been affected most. Obviously, we've seen Priestahh, the entire team, step up, but Danny's talked about it a number of different times. He feels like he can slow down. He's got an SMG that plays the same way that he does. Feels like this Røkkr team is just finally complete, but see if they can get the job done in the opening hardpoint. A nice little win there for P-Dog toward the outside. LAT soaking up the seconds, but Røkkr knocking on the door.
And Røkkr right here, they were able to set up that pinch and at least flip these spawns. So now trades going back and forth. Attach gets taken down by Kenny. LA Thieves have more bodies in this hill, so they should be able to come out on top, but Standy not slowing down. He finds 2, and Havok finds the other 2. The SMG duo is not slowing down. They're just running right at people, winning gunfights left and right. Havok's not slowing down. Eventually does get taken down by Drazah, but what a break from Minnesota in towards that P5 hill. This final 15 seconds is going to be there. It's now off the rotation. Unfortunately, Attach just get taken down, but look at the route coming in from Standy. Taking the long route, route man trying to get paid.
Oh, and he gets punished. Kenny from range takes him down, but hey, Priestahh is here as well. Everybody from Minnesota making their way toward the flank from field. LAT quickly have to turn those arrows right around. And thankfully for Kenny, well, he doesn't only just find the kill, he also finds one with the nade. It's been all success so far from LAT, but now it could be Havok's turn. As we said, the man in question starting things off 20 and 14. Jay, a lot of questions on to him. Obviously the online play to land. And right now, it is a good sign if you're a Minnesota fan.
And Minnesota on this map specifically are 11th in break percentage. They have struggled on this P1 hardpoint, but with those 2 kills, they're able to break on in. You just can allow Envoy to make the play and potentially flip these spawns. You do have the safety net in Priestahh playing all the way towards the back. But the pinch is gonna be there for the Thieves. Final 15 going in their favor. This has been a close back and forth game.
A very neck and neck battle up to this point. It feels like rotation after rotation. You take the lead, we take it back. A back and forth battle, and as we said, a very interesting, intricate first game 1 hardpoint here on Tuscan HP. Let's go ahead and step aside and see how the comms are sounding with the Minnesota Røkkr.
Always watch out, green to blue. Help me pot. I drop.
Mid, yo, he's cool.
One more time. Top back in the back. I need help. Top back in the back.
Take your time.
Last 2, heal him in the back.
Send him in the back. Listen, I have Ray. Kill time. One pop church. One shot.
One shot time, guys.
Telling him,
Guys.
I'm one shot.
I
have green.
Go P5.
I got one. I'm taking off. Yeah, one more P5, Kenny. P5, Kenny. Take your time. Might be pot.
Green.
Listen, there's one touch.
Nice.
Maybe ramp. One might be ramp.
Stay up. Yo, deep right here. We're gonna go left.
One mid, dead. I don't see a
Wait
fire.
for me left. We're blocking both. I think I got. They might spawn. Nice. Go.
They look, should be spawning out.
Yeah, they should be. Coming in.
Top fire.
Top fire with you. I'm looking.
Slide down. Yo, they're running church.
A great little listen in there with the Minnesota Røkkr. Everybody is frying. Havok just takes the head clean off there of Kenny, but obviously a nice little listening with Røkkr. Let's go ahead and check in with the other side, the LA Thieves.
Okay, I'll have mid lane. Hold the back. You want to be Hey, I want to. Let's get P1, bro. Let's get there. He's on 3. They're going to be square. Look at Ivy. I spawn here. I got hold top square. I watch square. One's Ivy. I have it out there. I watch square. I can't see the guy. On time. One shot mid lane. I got Ivy. There's two there. Attach the pressure. He's left side top. There was 2. Ivy. P1. I'm playing for this guy, Dill. Ivy. Hit hold. I have P1, bro. So you gotta get P1. Yeah, you can be up in the back, bro. They're in the back. Someone go back tank. I can't get this tank. They're gonna be there, bro. I'm playing pause, bro. I'm making back tank. Back short arches. I don't see that guy. Are you?
And aside for LA Thieves, comms are beautiful. The only thing is, Minnesota, they were able to execute that break on towards that P3, which they weren't able to do the first go around. And on the opposite side for Minnesota, the biggest thing I took away was definitely Havok just going, all right, everybody take a deep breath. Let's focus on what we need to do off the rotation. And you could just see Minnesota with their teamwork, taking their time, setting up these pinches so far, have grown this lead. Up by 15 points. Now the break comes down to P4. You're gonna have all of LA Thieves just sitting in the corner, waiting for these players to attack. But Havok, he's able to find 2, Priestahh with the 3rd, and that's gonna be a break for Minnesota.
And a great time forward as well if you're Røkkr, right when this game looks to be tied, if not favoring, swinging toward the LAT end. Røkkr reply right on command. Great work as they are knocking on the door of that 200-second mark, and it's Standy from the skies. Lovely work there from Eli, and now he'll look to make the rotation over at P5 in the early battle. But once more, it is Drazah standing true, looking to get his team back in the game, and they're gonna have to do it and get a decent amount of seconds at P5 now, Jay.
And the play from Attach as well. He's gonna try to set up this pinch. But you have one player in Kenny who was holding down that cut. Now you have to try to force this from the front. Drazah and Envoy combined for 3, so they shut down that push. And also by doing that, they flip the spawns now for Minnesota. Havok finds 1. Octane doing everything he can to stay alive in this point. As LA Thieves, they're just coming out on top in this trade battle, but Standy with that 2-piece might be the opening for Minnesota.
That could be nade after nade. It is a straight 4 in the feed, favoring Røkkr overall. We know it to be a nade fest inside of the command center, and really, unfortunately, Octane takes down Envoy. 3 falls straight in the feed. Panic starting to set in for LAT, knowing how valuable this opening hardpoint is for them. But as we said, Jay, their hardpoint has been that P1, and now they're gonna have to hold it perfectly.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get there first, though. With Kenny and Drazah finding that 2-piece, that's gonna give them that early rotation setup. They can close it out. They can hold down every single second, but you know Minnesota, they're gonna take their time, try to set up this pinch. So you have 2 players, or at least 3 players, trying to attack this from middle. I don't know if LA Thieves are gonna be ready for this. You have 2 players that are watching both sides. Drazah finds 1, Havok with the trade. The SMGs for Minnesota have been all over the map, but that's gonna be 3 down. Last player up on that side of the map is gonna be Standy. He gets shut down, and LA Thieves so far are holding.
Holding well to start. And I believe Kenny does spot someone going through P5, so that's a great bit of communication he could give to the squad mates, but the primary focus has to be on this HP. Do not allow for Minnesota to get any of these seconds, especially when there's 10 on the clock. Attach, oh my goodness, nearly turns for a second. That will break open the hill momentarily for Minnesota. Have they found that window of opportunity? Is it gonna be theirs? Drazah contest for a moment, but it's Havok to walk away with the final kill. And that is Minnesota starting things off hot here on the Tuscan. LAT, an incredible record on this map and mode, but Minnesota showing us that it's not just online, but it can be LAN, in fact, too.
And that is a fact. A hot Havok and Standy go massive in this map number 1, 38 and 28.
Engagement difference.
Unbelievable. The amount of pressure that SMG duo was just putting on. Like, if you're Priestahh attached, 21 and 21, 19 and 20. Just win a couple of those one-on-one gunfights, and you're gonna be okay, because the way that the SMGs just came out to play, flying after every single gunfight, it was always Standy with 2. Havok follows up by another 2, so always execute breaks. And now this puts the Thieves in a tough situation.
Oh, yeah.
Because now you're going down in this series 0-1. you have to rely on winning Search and Destroy versus the best Search and Destroy team that we have in this game.
And you and I talked about it. I mean, we know that Minnesota likes the S&Ds in this map set. They've got the Bocage, which they have been great on historically, and they also had that Desert Siege as well if it goes down to a game 5. You and I, we were talking to the green room. It was like, okay, it just really has to be for Røkkr. One respawn and you're feeling great, and they answer off the rip with this one. Then as we said, a great map historically for LA Thieves. They have the second best win rate on Tuscan HP. But man, they just got ran through by the SMGs of the Røkkr side. As we mentioned, I mean, the engagements couldn't have been more flip-flopped in terms of the ARs versus the SMGs. Havok and Standy having themselves a game. Incredible stuff, man. Incredible stuff. Just the turnaround that they have had as a team, especially in this department specifically, has been wild.
Insane. Insane stuff from Minnesota. Now they find themselves up 1-0 in this series. And when you take a look at the stats from LA Thieves top to bottom, everyone is sitting negative. They only lose that game by 24 points. So that simply just comes down to a couple of key one-on-one gunfights. If they close those out, they potentially are able to win that first map while getting outslayed. And we've seen Minnesota, at least in the beginning of the year, they were great at outslaying, not really chaining it to time. But right there in that map number 1, 250 to 226, they make their adjustments on that P1, they execute the break, and then their P5, which is their money hill, all starts off with just a nade fest. Standy with 2, Havok eventually finds the 3rd. They find the break on that hard point. And now, Minnesota in control of the series, up 1-0. It needs to be a bounce back in the Search and Destroy for the Thieves, or I think it's going to be a 3-0.
Yeah, that's the scary part. Oh, look at us. Hey, we're on the big screen. I love this. You guys are looking great out there. Over in Toronto, you guys are doing great. You guys are sounding great as well. We still got a lot of people in the crowd, man.
Yeah.
This is late game. And they're showing out. I love this. This is kind of interesting, Jay. I like this.
I do. I
We're
like
on
Toronto.
TV.
Toronto's pretty cool. I like Toronto.
Let's go take a look at our Search Destroy top performers. We got our producers laughing after that one. Obviously, on one side, it is Mr. Colt Havok. Greasy, 1.21. That is excellent KD for him. On the other side, for the LAT Squadron, it is a nice little 1.07 there for Mr. Dylan Hannon.
Yeah, and you see Havok, the immediate impact that he causes in Search and Destroy. 1.21, hasn't really played a lot of matches with these guys, but he's putting up insane stats every single Search and Destroy. And on the opposite side, Envoy, you got to keep in mind in that last series where they were able to beat this team on a 9-0 in that Berlin S&D, he goes 9-0, which is flawless. Yeah. Massive, massive work from Envoy, but so far, at least in that map number 1, really did not give it all to his team. So now he needs to have a strong bounce back on this Bocage S&D because we know Minnesota on this map, they do not slow down. Their attacking rounds, I saw Havok hit the same exact route right through the window and pop the same first blood 2 rounds in a row. So these guys are really confident on this one.
Oh, they absolutely are. You can see Havok, man. He's marking comms down to the teammates. He's feeling good. Obviously, after a solid opening HP for him and the boys, they now fly in toward Bocage Search Destroy, which, as you said, partner, we had that game versus Atlanta FaZe, where they go on to 6-1 them. And a lot of it was based off the SMG play. A lot of it was based off of Havok, like you said, making untypical routes, making plays. As we head in towards Search to Destroy, as we said, a huge one already for the LA Thieves. They will start things off on the attacking end as we look through the eyes of Envoy early. Right now, the best KD for this team in Search Destroy, and so far in the qualifiers, a 1.44. As we said, it's going to be about the consistency for Thieves if they expect to win an S&D.
And if you're the Thieves, just have to find some success on the offense.
With a B hit early.
Nice little early B-egg. That's going to be Kenny finding that first blood. So now Standy does get taken down. The bomb is going to get planted immediately, but look at attacks. In a great position to at least find one. He gets taken down. And now into 4v2. Priestahh does find 2. Now 2v2.
It's all going to have to be on to Priestahh. 30 seconds to work with. Octane is, and now brings it to a 1v1. Priestahh versus Envoy. Oh, a few more shots, and it could have been the clutch. It could have been the 2v4, but LAT, the interesting strategy going toward B off the rip, it pays off.
Definitely pays off right there for the LA Thieves. And one player that I really wanted to focus on in this mode specifically has to be Priestahh. He finds those 3 kills in that first round, which is massive. But before stage 3, Priestah's overall S&D KD was about a 0.8. After stage 3, he's a 1.6. So the guy has been basically 2 people on the map.
That's the reason why you were to talk about Priestahh so much.
Yeah,
I get it.
He's a lord. He's pretty good.
He's a lord. I like that. Little hat trick off the rip. It's not the round, but hey, at least you're playing well. And take a look at the route from Havok. Realizes that the field is open and might as well take advantage. Grandma's not home anyway, but as well just take as much map control as you can. Standy for the first blood, and Havok with the second right on cue from the HP into the S&D. LAT quickly finding themselves in the 2v4, and that bomb is planted.
Envoy does find one. So now in the 3v2. If you're Drazah, you can try to pick up one of these kills. That can be massive. As Havok's gonna put himself in a great position. Drazah does take down Priestahh, so now in the 2v2, Havok gives up his positioning, but unfortunately, Drazah does get taken down. So now in the 2v1 situation, Envoy on a 3 spree does get taken down as well. Minnesota match aggression with aggression and tie the game up at 1.
It starts with the SMGs too, and it ends.
You seen that route, man?
With the SMGs. It was literally perfect timing. Shout out to the Hot Hands Lounge, by the way. Havok just hits the route, Standy finds the first. Havok instantly got onto the second. Got a little dicey toward the stretch. One thing too, if you're LAT, is that Havok's gonna do that again.
Yeah.
Like, he's absolutely gonna try
100%.
that multiple times in this bocage.
And the thing that really stands out for me from Minnesota on this map is that overall on all their offensive attacks, it's better than 50%. When they are playing for information on the map, which is a neutral setup, it's a 75% win rate for Minnesota. So if you're LA Thieves, you need to make sure you're shutting them down on your defenses.
Envoy with the early utility strikes first, but it's Priestahh who gets the instant answer. The quick reply there on the Kenny. Now levels it to a 3 versus 3, minute on the clock, and as we said, Thieves by no means do not like to go to that B site. We saw them do it in their first attack, and well, it could be the rotation in now. Play number 3 is going to be here. Havok, though, shot through the wood. Standy ever so carefully, tiptoeing his way over to the site, waiting for Priestahh. Now time for the retake for Røkkr. Drazah trying to hold true, trying to be careful. Priestahh gets found out. Standy, 1v3, brings it to a 1v2, takes some shots from the back, but ultimately stays alive. Tagged, but not dropped as of yet. Staying alive, 2 HP, 25 seconds left.
He knows the positioning of both of these players. He just has to win this one-on-one, or at least spot where Drazah ran. As Drazah gonna hit him with the flippity flip, get behind the car, but he's able to come out on top. So now in a 1v1, you know that Octane is gonna be the safety net. He's gonna back all the way up towards that back barn. And this should be a round going in favor of the Thieves.
Oh,
great rotation from them, even though Standy does end on a 5 spree. That has to be your focus now if you're the LA Thieves. To shut him down, do not allow him to earn that glide bomb.
You cannot afford for Standy to have that glide bomb in, what, like 4 rounds?
Yeah, can't happen.
It cannot happen. If you are the Thieves boys, you gotta shut that down. You gotta be aware of that pressure. And as we said, the continuous routes being made from the Minnesota boys. A big moment already for LAT. And so far replying well in the bocage, up 2 rounds to 1, and now we're back on the defense. As we said, it was the SMGs last time around. Standy trying to keep up that spree, but it's Havok trying to help lead the charge. It's the ultimate trade off the start, and Envoy and co. We didn't see what could have been the route being made from Standy. Doesn't decide to go in bottom, but we'll linger around Z, eventually drop, the streak will end, and now it's attached. Trying to get his first kill on the board, not gonna happen.
What a great defensive setup right there from the LA Thieves. You have multiple players in towards Grandma's. But the fact that Havok gets instantly traded, turns it to a 3v3, and slows down the positioning of Standy. He was probably thinking, I should go in there and probably get this kill, but when that player does not have any damage on him, Standy's not gonna commit towards it. He eventually does get shut down on that glide bomb. So that's our first defensive round win of this search and destroy. Thieves now up 3-1. Envoy answering the call in this search and destroy, sitting at 6-2 overall. Shutting down the SMG presence on the other side.
That was the issue he had in the respawns. A total turnaround right now in this search and destroy. LAT get a chance to slow down the pace, and they've seen the benefits from it so far. Standy, an opportunity to go for the first blood, but it's Octane who makes him pay. Envoy from range gets some great tags. I believe that was into attach. Meanwhile, it's Drazah who also finds another kill through the middle side of the map, giving LAT numbers to work with. Bomb down again.
Look at Priestahh. Priestahh is at least in a great spot on this flank, as attach does find one.
Okay.
Priestahh eventually with the second, so now it's all on Envoy in the 1v2. He's gonna be playing in this tunnel. Priestahh just hops the bomb. Tatch has to time this perfectly. He reads the play. Beautiful setup right there from Minnesota in the 3v2. You have one player who just works his way slowly through that L wall, finds that kill, forces it to a 2v2, and then Priestahh, it's your time to attack. He eventually takes down Octane, and then in the 1v2, you know Envoy is an SMG. He's probably gonna be in close quarters. Tatch reads it beautifully, and Minnesota take the round.
Yeah, and Tatch finally gets on the board. As we said, I mean, it was a matter of an 0-4 start, and he gets 2 kills in that round, and Minnesota see the success from it. Now down 2 rounds to 3. LAT showing us that they're not afraid to get mixy here on Bocage. Even if the search destroys, doesn't matter. The site, they'll hit either one. Doesn't really matter for a team who has nothing to lose when it comes to search destroy as well. Nades, tacticals, utility tossed throughout Bocage as Envoy still looking for information. He's gonna spot one going toward top. Kenny is there. Envoy replies with another 7 and 3. Right now for the Dark Prince, making Røkkr work for everything.
Down to 2v4, Priestahh gives up his positioning. The other LA Thieves do not give one-on-one gunfights. Because Tatch and Priestahh can definitely clutch this round up. Such a huge swing round. To potentially go up 4-2, LA Thieves are not moving. You're all in a position to at least play this trade. Because Envoy's gonna be the only player on B, but Priestahh is gonna work his way into bottom. Grandma's unfortunately not able to finish that kill. So Envoy through mid gate, he's gonna take down Tatch now. Priestahh left in the 1v4 of the Thieves. Once again, back-to-back offenses to start us off, back-to-back defenses to now put them up 4-2.
And that's just a good sign. I mean, being in the 4v2, obviously you expect him to play that way, but you have to award him, right? You have to give him some props for not trying to, get too crazy. They know the team they're facing off against on the other side of the stage. Obviously, they must put it. I mean, they've been the best search destroy team without question throughout the majority of the title. You got the best record right now. And Thieves respecting the opposite end. Envoy still having a phenomenal game. And then that prior round gets the information, also gets a kill on top of it. Now the swing round is inbound. Minnesota in desperate need of a round to secure. Octane early to fire out some bullets toward L. Nades once again tosses. Thieves making that decision. Standy for the first, tosses out the stun, gives the comm away. Envoy picks up bomb in the meantime.
It's down to 3v3. A minute to work with. Should the LA Thieves. They've made multiple rotations on their offensive rounds. There's only 45 seconds left. Bomb is starting to creep up in towards bottom. Grandma's is gonna be on a Tatch. He cannot get out that back window. So now in the 3v2, Havok is gonna at least spot one player in the Octane. Unfortunately, not able to get the kill. He's gonna find the second onto Envoy. Octane with a huge one-on-one. Comes out on top now. Priestahh left in the 1v2. The Thieves have to rotate this bomb and get it down.
Priestahh gets the instant information that they're not at A. Is he gonna read the player in the corner? No, he is not. LAT continue to come out with the strats. It just feels like in the middle of the rounds, Jay, they just perform. They just know what is going on. And I know that the record is obviously great for LAT historically on Bocage search to destroy. But as we said, for a team that has been hot and cold really recently at the Major 3 qualifiers, to see them step up this way on what has been a great map for Minnesota so far throughout this season on Bocage is nothing short of impressive, but a W has still yet to be secured. Is this the round where they close it up and get a dominant W in the search destroy? Or did Minnesota still have some more fight in them?
Minnesota just trying to attack this from middle.
He's crawling, he's crawling.
Ow! Oh, and it works. It works. Drazah and Envoy find two. Not in the 4v2 situation. Once again, Tatch and Priestahh. Left to try to clutch it up. Priestahh does take down one in Envoy. He should get traded, and that was a flawless search and destroy from start to finish. The biggest thing that I took away was that the Thieves were slowing down on their attacking rounds. They know that Minnesota likes to play aggressive. They have really aggressive SMG players, but when you're shutting down that pressure, taking down, getting first bloods, that's where Minnesota starts to shake up. They were able to capitalize every single round that they had the man advantage and close out that search and destroy in a 6-2 fashion.
It feels like the teams like switch sides.
Yeah.
Like I was not expecting that. I'll be honest. I was not expecting that at all. I thought that it was going to be the flip-flop. LAT wins the first game. If not, well, the Search Destroy was not going to go their way, but boy, was I wrong. Pick'ems are definitely chalked so far to start off the tournament. 6-2 for LAT in this Bocage, and obviously it was Envoy leading the way, but you can see the presence that he has. I mean, what, Kenny and Octane does go even. Drazah helps him out with a 9-5 performance. Well, it was the Envoy show. What has been lacking from this team has been consistency, and that is the definition of it there, buddy.
Their attacking rounds were just amazing because LA Thieves, they started off right off the rip by going towards B. Like, usually do not see teams commit towards that B bomb, especially round number 1 on Bocage. Yeah. But then they see success there. So then at that point, Minnesota are forced to have multiple players at that site. You have Priestahh playing towards back L, one player playing top middle gate. And when you're taking those players down, you're now forcing Minnesota to be weaker at that A point. So every time they found a pick at B, in the man advantage, in the 3v2, they rotated back over towards A. They make sure that they were always sitting right next to each other to play that trade. And the Thieves game plan right there was on point.
I'm going to ask you really quick. I know Game 5 very well may not be on the cards, but when we talk about a second Search Destroy, does that performance that we just saw in the Bocage make you feel better about LAT?
100%, because it showed right there, like, no one was getting overzealous. Everyone was being patient, playing with your teammates. No one was going for one-on-one gunfights. Everything was a team shot. Everything was communication, and it definitely showed there. To beat a team like Minnesota on one of their strongest S&D maps in a 6-2 fashion, it definitely shows that they've been putting in that work in the back end, and it showed there.
Yeah, it absolutely has. Practice is paying off really for both of these teams, for Minnesota and for the Thieves. As we said, I think a lot of us expected it could be 1-1, but I'm not sure that the maps, the modes worked out the exact way that we thought. Regardless, we have got a Berlin control when we come back after this break.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final match of day number 1 at the Toronto Major. It has been a lovely day of some good old Call of Duty Vanguard, but this day is not over just yet. We're in the midst of a great series going on between the Minnesota Røkkr and the LA Thieves, the number 1 versus the number 8 seed. And Jay, LAT just took a search and destroy, so I have no idea what's going to happen next.
I have no idea what happens either, man. I wasn't expecting LA Thieves to come out and look so dominant in that search and destroy. Like the play calls, the patience, everything was there. Now they're going into a control, tied at 1 apiece instead of down 0-2, which is massive for them because both of these teams, 2-1 for Minnesota, 4-3 for the LA Thieves. But this is a scary map for both of these teams. Yeah. Both of these teams on their offensive side both average about 4 ticks. So that's massive because that means they're completing A, they're getting at least 1 segment completed at B, but a little bit better on the side of Minnesota on the defensive end. 100% win rate for Minnesota compared to 68%.
I'd say that's massive. That's a little better.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not good at math, but that's definitely a little better. 100 to 68, you minus them. I don't really know how it works, but as you said, Berlin Control, the newest control that has been added to the map pool. It's been a great time, honestly. I love me some Berlin Control. When we got the Vetoes, it's like, you know, Gavutsu, okay, Tuscan, all right. When we get Berlin, you know it's gonna be litty. You know it's gonna be great. But who is gonna take the advantage in this series so far? Mr. Havok having himself a game. Somewhat slowed down when it came down to the search destroy, but a 1.2 coming into this Berlin, and he ultimately, as we like to call him, can be that X factor, be that route man that is oftentimes allowed when it comes down to Berlin. But here we go into the control. LAT starting things off on the attack, Minnesota on the defense. We'll see what the spread looks like out of LAT, and it appears that they're going for a full push toward this B zone.
They're doing for a full push, but look at Havok. He pushes right through that 8 point and is already behind them in trains. He's gonna find himself in a great position to at least cause them some problems. Takes down the first. He should find a train on the Drazah, and what a route out of Havok to shut down that early pressure at that B point. Now this is gonna force LA Thieves to rotate over towards A, try to extend time by a minute because Minnesota have every single player on the train side.
Yeah, Minnesota are playing this like it's a round 11 search destroy over at the B zone. They know they've got it clear. Kenny gets wiped away, and okay, LAT are able to stop that clock for now. We'll see if Minnesota looks to try to pressure them on that A zone. Again, strategies really still being developed when it comes down to Berlin. That's the reason why we talk about that opening break for LAT. And right now, the defensive spread for Røkkr looks like it could be an opportunity to break, but ultimately they will look to hold things off for the time. But of course, Havok, try to be aware of those flanks, be aware, try to be in the back of the base, cause some issues. But LAT, off of those picks, now they've got some freedom. Draws it right now, finds himself on the backside. Over at the plat, kills coming in really toward either direction right now.
And these are massive plays from LA Thieves because they know the positioning of Havok. He's the one that's influencing their spawn to spawn all the way across towards water, but with that 2-piece, this might be the opening that they were looking for. Make it 3 down. Now all of Minnesota Røkkr spawning out towards top plat, and look how fast it's going. Every single player is on the point, and the Thieves are gonna come out and absolutely dominate this opening offensive round.
Okay, LAT.
100% defense, don't forget.
Don't forget it. Don't forget it. That percentage is out the door. Kenny smiling after a round like that. It just makes you feel good, right? If you're on the attacking side, I mean, how often do we see, you know, when you're trying to make a play on the B zone on Tuscan, the B zone on Gavutsu, that just doesn't happen. On Berlin,
it's not.
Anything is possible. Anything is possible. LAT up 1-0 to start. We'll see what Minnesota has cooked up for us. What they've got brewing coming into this second round. Their first attempt at the attack here at that Toronto Major. Octane could be making some work happen on really toward P5. Minnesota once again tries to make the play over at that B zone. Could be considered a high-risk type of play, but ultimately, I was gonna say for a moment, it looked like it could have worked out. Minnesota do get dropped attached to Soul Man Alive at that B zone for now, as Røkkr look to refocus their attention to the other side of the map.
Yeah, Røkkr just had to complete the save point. Just like what they did in their very first defense. LA Thieves do the exact same thing. Envoy and Drazah trying to hold down this train position. You still have a couple players from Minnesota trying to attack it. Drazah does get taken down, but the instant trade from Envoy. And they're still putting on pressure towards A. They're not trying to give this one up.
I mean, last time around, I mean, when we talk about what just happened in the prior round, Minnesota allowed for that A capture to be granted. LAT not doing the same. As Attach ends up getting dropped over toward the train yard, that is gonna allow for LAT to make the long route, and Envoy, of course, is gonna be happy to try to make that play happen. Time stopped for a moment, halted for a brief second. That second tick yet to be granted. Battle still going on as Kenny with the SMG in hand eventually falls. Minnesota do get that A zone again. The trades do favor them. They will look to get in that final tick now.
Yeah, now if you're the Thieves, you just give that one up. Don't allow anyone to slip on through and potentially set up a flank through fire.
Oh, can he challenge?
Trades are gonna go back and forth in towards that train area. Priestahh and Standy able to combine for 2, so you're able to stop the clock for at least a little bit, but they get off of that A point. Now it's only 26 seconds left. It's looking like they're gonna fully commit towards a B push. If LA Thieves can hold this down, they should still put pressure on towards A.
They absolutely should, yeah, man. It was Kenny who actually just won a quick little 1v1 right before that A zone got captured, so time absolutely a factor in Minnesota. We're gonna have to go back toward it. Another minute on the clock. Live's not really much of a problem for the time. But for Røkkr, it's about finding that window of opportunity, that little moment. Standy very well could be the player that ends up hitting the route, making the plays, but Drazah is there to shut him down. Back to the base, back to the drawing board for Røkkr, as Attach remains the beacon of information at P5.
It's 10-9 right now in lives remaining. LA Thieves need to secure this defense, where if you do lose it, do not allow them to complete any segments. Lose this by just simply getting outslayed. As Standy does find that player in Kenny towards that water side. Now they're setting up the pinch from middle step. Havok's in a great position, at least take down one. But Drazah with the perfect read shuts down that pinch. Now, all his teammates have to do is just come out on top in these trades, and they should be okay. One last push for Minnesota.
One Priestahh does win his 1 versus Kenny. Attach trying to hold true, cuts down Drazah. One player that's actually lingering in the backside of the street is going to be Octane. Doesn't go for the full flank, instantly goes toward the window. Automaton, perfect through that desk. Cutting down the first, but Minnesota gaining that progress. Gaining the progress. Somebody from LAT has got to make the play. One player left, and that will be Minnesota answering with an attacking round of their own.
And we saw Minnesota in the stage 3 play this map versus Atlanta FaZe. They were able to beat them on this map by securing 2 defensive rounds, but in their offensive win, it was the very final round of the map. They won in a 4v2, no more respawns, 4v12.
Yeah.
No more respawns remaining, so you can never count Minnesota out of any of these rounds, but at least the Thieves did not give up that last segment, so they are currently up by 1 tick.
Gotta keep that in mind without question. Even though on Berlin, we can talk about that, attack a lot easier, you still would prefer to have the defense a majority of the time. Again, we just continue to talk about what the offensive spread is going to look like. LAT venturing into that B zone ever so carefully, but Priestahh, Attach, Havok there to knock them down as soon as they walk through that door, right when they come through. That golden window. They meet the fire on the other side of the Røkkr. Great work from Havok to cut down 2 already. He's off to a nice little 3 spree. He has been a menace so far throughout this match. Drop there from Envoy, LAT. Wipe him away, and that frees up a lane toward that A zone now.
Now, if you're Minnesota Røkkr, just based off of what LADs were able to do in their very first attacking round, I would not give up this A point as easy as you did. Give them a lot of time to work with, just trying to execute 1 break on towards B, and they're not gonna give it up easy. Havok once again finds that 2-piece to open it up. Drazah trying to do everything he can to at least stay alive, but you see Attach, his positioning right now is forcing all of the Thieves to get a close spawn towards this A point. Only 30 seconds remaining. They have to try to complete this, but Havok is shutting down every single push that they are trying to do as he finds 3 on a 5 spree. Make it 6, my God!
From the top rope, 1 more, and he's got the glide. Oh no! Not gonna happen. I may have cursed him, my bad, Røkkr fans, but it's okay if you're an LAT fan. It's all good. They cut him down, and once more, it feels like every time you take down Havok, that is when you get your chance into that A zone. They didn't want to give it up for free, and boy, do they make LAT pay for it. Havok does not want to allow for LAT to move another inch as the SMG presence continues to come on forward. Drazah with the punch just to get out for a moment. But a minute on the clock, down decently when it comes to lives. LAT Once more, it's going to come down to that opening. It's going to come down to those strats, but Havok is not allowing it, Jay.
Two-piece after two-piece, cutting these players off, knowing the spawns, and he's ready for it once again. Havok, not messing around. The Dead said we were worried about him on land, and so far he is answering the call. 22 and 13. Two-piece after two-piece to shut down these pushes. Coming in from the Thieves side. Now 19-7 in lives remaining.
Hold on.
The Thieves do find that opening kill onto Havok off spawn. They take control of top plat, but only 25 seconds left. They have to get in.
Yeah, this is going to be the play. This all falls into this play right now. Octane and Drazah combining for 2. Oh, Kenny finds the timing. Drops one on to Priestahh. They've got 2 players strong inside of the zone. And that very well could be all that you need. That could be all that you need. A big gunfight victory there for Kenny. Traded out ultimately from Attach. Drops it versus Octane. 1 tick through, the second one nearly there for LAT. 4 lives, but they are big ones at that. Priestahh's got to get the point. He gets slowed down by the stun, and LAT, despite being in a 4v10, walk away with another attacking round.
That's insane from LA Thieves, because I'm thinking Minnesota in a great position, outslaying the entire round. Havok's probably in 2-piece left and right.
4 double kills.
LA Thieves just went in there and found 3 kills and then spawned them all towards top plat and won every single gunfight after that. What an insane clutch from the Thieves to secure that round. Now that puts them up by 7 segments. So just in case it does go to the round number 5, the Thieves locked up that defensive round.
Røkkr just got to remain composed. You got to remain composed. In a round like that is absolutely going to frustrate you, but you got to get it out of the mind. Out of the mind versus this LAT team who obviously can be very inconsistent, right? 3-0 or 0-3 throughout the major 3 qualifiers, but when it comes to land, they do not mess around, and right now neither does Octane. 1 away from the glide bomb. He also falls short of the streak. And how big those could be throughout Berlin. Not the best map for it, but you'll obviously take a glide bomb every day of the week. Minnesota eventually do siphon into that A zone, but they've got pressure coming.
Yeah, the Thieves trying to attack them from both angles. Octane does find one. Unfortunately, not able to find the second, so Minnesota going to be able to complete this second segment, but now you have to worry about Envoy. His position is forcing all of his teammates to now spawn out towards that water side. Havok's going to be the cutoff man. He gets taken down, and Thieves are just not going to give this one up easy, even though they're really close to completing this A segment. Octane's going to be here. He takes him down, and they break on it.
It's the second time. It's the second time that that has happened where Minnesota feel like they have got the zone done and dusted, but LAT are here, and so is the human turret.
There it is.
There he is. He has come out to fry. Thieves, they can feel, okay, that's your teammate, but it's all good. It's all good. He is the human turret. Whether you run into him or not, he's going to shoot you like a TJHaly situation. Doesn't matter. Drazah. Oh, he was alive for a moment. Gets dropped there with the pistol. Minnesota, they've got to walk away with this final bit of progress. But Kenny knocking on the door. He's here. What can Kenny accomplish? Envoy and Octane, they both fall. But Kenny ends up losing the 1v1. And with that, Minnesota will get that really final inch of progress that they needed. 1:17 on the clock. Røkkr, can they find the magic?
These just need to put pressure on towards Trains, and Envoy wins 2 massive gunfights in towards top P5, make it 3. That's gonna be all 4 down. Now everyone coming off spawn for Minnesota. Standy does actually get a great spawn towards backside Train, so he's gonna be able to slip on by. And also find that kill on the Drazah. So that's gonna be the opening 2-piece. This can be where Minnesota can collapse. Look at the pitch coming in from Attach.
Attach trying to stay alive. He also hops in the corner. Take a look at this. Hop look at your map. Oh my gosh, Drazah. Reddit Attach ends up getting traded out. So Minnesota, not a whole lot of presence as they very carefully make their way toward the back alley, considering that these could be the final lives of this Berlin. No respawns left and 30 seconds on the clock. LAT, they can feel a W coming their way, but just when you feel that way, Berlin Control can surprise you. It'll make you pay when you least expect it. Here comes Havok with the routes, slowed down by the stun. Standy finds one as well, and take a look at the feed. Take a look at the feed. Standy able to find another, and quickly it becomes a 1v3 for Sam LaRue. Octane met with some fire, drops the first, 2 more to go. Nade cooked and prepared. He'll have to slide into the objective at just the right time. One player on the outskirts is gonna be Havok. While Attach sits on the inside, he wins the 1v1. And as we said, Berlin control, you don't know what to expect. And just like that, it's a round 5, Jay.
It's been all offenses. Every single round so far in this Berlin control. 2 offensive round wins where the Thieves were able to complete every single segment. On the side of Minnesota, they have not completed that B point 1 time. So now, Minnesota had to win 2 offenses in a row. That's got to be a frustrating one for the Thieves. It's been back-to-back chokes for both of these teams on the defensive side. Like, this match should have probably ended a long time ago.
Yeah, regardless of how this one goes, you're going to look back at this in the VOD and say, gosh, we could have done so many things different. Minnesota, as we said, successful in their last attack. We'll see what the strategy looks like. They quickly go for B. One thing I have to be aware of is that Octane is on the flank, but Attach, oh my goodness, with an excellent shot. Gives Octane a haircut. And also sits in the 5 spring, make it 6. Nearly makes it 7. Glide bomb not going to be successful, but Røkkr had made a sizable dent at this B zone as Havok looks to apply the pressure again. It is an all-out brawl from Røkkr. B zone done, out of the way.
Now Standy trying to set up this pinch from fire, finds that first kill, Attach with the second. So now it's on Envoy and Drazah. Can they potentially find a couple kills to relieve this pressure? Envoy finds the first, Drazah with the second. Only player in this position is gonna be Havok. So LA Thieves, they slow this down, but Minnesota, what a great offensive start to this round to complete that B capture. Makes your job a lot easier when you get that side done. Now all falls on to A. You still have a couple players from LA Thieves just holding down their positionings. Priestahh finds that opening towards water side. Does he read the player in Drazah though? He does. What a massive 2-piece to open up that right side.
That's the opening that Minnesota were looking for. Starting to make that zone begin to move. Standy with one, ends up tagging up the other. All over the feed is the stand man. Drazah trying to make his way ever so carefully toward the street side. Standy eventually falls, but again, that progress continues to roll. Priestahh in a primary position toward the outer alley, trying to make the plays. Puts the pistol to good usage. LAT feels like they can just not get anything going. That opening.
There's 3 in it.
Has been the moment for Røkkr. LAT, an accidental nade, and how about the comeback from Minnesota? It truly is never chalked. Make a crazy comeback after what felt like a massive loss just a few rounds prior.
That's 5 offensive wins. 5 offenses to close out this control. I don't think we've ever seen that. Every single team securing the wins on the offensive side. Minnesota are never out. Like you said, Wise Man once said, it's never chalked.
Word to Major.
Word to Major. As the Thieves, they found themselves up 2-1 on this map. But then Minnesota, at least on their attacking rounds, the first 2 times, they did it by not completing that B segment at all. But then just to start off in this final round from Minnesota, to find every single kill in the feed. You stack that B point, it's gonna be gone super quick. They close that out. All they have to do is find a couple kills over towards that 8 point, and they were able to close that out. That was an insane control for both of these teams. I was not expecting that.
That's why we love us Berlin. Like, how many times have we said, oh yeah, it's been 5 straight Gavutsu control offensive victories.
All defenses.
Same thing for Tuscan. It just doesn't happen on Berlin. It is a mixed bag. And we know when it comes to major time, you can just throw all of the strategies out. Not say all the strategies out the window, but throw all the predictions, the expectations, the statistics out the window. Like you said, round after round, it felt like Thieves maybe giving them away. If not, it's just the strength of these rosters when it comes down to this very mode. But clutch, the definition of this one is Havok was given some extra love to LAT throughout this streak.
Havok was going massive every single time he needed to find a 2-piece by himself. He knows the spawns, he knows exactly where he needs to be preeming. He also picked up the automaton and continued on that spree. Like, he was on that spree towards that water side. Unfortunately, he runs out of ammo before he earns that glide bomb, and he gets shut down. But Havok has been having an absolute monster series so far in the respawns. Almost 40 kills in that map number 1, 35 and 30 in this map number 2. I mean, map number 3, Havok has just been going lights out in this series so far.
He has, and as we said, for Minnesota, that's what you want to see.
Yeah.
Like, you want to see consistency across the board, and right now you are getting that if you're Røkkr. Granted, not a control that I think from a fan's perspective, maybe from the coaching staff perspective, that you'd like to replicate 5 straight offenses. You make a crazy comeback in a few of the rounds, allow for a few of them to go, but a W is a W nonetheless when it comes down to what is a very terrifying LAT roster. No matter the scoreline, no matter what the Røkkr is when it comes down to those qualifiers, they are always going to come at you when it comes down to land time. But it's a hard point up next, which is ultimately something you're excited about if you're a Thieves fan.
Yeah, if you're the Thieves going into this Berlin hardpoint, this is massive because for them, sitting at 7-5 overall compared to on the opposite side, for the Røkkr, 3-8. So it's not going to be good for them. But for both of these teams, this needs to be where, if you're the LA Thieves, obviously you need this map to force to game 5. But if you're Minnesota, if you can close this one out, and even if you can't, you still have that S&D Desert Siege in your back pocket where you're undefeated in that game 5. So Minnesota clutch up in that game number 3. They can close it out here even better. Like I said, they have that search and destroy in their back pocket for game 5.
Exactly. Minnesota finds themselves in a very healthy position as we get ready to take a look at our hardpoint top performers, which I'm eager to see. As we said, a number of different guys that you could point out for either team, but it is no surprise the man that sits on the left side of the screen. I guess you could say maybe a slower performance to kick off this game. Obviously, it was the SMGs that led the way in the opening hardpoint. They get handled in the S&D, but he was firing in that control as well. Mr. Dylan Price having a great performance right now for the team. On the other side, it's the Alaskan Assassin.
Drazah with a 1.0 compared to a 1.11, obviously attached throughout all of stage 3. He's been an absolute man on a mission. And then for the LA Thieves, it's just a struggle because I'm pretty sure Drazah's KD before was like a 1.2 in hardpoint. But then when you start getting 3-0'd in a lot of series, you don't see a lot of success in hardpoint because this team was the best hardpoint team, at least in the beginning of the year. Now there's kind of like a 50-50 game mode for them. So the Thieves just need to make sure that they're rotating on this map because this is going to be a massive one for both of these squads. Minnesota and Thieves, believe it or not, on this hardpoint specifically, are number 1 and number 2 in rotation win percentage. But then they're also number 11 and number 12 in break percentage. So it tells me right off the rip, whichever team is going to be first on the early rotations and properly set up are going to be able to walk away with this map.
As we head into Berlin, what could be the final map of the day, I want to give a quick little shout out to our live broadcast producer, Mr. John Fenton. It's his birthday today.
Happy birthday, pal.
We got to give a massive shout out to him. Also got to say, man, the production team, the entire crew here at the Toronto Major has been working all throughout the night to make sure that this event has been possible, and what an opening day that it has been. Minnesota, they can smell a W, but is an LAT that looks to force the game number 5. It's entirely possible. It has been a day of game 5, so we'll see if we can get another one. However, a great start for the Røkkr and a quick little team wipe and a few early points on the board.
Yeah, if you're the Thieves, you just simply have to shut down Havok. He's doing whatever he wants in these respawn game modes. That's Minnesota. So far, a flawless hold on this P1. They do have the favorable spawn, so they do start off with that initial time. The LA Thieves need to execute a break. Octane with that 2-piece. Octane with 3. Will be able to find this remaining 20 seconds on this P1, but now forces it off the rotation. Huge gunfights coming in from Drazah and Kenny. Can they come out on top?
See if they can. The SMG is called upon. We'll see if they can deliver. Envoy, Kenny, well, it's going to work out. Ultimately, the trade favoring the side of the Thieves as they've got that early time locked up. However, attached does find himself over toward the docks. A big gunfight to win, and it's Drazah who is there. So the top performers to look out for. Quickly meet. Thankfully, if you're a Thieves fan, it is the Alaskan Assassin coming out on top. And speaking of coming out on top, it is a nice little few in the feed. They're granted for LAT. A hard point they can absolutely lock up some time on, and really a lot of it, Jay, was based off of the SMGs making the plays early. The ARs reply from there, but just as we talked about LAT, Minnesota, the SMGs come firing through.
Yeah, Minnesota needed this break because you saw LATs, they were starting to chain a couple kills together and putting a lot of pressure in towards fire to potentially flip those spawns, but with Minnesota winning a couple of those gunfights, Havok goes massive in towards the hill once again to execute that break. Now it's Standy's turn. Standy and Attach combined for 2 in the feed to hold down this remaining time on this hard point. Now off the rotation, it's going to be Minnesota fully set up. You have one player here who's going to have a huge one-on-one. They're still putting pressure on towards Train. If I'm Havok, back it up. At least help your teammate off the rotation.
You'd like to think that Attach is well going to go for the route, so he and Havok linger through the middle of the map. That could be great, or it could put a big damper on the overall level of play. We've got 2 players making their way through the alley. Priestahh's going to be here at least for 1. Octane still toward the back as he and Drazah trying to go big for the team. Minnesota do stabilize for a moment. they'll have those close spawns, and it's just a matter of time before Envoy drops.
Yeah, Minnesota. It was a scary setup to start off because they had not a single player watching towards that street side, but able to win the gunfights when they need to. Minnesota growing this lead. Now with only 20 seconds left, 3 go down in the feed. You already have 1 player off the rotation, but Kenny takes care of him. So now, LA Thieves, it's your turn to have that full setup off the rotation. We said it, number 1 and number 2 in rotation win percentage, number 11 and number 12 in break percentages. So far it's showing.
In the big one too, that last hard point there for Minnesota Røkkr, we talked about it coming into this P3, one they struggle with. They don't have to worry about breaking it. And from there, that's the reason why they've got the lead that they do. But as we head toward trains, maybe not as good as Fire typically when it comes down to stats, but an HP that you can lock down, especially if you've got some solid AR presence. And we know that LAT has that type of talent. Great little work there for Kenny to cut down Priestahh on the route. SMG or AR, we know he prefers the automaton, but he's been able to do it with both so far throughout this one. Ends up getting dropped until Minnesota quickly, carefully make their way toward the front side of the HP. 20 seconds left. And as LAT takes down a few, it could be Minnesota backing up and preparing now for P5.
This has been great hold after great hold. The Thieves are down by 50 points and hold a flawless P4 hard point to eventually take the lead in this game. Now it comes down to the rotation at P5, and look at the route that Envoy is taking. He's thinking big picture. He wants to take control of that top flat to eventually flip those spawns for his team. As LA Thieves are gonna be the team on the point early. Havok does find that kill. He's trying to put pressure on towards Train. He gets traded. And Envoy, he's gonna be the player to watch. He's the player hitting the route to potentially flip these spawns.
Envoy playing chess instead of checkers. And here I thought it was Kenny and Drazah who were the chess masters. In fact, it was the Dark Prince himself. Makes the great play. Minnesota still with some interesting spawns. So we'll be taking a look at that. The left side of the map right now favoring LAT, but that very well could change. 25 seconds left, but P5 still can net you some decent seconds as Envoy eventually does get handled. Attach will win the trade, so Minnesota will grab the final 15, while it's LAT with preferred spawns up and for next. And basically a tie game as we head there, Jay.
Yeah, this is going to be a massive break, a big turning point in the game. Look at the route that Priestahh is taking. With 2 of his teammates dropping on that side of the map, I'm pretty sure they're going to spawn on him now, so they know that the pinch is coming in. All of LA Thieves are going to turn around. They just have to focus on this positioning of Attach. That Attach does give it up. Takes a couple shots onto Octane, does find that kill. But now if you're the Thieves, all you have to do is hold a tight setup.
Hold the tight setup. Just work off of that teamwork. Envoy dropped. Great work from Priestahh, who nearly finds a few, but Minnesota, a 3v1, they'll make it a 4v1 in the feed. A great break opportunity there for Røkkr. They seize that chance. And now, it's Attach's turn to fry on 6 in a row, 1 away from the glide. Also falls. I think we've yet to see a streak so far throughout this series. Many players very, very close, but Attach falls victim to it again. Back and forth we go. Last 10 seconds toward the Thieves, and now it's a race toward new. Only player that was going to be there was Drazah, but he gets dealt with.
Yeah, Attach goes massive to at least find a break onto that P1 to not give all that time to LA. Now off the rotation, Minnesota currently up by 1. Have to win a couple key gunfights. They are going to start off with this initial time, but they're just more focused on picking up these kills. Attach finds 2. They have multiple players in towards this P2 hardpoint. The spawns do flip for the Thieves, so if you're the Thieves, you need to break in and chain it to P3 to eventually grow this lead.
Attach again on the spree. He is 20 and 10, having himself a game. Trying to linger over toward the tank. Also has some words for Envoy. Cuts him down, and LAT, you can see everybody spinning. Everybody's hanging out. They don't know what to do, especially with Attach looking like a turret. Oh, he beams Envoy from afar. As a name prepared for him too. Thankfully gets some extra ammo in that bad boy. 30 good shots ready and lined up, good to go. Does earn the glide bomb in the meantime, and just like that, Røkkr have got themselves a solid advantage. Fire up next. Not a great break percentage historically for the Røkkr end, but we'll see if they can make some magic happen or if this will be a hard point to get LAT back in this game.
That was a great hold from Minnesota. Now this is where you invest this glide bomb and potentially flip these spawns. You have to win these first couple of gunfights, and Priestahh attached to a great job of finding 3. But the spawn's still coming in from LA Thieves. Not a single player farthest pushed up the map. to at least flip those spawns. You have 2 players from LA Thieves who are going to spawn all the way across. Everyone else from Minnesota spawning out towards top plat. But that's going to be Envoy and Drazah combining for every single kill to hold down this time. But Priestahh breaks it through the front. Priestahh breaks it through the front, finds 3 kills. Now for LA Thieves, they slow down that pressure once again, but Minnesota are just doing a great job of making this map, this hill, scrappy.
Yeah, and you saw, right, as soon as Priestahh finds those kills, I think it was number 7 in Drazah, he doesn't know where the rest of the enemy is coming from. He at least distracts LAT by finding that 3-piece. And now his attack just turned to fry. 31 and 13 continue to marvel at the statistics. Looks like a top 5 player right now in the game, and he is performing right now on the Berlin. Priestahh picking up from where he leaves off. Røkkr reached that 200-second mark. LAT, they've got to delay. They cannot allow for a solid HP here at Trains.
LA needs to find a break, and with Octane finding that 2-piece, might be the opening that they were looking for, as the spawns are still going to be there for Minnesota. Envoy eventually gets on the time, not only down by 20 points, you can basically trap them in towards his back warehouse, but Priestahh finds 2, Priestahh finds 3, even with the pistol in hand. Able to come out on top in these engagements. Now all of LA Thieves spawning out towards left side of Trains. Minnesota are just doing a great job of just soaking up this time, trying to get closer to that 250-point mark.
Thieves at least able to hold on for the time. You'll be happy with that in the long run. We still got ourselves a very neck-and-neck game with P5 up next. It's also a thought about the rotations. LAT currently with those in hand, but once forward is Standy trying to make the long play. He gets found out. Envoy's finding gunfight victories inside of the current HP, so LAT finding success across the map, whether it's in the hard point or on the flank. They've got spawns set up for next. That will be a continuous talking point throughout our next 50 seconds, but it feels like LAT, everybody continues to find kills, Jay.
Yeah, that's not their worry right now because they can still close this out on P5. Doing a great job of finding every single kill, chaining this at some time. Standy does put himself in a great position to at least leave that pressure. As Envoy's on a 5 spree before he does get taken down. Minnesota do a great job of flipping those spawns. That could be massive because now no team can win at this P5. It's all going to come down to the rotation. Standy and Havok able to combine for 2. If they can get at least a good 5-10 seconds off of this time, it all comes down to the hold. One hold for Minnesota.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that, right? You flip the spawns, you also grab the time at P5, at least limit the opposing team to that number, 223 to what? 225. It's going to be a neck-and-neck game regardless toward the stretch. Both teams battling it out as the Thieves look to make a play. Drazah right now finds himself on the flank. Will the timing work out? Will the timing be perfect right now from the Thieves? And they cannot escape. They cannot escape. The break is in.
They execute the break, but look at the route coming in from Havok. He's the guy that has to make the play for Minnesota. Attached with a huge one-on-one, but Havok, his route right now, to at least find an opening kill. He does get shut down by Kenny, so now Attached has a huge one-on-one to at least stop this game clock, because LA Thieves might do it here.
They might be able to do it here. A few more seconds. Røkkr, they've got to jump in, and they will not. LAT come out firing here on the Berlin and will remain in this series, not going away. And despite the near 40 bomb from Dylan Price, the Thieves stabilize.
The Thieves force this game number 5. It all comes down to just simple rotations. Like, it was a great hold from the Thieves in the first rotation of hard points at that P4. They hold the 4 full 60, but then it just comes down to this final P5 hill. The fact that LA was able to break Minnesota's setup on that P4 was massive, because then they were able to chain it to at least a couple seconds on that P5 by picking up every single kill. Minnesota found themselves with spawns towards that top plat area, but what the Thieves did great was send someone on that long route, and it was none other than Drazah. Finds himself at Stone Step to eventually set up that pinch. And then while he's doing that, Octane is winning every single gunfight in towards the point. Now we're going game 5, man. Game 5.
I don't know why. Like, coming into this Berlin hardpoint, I had a feeling. I had a feeling this one could go the distance, and I know it's just been one of those days, Jay. It's just been one of those days where it's just like you think you have a prediction in mind, and it just does not work out. But really, you got to be a happy camper if you are the LA Thieves, thinking that they just walked away with that Berlin HP, and I talked to you earlier, Jay, about the Search Destroy. I said, does that bocage, the performance that they have on that map, make you feel more confident? And you said, absolutely.
Absolutely, and they answered to at least force the game 5. It's going to be Desert Sea Search and Destroy. It's going to be an absolute banger for both of these teams. I can't wait. I don't really know who's going to win it.
I know. Folks, feel free to let us know. I mentioned it earlier and do it again. Use the hashtag CDL2022. Who is going to walk away with this series? A lot on the line. The advancement in the bracket, the points that are going on throughout the entirety of the season. Will Røkkr come away with the W, or do LAT have something special lined up for us? When we come back after the break, we are closing out day number 1 here at Major 3 with Desert Siege.
AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League.
Hi friends, and welcome back to the final match and the final map here of day number 1 at the Toronto Major. It has been a wild and wonderful day so far, and we are headed to another Game 5, something that we didn't see a lot throughout the Major 3 qualifiers, and we have had a ton today. Minnesota Røkkr versus LA Thieves, and the series is going the distance. I'll be honest, Jay, I didn't think it was going to get here, but it has. I don't know, LAT is winning Search Destroys, and now we feel kind of good about them coming into a Desert Siege.
We're seeing LATs win Search and Destroys. We're seeing controls all won on the offensive side. Like, this has been a series I could not predict if I had to put my finger on it. But now we're finding ourselves into this game number 5, Desert Siege Search and Destroy. Biggest thing that stands out for me is that LATs are better on the offensive side than Minnesota at 44% compared to their 40%. But Minnesota on defense, completely different story. 80% on defense compared to 37% for LAT. You've seen the records pop up, 4-0 for Minnesota compared to 2-5 for LA Thieves. It's gonna be an absolute banger. And we started off by just being super aggressive in towards bottom palace. Havok already with the first blood.
He knows exactly where Envoy is gonna be sitting. The great route here off the rip. They're out of the Røkkr, and instantly right after that play, what do? They stand still. They're ready for Thieves to go for the reach out. Right as I say that, a few players make their position known. Drazah able to find Havok, top shelf, drops him, brings it to a 3 versus 3. Røkkr slowly but carefully off of the great sniper plays from Methodz, who hits only the hit marker. Chances some more grimacing after that. Kenny takes him down, and just like that, Thieves now have the numbers.
Oh, and Kenny also eats a nade as well. A hit marker and a nade is not enough to take down Kenny. Now in the 3v2, Standy knows that he's still in that position. So they're just trying to get any information they can get. Octane gonna be the player to at least hold down this A-bomb. He's actually gonna back himself up as well. So this is gonna be a free A-bomb plant for Minnesota in the 3v2.
I didn't know Siege went back that far. All right, well, end the rounds. He does have the sniper in hand, and they are gonna need it. Especially if Standy hides in the position that he is. Drazah for the first, now leaves it all onto Eli. A 1 versus 3. He's got Drazah in his sights. Wow. Great patience out of the sophomore. He spots not just 1, but 2. 2 players on. Octane is on the defuse. You are kidding me. Challenge Standy. Brings it to a 1v1. He sees Kenny trying to play the time. Peeks a little wide, and Kenny is there to cut him down. It felt like Standy did every single thing right, except for peeking out just a little too wide.
That would have been the most beautiful S&D clutch I've ever seen. The trigger discipline from Standy to not shoot at that first player, eventually let the second player drop down in Octane, doesn't go for the player committing towards the defuse, finds the player with his gun up, and eventually turns it into a 1v1, but Kenny knows Standy is going to be an aggressive player. He's going to challenge. He holds his line and eventually wins the gunfight. LA Thieves with the first round.
A round that you'll take, but again,
that was scary.
It was very, very scary there. If you were an LAT fan, Kenny and Drazah, a great start for them as they will add up for the kills. And one thing to keep in mind, Attach, if he doesn't find that hit marker, that is a round in which Minnesota win. We'll see if he remains to keep that one out. So far holding true. Octane also hangs out with the sniper toward this far A alley, or rather toward the far B alley. Cracks out a shot, but nothing landing for either team.
And Havok finds that first play. He was just sitting a nice corner on that B bomb. Gets the information from his team that one player is going to be towards those middle steps. Finds one and gets out with his life. So now with 45 seconds left, Thieves in the 3v4 going to decide to at least attempt on rotating this bomb back. But Priestahh finds that kill on a Drazah. Now in the 4v2 with 35. It's going to be a difficult task to get done versus a team who is 80% on this side of the map.
And you know Minnesota, they're going to push. They're going to try to challenge, but Envoy makes him pay. The aggressive SMGs fall by the wayside, and now we've got ourselves a much more manageable round. Octane picks up the 40 off the ground and attaches. He looks over at B. He sees a clear sight. LAT, though, they've yet to get that bomb down. So Minnesota with information, however, they are going to be split up, but Priestahh with 1 tries to go for the challenge on Envoy. He wins it, but here comes Attach. Possibly Envoy looks for the read, and Attach will just try to hide out. He's trying to stay alive. Oh, and he will! Minnesota with the clever plays. It doesn't work out a round prior, but this time it does.
Tash doesn't even need to shoot a bullet right there to clutch up that round, but Envoy played that beautifully. The fact that he doesn't commit towards that bomb played right into his hands. He just could not find that final bullet onto Attach. As he's able to secure that round for Minnesota. Another scary round. This series has been insane so far, man.
Attach 0-1, but ultimately deserves a round in the column. Does not hit the sniper there. So far, both snipers somewhat dry on Siege. When Havok tagged up early, Envoy gets the better of him after their first round engagement they had versus each other. Despite not having the man count advantage, Minnesota relies on that OBJ. Standing with the quick plant as he's been very, very common toward this particular lane. Octane over the top, shuts down Attach, and it's Priestahh left at a 1v4. Gets cut down. LAT stack another one on the board.
Right there, it falls onto Envoy. Once he finds that first blood, you saw Minnesota just like in the 3v4 situation, let's try to get this bomb down, but when Standy cannot get off of that bomb site, you have multiple players from different angles ready to take him down. And once they turn it into a 4v2, they also find a nade kill as well from Octane. It eventually turns it into a 4v1. All defenses start us off on this last map.
And again, early in the search and destroy, it is Envoy leading the way, which is the exact same thing that LAT saw on that Bocage. It was a great performance across the board, but it was Envoy who went big for the team. Right now, I think he's #3 in overall search and destroy KD at Major 3, and well, it feels like that stat is only going to be increased even more. Dark Prince going off for the team when they need him most in a game mode that they have been very, very vulnerable in throughout the season. LAT looking to make the move on attack. Attach still with that sniper.
And Attach able to at least give some bit of information of where they're trying to attack this bomb. So he does spot one player cross towards train. Still, LA Thieves are trying to play for some information, at least spot one player out. Havok knows the push has to be coming in towards the same bomb. Now it's time to time these nades. Envoy once again with the first blood onto Havok, followed by Octane with a great shot onto Priestahh. Now in a 4v2, make it a 4v1. Such a clean round from the Thieves. 4 up, 4 down to now put themselves up 3-1.
And that's the thing too, like, I mean, the one round that LAT wins is, or rather the one round that Minnesota wins is by Attach just staying alive, just trying to play the timing. In that particular round, I mean, Envoy plays the timing right, but ultimately a 2v1, you like LAT's chances a majority of the time. A very, very interesting search and destroy so far. Thieves in an uncommon position versus the best search and destroy roster in the game and in need of some life. Unfortunately for them, they do not get it out of that sniper. 0-3 for Attach, and he'll then to keep out that Car 98K. I was gonna say, while he does not find the kill, I was gonna say at least freeze up maybe some information for Røkkr, but not at all the case. Thieves go for the quick aggression. They find that first blood and they get out of dodge.
Now the bomb is gonna be down at that B bomb. So now if you're the LA Thieves, you've gotta have at least 2 players in a position watching over that site. But you do not want to give Attach a free pick. Standy is at least able to spot Kenny, trying to outlet the time. The shots up, not able to pick up the kill, and Drazah picks up Priestahh as well on the late flank. So now in a 4v2, Standy and Attach have to try to go massive here.
This is the way it's been almost in every single round, down in numbers. Attach still yet to hit a shot. Standy, he falls by the wayside, and now it is Dylan Price in a 1v4. And that's about to be the scoreline on the screen as well. Thieves, picture perfect, it feels like so far throughout the siege. Attach at least with 1. Oh, and somehow gets the beat down? Okay. A very interesting gunfight, but Thieves at least secure it, despite maybe getting slightly embarrassed.
And right now, the Thieves, their defensive setups are beautiful. They are always having a player at least in an angle watching over both sites. And with Kenny just simply giving the information, he's allowing his SMGs to be aggressive on bomb and get out with their lives. This has been flawless search and destroy so far in this series for LA Thieves. Now up 4-1, 2 rounds away from closing out this series. Minnesota need an answer. They need to try to slow them down on their attacking rounds. The way that LA Thieves are playing this is just getting that first blood. Kenny finds it once again onto Havok. You got to slow down if you're Havok.
When Attach, he tries to rush on forward, he drops as well. Another 2v4 situation for Minnesota. Standy and Priestahh. The exact same position. Thankfully on the defense, but that momentum quickly turns. Once that bomb gets planted, Standy doing everything in his power to prevent it. Gets traded out. Now it's all on to P-Dog. Nice little 1v3 prepared for him. Right now the #1 KD in Search and Destroy that are Major 3 qualifiers, and he's gonna need all of that magic in a moment where Minnesota needs him the most. Spots Kenny on the bomb site, but that is not enough. On a 5 spree, now sits Kylo Ken and LAT up 5 rounds to 1.
LA Thieves are consistently finding these first bloods onto Havok. I'm pretty sure 4 out of the 6 rounds that we have played so far, Havok has been first blooded. Either the hands of Kenny or Envoy, who are putting the LA Thieves in man advantages early. Now at game point, Minnesota just not having it in Search and Destroy so far. Needs to basically play flawless S&D from this point on. They're gonna lead the bomb in base. Gonna be full out aggressive in towards the middle of the map, but look at the ground that Thieves are covering. They're already pushed through B bomb. I think this is gonna catch them off guard.
You can tell they just feel the confidence. They feel the confidence move on forward. Kenny drops, Attach gets on the board with the snipe. By the way, Minnesota did not grab the bomb. That is still in the base, something they're gonna have to think about. And when they do go back there, who is there? It's gonna be Envoy. He is in the back right now, finding one onto Attach, causing some issues. It's Røkkr with numbers. And Octane will even the odds. Now we're at 2 versus 2. Bomb still sits in the back of the spawn, and Minnesota are not near it.
Yeah, Octane just takes down Priestahh. As Priestahh with that play to wrap back and potentially pick up that bomb. But now Octane takes down Standy. Now in a 2v1, it's all on Havok. Just try to keep his team in this game. Multiple players from the Thieves are just watching this bomb down in the back of their spawn. Octane with a great position, but loses the gunfight. Now huge one-on-one. Envoy versus Havok.
2 players who love positions like this. Havok goes back to the bomb. Envoy's aware of it, and he will close out the 1v1 and give LAT the W in this series. And who would have thought? Not just 1, but 2 Search and Destroys is how the Thieves walk away with it. What a day it has been at the Toronto Major. And the team who was flawless, 5-0, 15-3 in maps, just dropped in their first series on land.
And you see Shane just hyping up the guys, the new coach of the LA Thieves. Octane gives him high praises, and he's definitely doing something, because there's no way in hell that Search and Destroy looks this good. They come out in this series, lose that opening hard point, win the Search and Destroy on the bouquet 6-2, lose the control all offensive rounds, clutch up in the Berlin hard point by winning a couple key gunfights off the rotation, and then in this game 5, even though Minnesota were only able to take that 1 round, that 1 round was attached, they didn't even have to shoot a bullet.
Yeah.
LA Thieves came out and made a statement today to beat the best team that we have in the CDL in Search and Destroy. Not 1, but 2 S&Ds. If you would have told me that before coming into this series, I would have called you absolutely crazy.
Yeah, without question. And the thing too is that these are great Search and Destroys.
Yes.
For Minnesota. We know Bocage has been a great one for them throughout the season. Desert Siege, they had yet to lose it coming into this map. We said that these were guaranteed. Jay, we talked about Minnesota just win 1 respawn. You got the SDs in the bag. They win the first respawn, but they still lose the series. A crazy, crazy turn of events. But one thing you brought up, which I thought was very, very interesting, Jay, 4 first deaths for Havok in this game 5. He wanted to be aggressive, and if Attach is not hitting that sniper, you're dropping in the first blood. It just goes to show Standy and Priestahh were in so many 2v3, 2v4 fights because of those exact same reasons.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy when you're going into every single round on the Search and Destroy. 15 seconds in, you're already at a man disadvantage. I love the way the Havok plays Search and Destroy. It's either he's going to go out there and get the first blood or first blooded, and unfortunately, every single time right there is running into the pre-aim of a bunch of LA Thieves players, as LA are gonna walk away with this series. I'm still at a loss for words, man. Like, this is a team who's throughout all the stage 3, coming out getting 3-0'd or 3-0ing. Like, just hasn't been good. They go all throughout stage 3, every single map and mode, 2 and 3 across the board.
Yeah.
these guys, let me tell you right now, they really enjoy LAN.
They definitely do. They absolutely love that LAN environment, whether it's online in the qualifiers. As we said, it feels like you can just kind of scratch it off. When it comes down to this LAN environment, this team is here to fry. Well, that is going to do it for us in the very final series of the day, but now it's time to send it over to the main stage. It is Brycey with Octane, a.k.a. the Human Turret.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, I am here with Octane. Grueling series. You got there in the end, though. A little bit of a sigh of relief in the chest?
A little bit, yeah. 2 S&Ds is definitely a new way for the LA Thieves to win a series, so that feels pretty good.
All right, I've got to ask about that straight away then, because obviously there has been a lot of criticism leveled at your team, maybe more so than a lot of teams in this league.
Just a little bit.
You come to the major, you do the work that nobody expected you to do. How has the backstage talks gone to get to this point?
To be honest, it's been a long road, man. We've had a lot of ups and downs this year, and I'm really happy with the way that we came out in that first series. 2 S&Ds, like I said, is a way that we really typically don't win series. We've been very respawn dependent, so the amount of work that's gone in behind the scenes is starting to pay off, and I really appreciate that. Looks great.
Yeah, obviously when the work pays off, it's a great thing to have. I've got to ask you, like, it's a little personal question for this one, but obviously we just spoke about the criticism that has been leveled at your team this year. Some of it justified, but how was that played on in the minds of the team and going through the stresses of, obviously, like, we've got champs just around the corner, you come into the major, you're the underdog. Is that something that has, like, the pressure been on the team in the background and something that's been difficult to deal with?
I think it's definitely in the back of everyone's heads. I mean, it's insane if it's not. But I'm proud of the way that we've really handled it. Like you said, there's been a lot of criticism about our team. Most of it has been justified. You know, we've had our ups and downs this year. But it makes the highs very high and it makes the lows very low. So I think if we can get rolling with a great win against Minnesota like that, they are the 1 seed. I think, you know, we could be in for a good tournament, man. I'm just proud of the guys and the way we played right there.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to let you go and relax with your teammates now. It's been a very long day.
Goodbye.
All right, let's throw this one back to the descent. Veli, take it away.
What's up, Bryce? Shout out to Shane. Shout out to Jade Cap, and also shout out to the LA Thieves for winning that match against the #1 team that we saw in the Stage 3 qualifiers, the Minnesota Røkkr. And he was very grounded in that interview, man. He's saying basically, yeah, this is not easy or whatever, but we want to get our feet on the ground and get the ball rolling.
Yeah, and that's a great way to do it by winning 2 search and destroys. And honestly, I really like how they played that Desert Siege. There were a few rounds where they legit just sat in their spawn and waited for Minnesota to come to them, and it resulted in Havok getting blooded 4 rounds. Like, that doesn't happen often, and they were able to do it in unison, just sticking together, and that opens up the game later on, right? When you play that mental game, you get the other team scared, and what do we see immediately after that? They set their smart offense, they blood Havok. The next round, Envoy is able to pinch around and set them up for an easy search and destroy round. So it looks like Thieves have figured it out. Shane has done something that has clicked in their minds. The chemistry is working.
I stand Shane.
I mean, talk about a roller coaster of a series, though, right? Talk about a roller coaster of a year. Even this series, map 1 could have gone their way. Map 2 does go their way. Map 3, they threw out the window. Map 4, they come back. And by the way, the last half of the hard point, they pulled out 4 autos. They said, screw it. You know, we have the auto is hitting right now. Envoy had one, Kenny had one, Drazah had one, Octane, and I think they carried that into the Desert Siege. They're just like, this gun is hitting right now.
We had very versatile, though.
I don't remember. I don't think we've seen 4 autos on Berlin hardpoint, like, ever.
It worked?
Yeah, it did. It really did, especially at the very end,
They just trapped them in. Like, all right. Like, they were just slaying up the map.
All right. But also we got a Scump play the game from it's the 1v1 to win it all. Havok versus Envoy. And yo, Ali, seeing Envoy get this dub, it just felt right.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it was kind of like a 1v2 to put Havok in that situation, but Envoy playing his life here in this situation was obviously prime. Like, he has the angle here, he realizes he's weak, he plays behind the pillar, repeats, and wins the chow. So, I mean, it could have gone either way when it comes to a situation like this, but big ups on Dylan specifically. When it came to this series, he had an incredibly slow start in that opening hard point, and then throughout the series, it's like he got warmer and warmer and warmer. I mean, 24 and 19 in that Berlin, and heading to the Desert Siege to go 9 and 3. He recognized his pacing issue, boom, fixed it. LA Thieves start frying.
We gotta say, we were really hard on Havok heading into this series. Like, you know, he's been frying. Sometimes teams don't win on land, and although they didn't get that win on the stage there,
Havok did it good.
Havok was a big frying in that series, like really trying to put on for the squad. So honestly, it was a typical performance out of him.
100%. Let's go ahead and recap the matches that we had today. We kicked off the amazing day 1 of the Major 3 with Seattle versus NYSL, and that was a banger of a matchup to kick off the day. Joe, Seattle walked away with a big dub.
No, they did. I mean, NYSL kept talking about it. I think it was Paul. Like, we just need one. We need one map. And they got that one map into game 3. And then their hard point, we know how good it's been. They win that map number 4. The key, though, for me, was that map 1 on Pokosh. Because Seattle, they were down around, I don't know, 40 points.
Yeah.
It was like 140 to 120 around there. And then, I mean, Seattle Surge just blew the game out of the water. Like, they only allowed NYSL like 30 or 40 more points throughout that game. Then it's an amazing comeback in map number 5, down 5-3. And Surge, I mean, yeah, they're surging right now.
I mean, talking to the hard point that you made, Joe, I mean, after the first rotations, it was 74 to 115 in favor of NYSL. So you are completely right in that sense of it was just a composure out of the likes of Seattle. And we got to see their system in play, right? Like, we go all the way to a game 5 against the New York Subliners that, you know, is one of the favorites to win the event, one of the favorites heading into this. But, I mean, it was really Mack, right? It was what we could see out of him. Mack clutches game 5 round 11, 1v1 over Hydra, who, again, is like one of the players to talk about heading into this major.
Right, so big shout out to Seattle, and hopefully they can continue on this streak, right? But also the second game of the day, we had the hometown heroes, the Toronto Ultra, take on Atlanta FaZe, and Atlanta, they showed everybody why, listen, you just don't sleep on this period.
The boys are back in town. These guys are frying, man, today. I mean,
they never left.
Yeah, really, to be honest, right? I mean, in this one, it was a wild ride, man. You're playing the hometown team in the Toronto Ultra, but, you know, Atlanta FaZe, they're just so stoic, man. They're consistent, and we saw it in this series. Once again, aBeZy got going in that control. They found an opportunity. That was the swing moment in this series. If Ultra are able to run away with that control in a 3-0 fashion, you know, potentially they win this series. Unfortunately for them, FaZe bounced on.
I think what's scary for everyone is aBeZy had a really bad Major 2 final, and like it felt like he needed something to get him going. That game 3 where he puts up 40 plus, maybe that's the confidence that he needs.
But I feel like we've gotten that from aBeZy already. I feel like he's been very hot and cold this year and just waiting to find his pace. But I think that open and bow cage is what really set the tone for the series. I think Toronto had an ample opportunity to possibly take that first hard point, but unfortunately we're unable to.
You know who did find their pace though, right? It was the Florida Mutineers, baby. They went against OpTic Texas, and I'm telling you guys right now, hey, yo, Allie, I had a feeling. Florida put out a big win, but big shout out to Skies and Big Wake. They were so good.
You guys said it was Skies heading into this series, and that's what it was. I mean, 35-15, 41-27, 8-3. These are just some of the stat lines that he put up in this series, which Florida were put in a bunch of situations that were unfavorable for them, and it was his mental fortitude. It was what he was able to do on the map for this team for them to come out with this big dub, and I still can't believe it. Florida's like their boogeyman, dude. That's insane.
They matched OpTic, right? They matched their aggressiveness. Even when they were down 80, 90 points, down a couple rounds in Surge, they played with some cojones.
The confidence is up.
Yeah, they were just like, screw it, we'll just match it, right? Well, like, you want to take gunfights, we'll take gunfights. The key here, too, I think Shotzzy, especially some of the search and destroys, tried to do a little bit too much. And, you know, obviously, you go to that game 5 for Lynn, and he gets completely shut down by Florida.
You're right, and also, we have a game-field tactical play of the day now. Arcitys is going to be the hero of that, and what he did with that 1v2 where he was able to get the flank and a big kill, it was absolutely beautiful. And hey, as long as Atlanta FaZe has this type of RCs in the game, it always looks great.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, 100%. My bad. I was looking at Belly, but the thing with me for Arcitys is I feel like he slowed down a little bit heading into Major 3. So for him to have such a big opening series as a player, I feel like his confidence now heading into the rest of the weekend is going to be an all-time high.
I mean, Alec was frying even from the first map in this series.
Yeah,
like,
you're right.
He's the key sometimes for this team, and if he's playing well, then they're really going to have success because they could win if aBeZy doesn't really drop a 2.0. They don't need it, right? Because aBeZy's aggressive. So, like, with Arcitys, when he's playing well, they're a terrifying team, and on that first map, he bailed them out of so many situations early on. He was the only one who was starting off consistent.
Well, especially, like, his tweets at the end of Major 3 qualifiers, right? Like, he was frustrated. He's like, we need to find more energy. Our practice needs to be better. That's why FaZe added him last year. They won a world championship. This is like, I think, a big moment, right? A wake-up call. It's like, guys, we have to practice better. We need to be more efficient.
Yeah.
And even himself, I think, individually has to play better, and you saw it today.
Yeah, we see the IQ from his play all around. I love his comeback and control after the first 2 rounds where he wasn't too hot. Then he took over with the rest of his team. Last thing you know, yeah, it's history. But also, let's talk about it. Challengers kicks off tomorrow. Ali, the Passion Pit, is going to be live. We're going to have big names. I can't wait.
And you know, we have a prime seat to watch it off, Ellie. So I am very excited for how loud that room's going to get tomorrow.
Right, our green room literally overlooks the entire Passion Pit.
Yeah,
Nameless, I'm going to be up there chilling all day watching it, man. I'm going to hear some pop-off.
Listen, all I know is Clay gets really loud. He's going to be in there. That's my boy. I can't wait to see if he's screaming back and forth. You know, we talked about it in the pre-show today with the Toronto teams, the Toronto Academy squads. They've been making noise in Challenger. Sparks there, most recent MVP of Major 2. So it's going to be epic, man. These guys trying to make a name for themselves. You can see some of the footage here from the Minnesota event, man. It was just spectacular.
Oh, and I think this is your last chance, right? To really make a splash. Maybe come around stage 4. There is like a spot open. Yeah. And to be honest, look at the players that have been through Challengers this year. You're going to play for a lot of money, but those players have transformed the teams.
I have to give a big shout out to the Toronto Ultra Academy teams as well. First place will walk away with $24,000. That's insane. We told you all to sign up, come and compete and have fun. There's a lot of money and there's a big reason to do that as well. But also, let's take a look at the bracket and see how today has unfolded.
Losers
so
bracket's scary now, man. This is not what we expected.
Tomorrow we're sending people packing, man.
Look at this. Røkkr versus Breach.
I know, think about
that. Top.
That's a wild match.
It is. Both of those teams, man, like they've really been surging lately, and Boston, they really have to get a good footing in that matchup.
Man, LAG versus OpTic, what a tough draw if you're LAG. I mean, those are a team, they just won Major 2. They're starting to get comfortable now as well, like once again. Like in their last match, they looked a lot better, especially in Search and Destroy. So, you know, I wouldn't count them out in that series.
I want to see Mutineers against Surge, but also I always want to see Toronto Ultra, okay? Let's take a look at the schedule that's going to come up tomorrow, and first game of the day, I love it. NYSL facing off against the London Royal Ravens. Ali,
banger.
Which one of these matchups do you like the most?
Banger. I mean, it's
Banger.
hard. I mean, across the board, like I said, I mean, New York Subliners and Texas OpTic to already be sent down into losers this early, something we didn't expect. Toronto Ultra, they honestly didn't look that bad today against Atlanta FaZe. It was fairly close until we got to that game 4, so that's a scary look for them. And then Røkkr against Boston Breach. Røkkr's 5-0 in qualifiers, and they're already sent down the losers bracket after winners round 1. Tomorrow's going to be insane.
Right. Joe?
I mean, you saw the bracket. The one thing I saw is the winner of the New York match plays the winner of the OpTic match. So you might have that OpTic New York matchup we were talking about up top.
I'm hoping.
Very early in losers round 2.
Yes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for day 1. It's been a lot of fun, okay? We've had some great matches, had a big upset, and we're going to see how OpTic's going to do in the losers bracket tomorrow. But tomorrow, you guys are going to catch us at the same place, but not the same time. We're going to kick things off at 1:30 p.m. Eastern time zone. Don't forget it. The action is just getting started here in Toronto at a Matt and Me Athletic Center, and I'm absolutely loving it. The crowd is loud, the match is the hype, and you guys at home, the viewers, you're all so beautiful. Thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. We love you. We hope you have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow for some more Call of Duty League action.